Chapter 1. The Condemnation of the Minor Disciple by the Qi Refining Stage Part 1. Note: if a world does not suit your taste, feel free to skip it. Each world is a standalone entity. Shun Chongqing, do you acknowledge your crimes? In a state of bewilderment, Shun Chongqing heard an elderly voice bellowing in anger. Am I not dead? Shun Chongqing felt a sense of confusion, unable to comprehend how he had returned to life. In his previous existence, he was an assassin who met an untimely demise during a mission. Yet now, he found himself alive once more. The host has bound to the female-oriented transmigration system. This system aims to cleanse the world of garbage or rescue the original soul. Upon completing the cleansing or rescuing of the 100th entity, you shall be granted immortality and invincible power, returning to your original world. This task is to cleanse the garbage world. A cold, indifferent voice echoed in Shun Chongqing's mind, which soon faded away, leaving him with a fragment of memory. It turned out the original soul was merely a youth from a humble mountain village, which was ultimately destroyed due to the malevolent practices of a demonic cultivator. The original soul vowed vengeance and subsequently joined the Qinglian sect, whose master was a formidable golden core cultivator, the very figure the young original soul had longed to emulate. He aspired to become a golden core powerhouse like the master, to roam freely through the realms, slaying demons and upholding justice. However, over 30 years later, the once youthful boy had transformed into a powerful figure of the Mahayana stage. Surprisingly, the original soul had done nothing but seclude himself in the sect, diligently practicing until he reached the Mahayana stage, eventually becoming the sect's eldest disciple. Of course, during his golden core period, he had ventured out to eliminate the demonic cultivator responsible for the destruction of his village. Yet, the original soul's prodigious talent aroused the master's apprehension. The reason for this wariness remained shrouded in mystery, but it was clearly stated in the text that the master had secretly plotted against Shun Chongqing. Moreover, the incident involving the minor disciple served as a catalyst. The minor disciple had lost a precious herb obtained from a mysterious realm, and the original soul happened to pass by her door at that moment. However, this herb was only effective for those below the golden core stage, and the original soul possessed no motive to steal it. Yet, under the duress of the minor disciple and her master, the original soul was compelled to prove his innocence through self-immolation. Thus, the Mahayana stage original soul was forced to his death by a Qi refining minor disciple and a golden core master. Subsequently, the Qi refining minor disciple followed the plot, finding 100 men and ultimately living joyfully with them all. Naturally, she also ascended to become the ruler of the world, but in comparison to her 100 men, her title as world ruler was of secondary importance. No wonder it's called a garbage world. The logic is utterly chaotic. Shun Chongqing was truly left speechless. A Mahayana powerhouse killed by a Qi refining and a golden core cultivator? What an absurd turn of events. Shun Chongqing, I am addressing you. Having absorbed the memories, several seconds had passed, and the master, seeing Shun Chongqing's indifference, shouted in anger. Old man, how dare you speak to me so insolently? With a sinister grin, Shun Chongqing appeared before the master, lifting him effortlessly with a powerful hand of spiritual energy. Shun Chongqing, I am the master. The master, grasped by his throat, struggled to breathe, yet he glared furiously at Shun Chongqing. Indeed, you should release the master at once. How can you bully him so? If you are in the wrong, just apologize. The minor disciple, Lin Qing, immediately launched a tirade against Shun Chongqing, as if her mere words could compel him to comply. How amusing. Shun Chongqing laughed, then unleashed his aura. The elder, held in Shun Chongqing's grasp, was instantly rendered unconscious by the overwhelming pressure, his vitality waning. This was only due to Shun Chongqing deliberately restraining his energy. Had he unleashed his full power, the entire sect would have been obliterated in an instant. He had no desire to see such a delightful spectacle end so quickly after all. If he did not torment them a bit more, how could he justify his actions as the original soul? Shun Chongqing, even if you resort to force, I shall never submit to you. Lin Qing raised her head, shouting defiantly at Shun Chongqing. Is there anyone else who does not yield? Shun Chongqing smiled, nodding, and then turned his gaze to the crowd. We shall not yield. Indeed. What do you even amount to? The master demands an apology regardless of your strength. You must comply. You are unreasonable. With Lin Qing leading the charge, her sycophants quickly rallied to her defense. Most of these sycophants were of the qi refining stage, with only one or two at the foundation establishment stage. Very well. Shun Chongqing released the master, then transformed his hand of spiritual energy into a staff, striking at the master's lower body, while he rapidly moved to another disciple's side. Ah! The master instantly regained consciousness, emitting a heart-wrenching scream, his lower body drenched in crimson. Was that not your assertion, just now? After swiftly appearing before another sycophant, Shun Chongqing unleashed his energy, crushing the disciple to death. He took his time, leisurely traversing the area, slaying one individual at a time. This method gradually shattered the composure of those who remained, transforming their initial defiance into desperate pleas for mercy. Eldest brother, I was wrong. I truly apologize. A foundation establishment sycophant knelt on the ground, weeping as he begged for Shun Chongqing's forgiveness. Meanwhile, Lin Qing remained silent, her eyes filled with terror. She had not anticipated that merely due to a lost herb, this demon would unleash such carnage. Had she known, she would have schemed against the eldest brother in the shadows rather than confront him openly. Oh, what was your error? Shun Chongqing smiled, crouching down to inquire of the sycophant prostrating before him. My mistake was to contradict you, eldest brother. From now on, I shall follow you devotedly, eldest brother. The sycophant, with Shun Chongqing's face so close, felt his heart racing in fear and hastily uttered flattery in hopes of sparing his life. Incorrect. Shun Chongqing regarded the sycophant with sudden seriousness. What? The sycophant was taken aback. Your error lies in your utter lack of attractiveness. With a cold smirk, Shun Chongqing's spiritual energy coalesced into a fist, obliterating the sycophant. Madman! Lin Qing's horror intensified as she witnessed Shun Chongqing's actions. Now, tell me, what was your mistake? Shun Chongqing approached another sycophant, employing the same method of inquiry. Your response was too sluggish, that is your fault. Before the sycophant could utter a word, Shun Chongqing's fist crushed his skull. Your stature is diminutive, you must harbor ulterior motives. Eldest brother, I am wronged. The short-statured individual barely began his plea before being pierced through the chest. Your eyes dart about, you surely harbor vengeful thoughts. I absolutely do not. Shun Chongqing, uninterested in further dialogue, manipulated his spiritual energy to obliterate the sycophant's head. Seeing me tremble, you must have a guilty conscience. Your expression is devoid of emotion, yet sweat beads on your forehead. This individual must not be spared. Shun Chongqing concocted a series of absurd justifications as he dispatched one sycophant after another. At last, he approached a tall man who appeared relaxed, sweat-free, and not unhandsome, his body steady. You have sins from your past life, Shun Chongqing stated, gazing at the righteous-looking tall man before him. You bastard. The tall man's expression shifted instantly. Believing he could evade calamity, little did he expect Shun Chongqing's shamelessness. Shun Chongqing summoned a hand of spiritual energy, killing him amidst his terror and fury. Afterward, Shun Chongqing spent several more minutes eliminating the minor disciple sycophants, utilizing his spiritual power to reduce their bodies to ashes. The bloodstains vanished without a trace. It was as if no one had ever perished in this place. Chapter 2. The Little Junior Sister Who Defames the Great Ascension, Part 2, Senior Brother. Lin Qing managed a forced smile at Shun Chongqing. Now that her sycophants had vanished, she found herself utterly bereft of support. Save for the man she had met in the ruins, even that individual seemed an unreliable anchor to her. Senior brother, I know you didn't steal my herbs. It was all a fabrication against you. It truly has nothing to do with me, Lin Qing protested to Shun Chongqing, still reluctant to admit the truth. Yet, this reluctance was a hallmark of female-centric novels. Who would find enjoyment in a protagonist devoid of sharp wit? Shao Qing, there's no need to argue with such a person. I understand you. Just as Lin Qing prepared to plead for mercy, a sudden voice interrupted. It was Tian Huang, one of her 100 suitors, and among the first she had known. He was a scion of the demon race, who, due to an unforeseen incident, was injured and saved by Lin Qing during his ascension stage, leading him to fall deeply in love with her. "It's you?" Lin Qing exclaimed in surprise, looking at the indifferent man clad in black. "It is I. I have come to repay my debt," Tian Huang declared, his gaze towards Lin Qing brimming with affection. "You must immediately take your own life." He then pointed at Shen Chongqing, issuing an undeniable command in his eyes. With his ascension stage power, crushing this man would be child's play. After all, what formidable figures could possibly arise from such a small sect? Lin Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she gazed at the imposing Tian Huang, her heart racing. "I should take my own life?" "Ha ha ha ha," Shen Chongqing remarked, pointing at himself before bursting into laughter. He had already discerned his opponent's cultivation level, mid-ascension stage, a full realm beneath his own. Although ascension stage was formidable, battling against the great ascension stage was akin to a fool's errand. The gap between ascension and great ascension was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Shen Chongqing could crush Tian Huang with but a finger. "Do you wish to taste bitterness?" Tian Huang's brow furrowed as he regarded Shen Chongqing, confidence radiating from his voice. Shen Chongqing, not wishing to annihilate everyone at once, had reigned in his overwhelming aura. Thus, Tian Huang estimated Shen Chongqing's strength to be roughly at the nascent soul stage, impressive for this sect, yet insignificant compared to him. "Let us test this move." Shen Chongqing ignored Tian Huang and began to gather spiritual energy. While he could easily overpower Tian Huang with his physical strength, he preferred not to. As he concentrated the energy, his body began to radiate with a dazzling array of colors. "Oh!" Shen Chongqing raised an eyebrow, sensing something extraordinary within himself. He felt his spiritual energy surge exponentially, akin to a droplet of water spilling into an already brimming pond, causing a torrent to flow forth. It seemed the original body possessed remarkable qualities. As Shen Chongqing assessed his own body, he realized it had amplified many times over, enveloped in a kaleidoscope of brilliance. This was to be expected. After all, one does not attain the great ascension stage after 30 years of seclusion without some extraordinary trait. Although the original narrative of this world was absurd, it was now undeniably real. And thus it must certainly offer a counterbalance to a great ascension stage senior brother. After all, who could ascend to such heights solely through seclusion? What of resources? This is a divine body. Tian Huang stared in shock at Shen Chongqing, who was aglow with multicolored radiance. The divine body was a rarity found only in the upper realms and was exceedingly scarce even there. Yet, Lin Qing's senior brother possessed such a body? Tian Huang's expression shifted from disdain to seriousness in an instant. "A divine body. What is that?" Lin Qing inquired curiously, captivated by Tian Huang's words. "It is the most formidable of physical constitutions. Even without cultivation, one would eventually reach the level of a golden immortal. In the lower realms, the ranks are Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, ascension, great ascension. In the upper realms, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, golden immortal, immortal king, immortal emperor. At this juncture, Tian Huang's expression suddenly changed. The other party was evidently of age, so his strength. "Let us go." Tian Huang seized Lin Qing, attempting to flee. Thinking of escaping now? Shen Chongqing extended his finger, which rapidly enlarged, eventually obscuring the entire sky. The great wilderness prisoning heaven finger. Shen Chongqing was unfamiliar with the precise application of the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger, yet he understood how to channel spiritual energy into his index finger and amplify it. While this hardly constituted a proper technique, the power of Shen Chongqing's immense strength lent the self-created great wilderness prisoning heaven finger astonishing might. "Lin Qing, you must flee." Tian Huang hurled Lin Qing away, encasing her in a protective barrier to prevent her from harm. Trying to run? Shen Chongqing ceased the release of the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger, swiftly pulling Lin Qing back from her flight. What? Tian Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never heard of a technique that could be halted mid-execution, as doing so would result in backlash due to the need for continuous energy infusion. Yet, he could not fathom that Shen Chongqing's action was merely a simple gesture, not an actual technique at all. It was just that Shen Chongqing's overwhelming power led Tian Huang to mistakenly believe this was an upper realm technique. "Senior brother, please don't kill me. I will do anything you ask." Shen Chongqing, however, found no interest in further conversation with this woman. He swiftly crushed her limbs, then infused a surge of spiritual energy into her true spirit, watching as she gradually succumbed to pain. You got lucky. Shen Chongqing discarded Lin Qing's body aside, then unleashed a strand of spiritual energy to obliterate her remains. Oh, how could I almost forget you? Old fool! Shen Chongqing cast his gaze upon the sect master, who was crawling on the ground, and leapt down, planting a foot upon his head. Chongqing, I have realized my mistakes. Please, although Shen Chongqing had never encountered the term devouring divine body in this book, its name alone suggested immense power. The original host had been entirely unaware of the capabilities of their divine body, relying solely on instinct to absorb spiritual energy for cultivation. Yet, even through the simplest application, it took merely 30 years to propel the original host to the great ascension stage. The heavenly demon's sacred body, splendid, Shen Chongqing, now free from any lingering concerns, approached Tianhuang directly. With a swift motion of his arm, Tianhuang's corpse dissipated into thin air, and Shen Chongqing successfully absorbed the heavenly demon's sacred body. Had he gained an additional sacred body? Upon receiving the information, Shen Chongqing opened his eyes. He now possessed two types of physique: the original devouring divine body and the newly acquired heavenly demon sacred body. Excellent! A clear objective had emerged. A smile graced Shen Chongqing's face. As long as he absorbed all the physiques in this world, he could either reshape or obliterate it. However, he needed to address the onlookers first. Many from the Qinglian sect had not chosen sides earlier. They were mere spectators, while those who had boasted were all eliminated. Shen Chongqing spared the onlookers, for he was not one to take pleasure in slaughter. Who wishes to become the sect leader? Shen Chongqing amplified his voice with spiritual energy, broadcasting his words throughout the Qinglian sect. The sect members exchanged glances, each hesitant to step forward. Senior brother, you should be the sect leader. You are the best choice for us. Suddenly, under one person's lead, a collective chant erupted. I have no time for trivial matters. I shall give you 1 minute. If no one steps forward, I will annihilate this place. Shen Chongqing was not inclined to engage in petty disputes. He intended to cultivate and cleanse this wretched world, without the burden of a decaying sect. Let me handle it. The crowd exchanged glances, and then a young man resolutely stepped forward. What is your name? Shen Chongqing inquired, gazing at the youth. I am called Shi Qiao. The young man stammered in trepidation. The psychological shadow Shen Chongqing cast upon him was profound, rendering him unable to speak boldly. I will grant you commensurate power, but you must fulfill one condition. From now on, you and the Qinglian sect shall be my subordinates. Shen Chongqing spoke directly, making his demands clear. Ensuring that the other party understood their position from the outset was indeed the wisest choice. Sometimes, one may regard another as a friend, yet that other may not reciprocate. Why yes, Shi Qiao dared not utter more. The lingering dread of the formidable Chongqing Demon King kept him in check. Even though the blood and corpses had vanished, the faint scent of blood still made him shudder. Do not move. Shen Chongqing approached Shi Qiao, placing his hand upon the youth's head. He was infusing Shi Qiao with Tianhuang's spiritual energy. Absorbing all of Tianhuang's spiritual power would be a slow process. Thus, it was more efficient to distribute a portion of it. What? Shi Qiao gasped in astonishment as he completed a triple jump. He had transformed from the mid-stage foundation establishment to the initial stage of divine transformation. I shall be your most loyal dog from now on. Shi Qiao knelt, fervently bowing before Shen Chongqing, who was the higher sect of the Qinglian sect, and who was above that. Shen Chongqing accepted Shi Qiao's homage without flinching, choosing not to assist him back to his feet but rather continuing his inquiry. He aimed to resolve all matters in the mortal realm at once and cultivate the Qinglian sect into a formidable faction, gathering information on physique bearers. Once he harvested all useful physiques in the mortal realm, it would be time for his ascension to the celestial realm. Our upper sect is the 10,000 Beasts sect, led by the elder of 10,000 Beasts, who is at the late stage of nascent soul. Above that is the Great Li dynasty, Shi Qiao replied, his face alight with fervor. That is indeed correct. Shen Chongqing nodded, confirming his memory. Follow me to the 10,000 Beasts sect. He beckoned to Shi Qiao and soared towards the direction of the 10,000 Beasts sect. Yes, my lord. Shi Qiao followed closely behind. All members of the Qinglian sect, return. I shall be going out with my lord. Shi Qiao amplified his voice with spiritual energy, broadcasting it throughout the Qinglian sect. disregarding the envious and resentful gazes of those below. As he followed Shan Chongqing. Chapter 4. The Alchemical Disparagement of the Ascension Stage Junior Sister, Part 4, My Lord. This is the 10,000 Beasts sect. Shi Qiao respectfully addressed Shan Chongqing. The members of the 10,000 Beasts sect promptly emerged. Shan Chongqing nodded slightly and amplified his voice with spiritual energy, calling out, "Who goes there?" A few disciples stationed at the gate approached to investigate. "What business do you have here? Do you know where this is?" "This is the 10,000 Beasts sect. Get out immediately." The gatekeeping disciples barked at Shan Chongqing and Shi Qiao. Quite thoughtless, Shan Chongqing found the situation absurd. In typical novels, wouldn't the gatekeeping disciples seek their sect leader upon encountering someone who clearly outmatched them? Utter nonsense. Upon hearing Shan Chongqing's reprimand, Shi Qiao's patience snapped. He instantly appeared before the gatekeeping disciples and struck down 3 with a single blow. Of the 4 gatekeeping disciples, 3 met their demise, leaving the last one wide-eyed and at a loss. "Why you? Do you know who we?" Unexpectedly, even with 3 dead, the remaining disciple prepared to continue his threats. Shan Chongqing understood now. In this world, everyone seemed unhinged. They only exhibited slight normalcy when truly frightened, much like those in the Qinglian sect. He swiftly severed the arms of the gatekeeping disciple with spiritual energy, watching as the disciple writhed in agony. Sneering coldly, Shi Qiao grasped the unspoken signal and kicked the disciple away. "Dare you kill my gatekeeping disciples? What are your intentions?" Just as the gatekeeping disciple was sent flying, the sect leader, the elder of 10,000 beasts, arrived late to the scene. "This-K, down you go." Shan Chongqing gathered his spiritual energy into a colossal hand. "Crushing the elder of 10,000 beasts. Why you're unreasonable. Individuals like you will be condemned by all." The elder struggled painfully, yet still found words to admonish Shan Chongqing. "Reason? Apologies. My strength is my reason. I will ask you once. Will the 10,000 Beasts sect submit to me?" Shan Chongqing tightened his grip on the elder, issuing an ultimatum. "I do not." Before the elder could finish his sentence, Shan Chongqing decisively snapped his neck. Shi Qiao, witnessing this, was utterly astonished. Shan Chongqing had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. If one refused, the next would meet their end. Shan Chongqing vanished in an instant, reappearing at the residence of the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Beasts sect. This individual was a recluse, having spent years tending to his flowers and plants since the sect leader took power. Although he had heard Shan Chongqing's voice moments earlier, he had paid no heed. "I offer you a choice. Either ascend as the sect leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect and submit to me, or face death." Shan Chongqing reclined in the Grand Elder's seat, half closing his eyes as he inquired. If the Grand Elder were to act irrationally, he would be killed immediately. "I have not concerned myself with worldly affairs for many years. What do you?" Just as the Grand Elder spoke in a monotone, Shan Chongqing had already used a spiritual hand to lift the Grand Elder by the neck. The last word the Grand Elder intended to utter was abruptly pitched higher. "I am willing, I am willing. I shall be your dog from now on." The Grand Elder pleaded for mercy, shedding any semblance of his earlier indifference. "That is more like it. You have 3 days to merge the 10,000 Beasts sect into the Qinglian sect as a subordinate." Shan Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. The Grand Elder was relatively sane. He vanished once more, leaving the subsequent matters for the Grand Elder to manage, for he had no time to concern himself with the 10,000 Beasts sect. To the Great Li Dynasty, Shan Chongqing departed the 10,000 Beasts sect in an instant, swiftly heading toward the Great Li Dynasty, with Shi Qiao closely following to eye in the Demon Realm blood pool. "How?" Lin Qing emerged from the blood pool. Yet upon her arrival, she found herself facing a man with blood-red eyes. "Am I not dead?" Lin Qing was still in a state of confusion. She recalled being killed by Shan Chongqing, yet now she was inexplicably alive. "This-K. The man with blood-red eyes regarded Lin Qing with a tone of astonishment. "I never expected that a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator could endure long enough to traverse half the continent to the demon realm and even use the blood pool to restore her physical form." The man with blood-red eyes initially believed that Lin Qing was a powerful figure, perhaps at the transformation or Mahayana stage. Otherwise, she would not have journeyed from the continent to the blood pool of the demon realm. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Lin Qing was merely at the Qi refinement stage. "Yet, I can assist you, for I am most curious about the secrets you possess." He gazed at Lin Qing. his eyes brimming with avarice. Meanwhile, Shun Chongqing had thoroughly subdued the Great Li dynasty. Nevertheless, it must be said that at times, this world truly astounds him. In the Great Li dynasty, he witnessed the legitimate daughters being bullied by their illegitimate counterparts, the empress being toyed with by the favored concubine, and the princes looked down upon by the sons of ministers. Sons of powerful families were mocked and ridiculed by the offspring of merchants. Such occurrences, which would be utterly inconceivable in a normal world, transpired frequently in this one. Shun Chongqing was bewildered, yet profoundly shocked. It was truly tiresome. He yearned to expedite the resolution of this world and move on to the next. Initially, he could view it as though watching a television drama, but as time passed, it became exceedingly painful to behold. Those who wielded power and influence were trampled into the dust by those with none. Even if it were adapted into a television series, it would be the most abysmal of dramas, without exception. However, under Shun Chongqing's persuasive words, the emperor was convinced and hastily enacted several new regulations overnight. The regulations explicitly forbade anyone from oppressing those of higher status, such as illegitimate daughters bullying legitimate ones, or the children of merchants tormenting those of noble lineage. Any violators would face immediate execution. Shun Chongqing nodded in satisfaction. Although he recognized that these regulations were woefully inadequate, indeed, they were detrimental in a normal world. They at least clarified the hierarchy in this abnormal realm, preventing the emergence of such outrageous events. Host, Lin Qing has been resurrected by the will of heaven, and this divine will has bestowed upon her a captivating physique, rendering all men who behold her utterly entranced. The sudden reminder from the system jolted Shun Chongqing back to reality. No worries, I have left a contingency within her true spirit. A cold smile crept across Shun Chongqing's face as he clenched his fist toward the air. Lin Qing, submerged in the blood pool, emitted a cry of agony, her true spirit extinguished within the crimson depths. What is happening? The man with blood-red eyes suddenly regained his senses. He had been consumed by greed for Lin Qing, even contemplating sacrificing everything for her. Yet, this was clearly contrary to his own principles, for he was not a man who took pleasure in women. Damn it, who is it? The man with blood-red eyes fixed his gaze on the fallen Lin Qing. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Chapter 5. The Qi Refinement Scandal of the Little Junior Sister. 5. After Shun Chongqing assumed control of the Great Li dynasty, he led it into external expansion. In just 1 year, Shun Chongqing completely dominated the entire mortal realm. There was no one left capable of contending with him. Shun Chongqing became known as the Azure Emperor, regarded as a once-in-an-eternity figure in the mortal realm. Under Shun Chongqing's governance, the mortal realm begrudgingly achieved a semblance of normalcy, no longer shattering the established moral compass as it had previously. The Qinglian sect emerged as the most formidable sect in the mortal realm. As Shun Chongqing tirelessly sought to gather various physiques, the majority being spiritual bodies, with a few holy bodies among them, as for divine bodies, none existed. After all, the mortal realm could not produce them. Shun Chongqing speculated that his divine body originated from someone in the upper realm, subsequently abandoned in the lower realm. This was clearly the archetype of a protagonist, yet he found himself relegated to the background of a Qi refinement stage junior sister, which Shun Chongqing deemed utterly absurd. It was time to ascend. Shun Chongqing's divine body had amassed a substantial amount of energy, along with 185 spiritual bodies and 8 holy bodies. He could no longer contain himself. If he did not enter the upper realm soon, he would inevitably ascend on his own. And you? Will you accompany me? Shun Chongqing inquired, glancing at the figure beside him. Tu Shui. Tu Shui was the man with blood-red eyes from the demon realm. Shun Chongqing had discovered him during his conquest of the demon realm and revealed the truth of this world to him. Initially reluctant to believe, Tu Shui ultimately accepted the reality under Shun Chongqing's overwhelming power. Witnessing Shun Chongqing's increasing strength extinguished any lingering doubts he harbored, leading him to wholeheartedly resolve to follow Shun Chongqing to the ends of the earth. I am willing to follow you, my lord, Tu Shui respectfully declared to Shun Chongqing. From barely being able to withstand 2 moves at the beginning to now being unable to lift his head under the pressure of a single finger from Shun Chongqing. He had fully recognized his own limitations. Then let us depart and see what formidable beings await us in the upper realm. Shun Chongqing laughed heartily, and the portal to ascension appeared. With great strides, he stepped forward, followed closely by Tu Shui. We bid farewell to the Azure Emperor as he ascends. We bid farewell to the Azure Emperor as he ascends. We bid farewell to the Azure Emperor as he ascends. The inhabitants of the lower realm had not witnessed anyone ascend in a long time, and they reverently congratulated Shen Changqing, in the celestial realm, Eastern Celestial Domain. What a bore! Come, let us continue playing rock, paper, scissors. The celestial beings tasked with overseeing the ascendants exuded an air of childlike innocence, resembling carefree children rather than cultivators. They bore none of the domineering traits typically found in tales of cultivation. Wait, let us pause the game. Someone is ascending. Another innocent celestial being exclaimed, glancing at the ascension platform. Is that so? The two gazed in delight at the ascension platform, having stood watch for over a century without witnessing a single ascendant. Nearly suffocating from boredom. They had survived only through the romantic tales of various celestial lords, such as the tragic love story of the Tianmong Celestial King and the Haoyue Celestial King, or the formidable displays of the Feather Emperor protecting his wife. These had been their sole amusements. This truly the celestial realm, such abundant spiritual energy. Shen Changqing inhaled deeply, the influx of spiritual energy far surpassing that of the lower realm. His cultivation began to ascend rapidly, breaking through the limits he had faced in the lower realm. Earth Celestial Early Stage, Earth Celestial Mid Stage, Earth Celestial Late Stage. Heaven Celestial Early Stage, Heaven Celestial Mid Stage. Heaven Celestial Late Stage. It was not until he reached the late stage of the Golden Celestial that Shen Changqing's cultivation finally stabilized. Meanwhile, Tu Shui had only managed to reach the early stage of the Heaven Celestial before halting his progression. What a powerful individual from the lower realm. It seems we will have another devoted protector of wives in our celestial realm. The two whispered amongst themselves. Individuals from the lower realm were typically fiercely devoted to their wives, as their emotions ran deep, far surpassing those of the upper realm. Thus, upon arriving in the upper realm, anyone with the capability would inevitably become a devoted husband. For the sake of my wife, I would do anything. Shen Changqing listened to their chatter, his expression remaining unfazed. Was the upper realm truly a place of intrigue and deceit? In the original narrative, the female protagonist ascended and caught the eye of a celestial king. Vowing never to submit, her harem from the lower realm fought fiercely against him, resulting in heavy casualties. Ultimately, the female protagonist swore vengeance, only to become the celestial king's wife, embarking on a series of tragic love affairs that led her to gradually fall for him. And then, the story ended there. The harem members from the lower realm were resurrected only in the finale, ultimately gathering 100 individuals. From Shen Changqing's perspective, this was undeniably ludicrous, yet it represented the true events of this world. Then allow me to turn this absurd celestial realm upside down. Shen Changqing chuckled coldly, striding away from the ascension platform, disregarding the calls of the two behind him. Qingzhu, for you, I would willingly die. A celestial king was fervently apologizing to a heaven celestial, even going so far as to offer his life as proof of his devotion. Li Shang, cease your words. I will never forgive you. Leave me be. Slap. The heaven celestial named Qingzhu, tears brimming in her eyes, glared at the celestial king, and after her tirade, delivered a resounding slap across his face. Qingzhu, even if you strike me, my love for you remains. The celestial king shielded his face, then embraced the heaven celestial tightly. Since you are so in love, let us die together. Shen Changqing observed this nauseating spectacle, appalled. A dignified celestial king being slapped by a heaven celestial without retaliation was utterly preposterous. Since the other party was also a holy body, he would eliminate them both, allowing them to become a pair of doomed lovers. Stabilize the mountains and rivers. Shen Changqing summoned the 9 tripods he had condensed in the mortal realm, directing them toward the celestial king with the intent to suppress. Although they were formed in the mortal realm, they comprised the essence of 8 holy bodies and 1 divine body. Indeed, when Shen Changqing absorbed the holy bodies, he transformed their physical forms into tripods, not in the literal sense of crafting them from their bodies, but rather converting their flesh into pure spiritual energy and infusing it into an ordinary tripod, thus creating a holy body tripod. Shen Changqing had even extracted a small portion of his own divine body to forge a tripod. Of course, this slight extraction had no adverse effects on him whatsoever. What is that? The celestial king was taken aback, swiftly positioning the heaven celestial behind him, attempting to collect the 9 tripods with a wave of his robe. Are you still asleep? Shen Chongqing scoffed, then unleashed the 9 tripods to suppress. Although Shen Chongqing is merely at the late stage of the golden immortal realm, his possession of a divine body, 8 sacred bodies, and several spirit bodies, combined with the 9 tripod, renders the slaughter of immortal kings a trivial task. Chapter 6. The alchemical defamation of the young junior sister in the Great Ascension, complete. How could it be? The immortal king was astounded to discover that his attacks had no effect whatsoever on the 9 tripod. Both combatants were utterly crushed by its might. The Qingmu sacred body is quite commendable. Shen Chongqing directly absorbed this immortal king's sacred body, subsequently transforming it into his own constitution, elevating him to the early stage of the immortal king realm. Shen Chongqing embarked on a rapid cleansing of the immortal realm, mercilessly eliminating anyone engaged in romance, regardless of their lineage. What is this? You neglect your cultivation to pursue love. Then go to the underworld, I say. Within a year, Shen Chongqing had nearly eradicated all immortal kings in the eastern immortal domain. Even the mightiest Yu Emperor met his demise on the spot. Having absorbed numerous sacred and divine bodies, Shen Chongqing ascended to the level of immortal emperor, making him the most formidable force in this realm. Moreover, bolstered by his myriad constitutions, he surpassed the typical immortal emperor by a significant margin. A normal immortal emperor would stand no chance against even a single strike from Shen Chongqing. After cleansing the eastern immortal domain, Shen Chongqing turned his attention to the other immortal domains, leaving the immortal kings and emperors in a state of peril. They bestowed upon him the moniker the Loveless Demon, as the name suggests. They believed Shen Chongqing's disinterest in romance to be a grave error. Following the purge of the 4 domains, Shen Chongqing arrived in the central domain. This was the last bastion of the immortal realm, for the rest had fallen completely under his control, forbidding any romantic entanglements. Shen Chongqing, what on earth do you intend to do? Why do you persistently press us? The immortal kings and emperors of the central domain gazed upon Shen Chongqing. Encircled by the 9 tripod, resembling both a deity and a demon, unable to suppress their trepidation. They sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Shen Chongqing, feeling utterly inadequate even as a unified force against him. The tripod governs the mountains and rivers. Without uttering another word, Shen Chongqing launched a brutal assault on these immortal kings and emperors. Each and every one of them, without exception, was ensnared by the folly of romance, and thus met their end without any remorse. For the sake of a normal world, these individuals had to perish. They had succumbed to a terminal illness, and their existence served no purpose. Under Shen Chongqing's onslaught, these beings fled in terror, yet none escaped. All were annihilated by his might. After dispatching these immortal kings and emperors, Shen Chongqing took control of a portion of the survivors, implanting in them the memories of the ancient Yinbai. Transformed by these memories, they became cunning and avaricious. Thanks to their existence, the once love-struck immortal realm was forcibly rectified. For if it continued as before, survival would be impossible. Everyone commenced a proper path of cultivation. Romance would persist, yet it would no longer dominate their lives. Shen Chongqing lingered here for decades, and the immortal realm evolved into one rife with deceit and intrigue. Yet, it cannot be denied that the immortal realm grew stronger. Immortal emperors sprang forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, outnumbering those present before Shen Chongqing's cleansing by more than tenfold. Moreover, each one surpassed their predecessors in strength and battle awareness by several degrees. System, have I fulfilled the mission? Shen Chongqing inquired with a slight smile. If this is insufficient, I shall not hesitate to obliterate the world. With my current strength, annihilating the world is an effortless endeavor. I have long surpassed the immortal emperor. All the immortal emperors in this world combined would not suffice to withstand a mere finger of mine. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task requirements and reclaiming the refuse of this world. The system's indifferent voice resonated. Due to the surplus completion, the current task progress stands at 2100. Excellent. Shen Chongqing's expression brightened. He had managed to fulfill the quota for 2 worlds in one go. Henceforth, he would prioritize the complete transformation of worlds over destruction, reserving annihilation as a last resort. It was also time to depart this realm. Yet before leaving, Shen Chongqing prepared to leave a grand gift for this world. Tu Shui, come meet me at once. Shen Chongqing transmitted a message to Tu Shui, who had now ascended to the level of immortal emperor, hastening to Shen Chongqing's palace at great speed. My lord, how may I serve you? Tu Shui knelt on one knee, addressing Shen Chongqing with utmost respect. I am to depart this world. Henceforth, it shall be entrusted to you. Safeguard it well, and do not allow it to revert to its previous state of decay. Upon finishing, Shen Chongqing placed his hand upon Tu Shui's head, transferring his devouring divine body to him. With the devouring divine body and an extended lifespan, Tu Shui would undoubtedly become the most formidable being in this world. As for Tu Shui potentially transforming into a source of darkness, Shen Chongqing remained unconcerned. As long as the world was normal, even if Tu Shui became a source of darkness, it would still be preferable to a realm fixated on romance. My lord, you are leaving? Tu Shui panicked. After all these years, he had come to view Shen Chongqing as an elder brother. With his departure, whom would he turn to in times of need? Tu Shui had grown accustomed to Shen Chongqing's presence. Having developed a dependency on him, focus on your cultivation. Perhaps one day you shall break through to other realms and reunite with me. Shen Chongqing chuckled, patting Tu Shui's shoulder. I have dispersed my constitution across the world. Seek it out. Each individual can become a prodigy endowed with extraordinary abilities. Shen Chongqing scattered his constitution throughout the world, subsequently using his spiritual power to create numerous hidden abodes. These constitutions were located both in the upper and lower realms. Over the years, Shen Chongqing had amassed well over 10,000 constitutions. Even if they were spread across countless lower realms, each world would still possess one or two. With Shen Chongqing's constitutions, the geniuses from the lower realms surged toward the upper realms like bamboo shoots after a rain. This marked the most resplendent era of this world, with immortal emperors emerging in numbers surpassing the Romantic era by several hundredfold. The world of the Romantic era was sealed away as a dark chapter in history, and as the denizens of this world revisited their past, they all pondered the same question. How could he, or she, have dared? System, transport me to the next world. After completely distributing his constitutions, Shen Chongqing addressed the system. Affirmative. The system's cold voice echoed, and in an instant, Shen Chongqing vanished from sight. I will depart this world and seek you beyond the heavens. My lord, Tu Shui slowly rose. Though now devoid of his master, he felt no joy he would cultivate. For one day he would venture beyond the heavens to reunite with his master. The new world of a perpetually unfortunate male protagonist has been locked in. Chapter 7. The Perpetually Unfortunate Male Protagonist, Part 1. The original host was an orphan, and after witnessing his companions being taken away, he longed for someone to take him as well. Finally, when he turned 8, he was adopted by foster parents. Initially, his foster parents treated him well, but soon they resorted to beatings and scolding, often leaving him hungry. Moreover, during middle school, the original host faced bullying. When he reported it to the homeroom teacher, the only response was, "Why do they only bully you?" Furthermore, after raising him to the age of 18, the original host's foster parents began to exploit him in various ways. Fortunately, the original host proved to be resilient. By 18, he gained admission to a prestigious university and met his first love, Shen Mingyue, gradually becoming her boyfriend. However, the original host was a man who did not cherish his own worth. He would do anything for his girlfriend. Shen Mingyue, disregarding the advice of his roommates. Shen Mingyue aspired to be a star, and the original host became her manager, learning the ropes on his own. Shen Mingyue did not want children or marriage, fearing it would affect her popularity. Thus, despite his strong desire for a family, the original host did not pursue marriage or children. Ultimately, Shen Mingyue betrayed him, leading to the original host's heart attack and demise. After his death, both Shen Mingyue and his foster parents lamented his passing, initiating a protracted legal battle. Yet the original host was gone, rendering all of this meaningless to him. The current task is to save the original host. The system's cold voice resonated. A beam of white light enveloped Shen Chongqing, and he entered the task world. Is this still at the orphanage? Shen Chongqing glanced at his youthful hands. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and give me a back rub. Just as Shen Chongqing was deep in thought, a heavy fist suddenly swung toward him. Shen Chongqing deftly dodged, turning to face the chubby boy behind him, who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. This boy was the little tyrant of their orphanage, named Gao Peng. Though only 11 or 12, he already stood at 1.6 meters and weighed 190 pounds. Due to his formidable physique, no one was willing to take in Gao Peng, which led him to become a little tyrant during his time at the orphanage. The original host's desire to leave the orphanage sooner was also partly due to Gao Peng. Had Gao Peng not bullied him daily, he might have been reluctant to depart. However, now that Shun Chongqing had arrived, he would not let Gao Peng have his way. Since you initiated the confrontation, I shall consider this self-defense. With a smile, Shun Chongqing swiftly darted behind Gao Peng, delivering a kick to his broad back. Gao Peng, unable to maintain his balance, was promptly toppled by Shun Chongqing's strike. Despite his considerable weight, Gao Peng's lower body lacked stability, and with Shun Chongqing's knowledge of force application, he sent the much taller and heavier Gao Peng sprawling to the ground. You're asking for it. Gao Peng shouted in anger, scrambling to his feet and throwing a punch at Shun Chongqing. Shun Chongqing deftly sidestepped the blow and, seizing the opportunity as Gao Peng was recovering, landed a punch squarely on his nose. Gao Peng's nose immediately began to bleed, and the once proud boy, who had boasted of being the strongest, found himself seated on the ground, weeping. No matter how robust he appeared, he was still just a child. And seeing his own blood sent him into a panic. Why are you crying? A real man shouldn't weep, Shun Chongqing said, producing a crumpled tissue to offer to Gao Peng, helping high had the original host been present at that time. With his appearance and intellect, he would undoubtedly have been prioritized for adoption. However, as he had already been taken in by his adoptive parents, he thus regrettably missed the opportunity to be with this wealthy couple. Nevertheless, since Shun Chongqing had traversed into this new realm, he was determined to elevate his starting point. As an assassin, while his martial prowess was exceptional, his academic qualifications were merely at an ordinary university level. This world presented the perfect opportunity to address his educational shortcomings. He planned to showcase his innate genius by immersing himself in computer studies from a young age, aspiring to cultivate himself into a top-tier hacker. 3 months later, his wealthy adoptive parents finally arrived. Shun Chongqing merely exhibited a hint of his capabilities and was swiftly noticed by them, leading to his adoption. You will now be our child, announced his father, Shun Xinghe, as he drove to I am Wang Yu, your mother. His adoptive mother added with a warm smile towards Shun Chongqing, I am Dong Chongqing, he replied, having adopted the surname Dong since the welfare institution assigned it to him in the absence of his biological parents' names. His birth name, Gao Peng, was derived from the surname left behind at the time of his abandonment. Generally, children from welfare institutions are given the surname Dong. From now on, you shall take my surname. Shun Chongqing, very well, he responded, as his adoptive father nodded slightly. After uttering a few more words, he refrained from further conversation, driving Shun Chongqing home. The house was impressively spacious. Shun Chongqing gazed in awe at the 300-square-meter abode located in the city center. With the support of his adoptive parents, his path to success in this world would undoubtedly become more accessible. The initial accumulation of wealth is often the most challenging. However, with adoptive parents, the first fortune would be easier to secure. And thereafter, he could focus on making money work for him. Given that this world seemed to be set around the year 2000, many industries had yet to flourish. For instance, the lucrative mobile gaming sector had only a handful of practitioners, and mobile phones were not widely owned. The literary market was also in its infancy, presenting ample opportunities for Shun Chongqing. If he could seize these chances, achieving fame and success in this world would be far from difficult. Shun Chongqing soon commenced his schooling. However, unlike his peers who were still grappling with English, he conversed fluently in the language. Some teachers, incredulous, attempted to challenge him by presenting middle school problems suitable for an 8-year-old. Yet he effortlessly solved them. Eventually, the teachers ceased their scrutiny, acknowledging his exceptional talent. Shun Chongqing was thus able to indulge in his computer literature during class. 4 years later, Shun Chongqing advanced to middle school. Attending the same institution as the original host, renowned for its academic excellence, he had no desire to travel far, especially since he aimed to teach a lesson to a few bullies. Over these 4 years, he adopted a pen name under which he published wildly successful books from his previous life, unbeknownst to his adoptive parents. In the year 2000, these works were a groundbreaking phenomenon, with many now extolling the name Qing Di. In the literary community, it was often said, if you haven't read Qing Di, you haven't truly read a novel. Shun Chongqing amassed millions through his writing, his earnings surpassing those of his adoptive parents. Yaohua Middle School was the institution Shun Chongqing was set to attend for the next 3 years. Upon entering the classroom, he began reading without a care for his surroundings. The mathematics teacher, unfamiliar with him, scolded him for reading extracurricular material, only to find himself humiliated. Shun Chongqing's memory, sharpened by his experiences in the first world, was remarkably clear. He retained every detail from his previous life. leading him to possess knowledge that far exceeded that of an ordinary university student. In fact, he was now more learned than many university professors, as his vast reservoir of knowledge was derived from countless books he had read. The mathematics teacher, intending to humble Shen Chongqing, found himself bewildered by the 12-year-old's responses. Initially, he sought to challenge Shen Chongqing with complicated problems, but the latter answered with ease, prompting the teacher to reconsider his approach. As the teacher's demeanor softened, he marveled at the thought of what a prodigy Shen Chongqing could become in competitions, realizing that it would be an insurmountable challenge for any other student to compete with him. Chongqing, I wonder if you... The mathematics teacher's expression changed, transforming from one of concern to a blossoming smile that I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy. Thank you, teacher. Shen Chongqing discerned the teacher's intentions. He was being nudged toward competition. However, accolades and monetary rewards held little value for him. The name Qing Di had already resonated throughout Huaguo, and anyone familiar with novels knew of his reputation. Even those who did not read novels were somewhat aware of his existence. He had no need for further recognition. As for financial gain, it was almost laughable. He currently possessed millions in his account, courtesy of the system that facilitated it. The mathematics teacher, observing Shen Chongqing's departure, sighed in exasperation. What a waste of talent not participating in competitions. If he were to compete, our school would gain remarkable prestige. Upon returning to class, Shen Chongqing discovered books scattered chaotically across the floor. He inquired, his expression unreadable. The other students hesitated, unable to speak. I did it, proclaimed a plump boy, who bore an 8-part resemblance to Gao Peng, lifting his foot to stomp on the books. Admitting it, are we? That makes things easier. Shen Chongqing smirked. Not only will I overturn your desk, but I also... Before he could finish, Shen Chongqing seized one of the trampled books and forcefully shoved it into the boy's mouth. Let's see how you like the taste of literature today. The boy writhed in a futile attempt to escape. Over the past 4 years, Shen Chongqing had developed a muscular physique. He was unfazed by concerns about stunted growth. He maintained a healthy routine, including drinking milk, rising early, jogging, and stretching. Even if fitness might affect height, his regimen had sufficiently compensated for it. At 12, Shen Chongqing stood nearly 1.6 meters tall, taller than most of his peers. The boy found himself with 3 books, one on mathematics, one on English, and one on Chinese, forced into his mouth. You only major in these 3 subjects? Remember, there are many more books in middle school. Shen Chongqing observed the boy, now retching, and frowned before landing a kick to his face. The force sent the boy sprawling aside. Shen Chongqing crouched down, clutching biology and chemistry textbooks. Master physics and chemistry, and you need not fear the world. Noticing the blood and saliva-streaked face of the boy, Shen Chongqing felt a twinge of disgust. Enough of this, he decided, grabbing the boy's backpack and flinging his own bag at the boy's face. Your backpack is quite nice. It will now be mine. Satisfied with his find, he kicked the boy's stomach. Just helping you purge. No need to thank me with that. He kicked the books out of the boy's mouth, rendering him unconscious. Lu Ning has fainted. Quick, get a teacher. The girls in the class screamed at the sight of the bloodied boy. They had never encountered such brutality before. Their experiences were limited to minor incidents like Lu Ning's petty bully. Shen Chongqing's movements came to a halt as he packed his bag. He then sauntered over to his subordinates, delivering a slap to each of them. Do not bark at me like a dog. This is your first warning. Should there be a next time, you will meet the same fate as him. His indifferent voice echoed, leaving his subordinates nursing their reddened faces, too intimidated to utter a word. Chapter 10. The Unfortunate Life of a Tormented Male Protagonist, Part 4, Shen Chongqing, what are you doing? The homeroom teacher entered the classroom and was met with the sight of Lu Ning, whose face was smeared with blood, nearly losing his composure from shock. He had never anticipated such a grave incident to occur so soon after taking on the role of homeroom teacher. Shen Chongqing dismissed him with indifference. After all, he was merely exercising self-defense, albeit perhaps excessively, and he was still only 12, far from adulthood. Shen Chongqing, you? The homeroom teacher was exasperated yet utterly helpless, forced to carry Lu Ning to the hospital. Lu Ning's followers trailed behind, accompanying the teacher to the hospital. Meanwhile, the other students whispered amongst themselves, discussing the recent events involving Shen Chongqing. Some of the girls looked at him with newfound admiration. Indeed, in middle school, those who were formidable fighters often garnered the affection of young girls in the afternoon. Is this Shan Changqing's guardian? The homeroom teacher inquired after delivering Lu Ning to the hospital. Promptly dialing Shan Changqing's adoptive father, "It's me. What's the matter?" Shan Changqing's adoptive father, preoccupied with work, answered the call with curiosity. Shan Changqing has assaulted a child who was bullying others, injuring him in the process. I demand that Shan Changqing be expelled immediately. You need to come to the school to sign the expulsion agreement. The homeroom teacher spoke with unyielding authority. He was well aware of who Lu Ning's father was, a figure entrenched in the underworld. Although the state was cracking down, Lu Ning's father had been relatively low profile lately, thus avoiding arrest. However, should he learn of his son's beating, regardless of whether it was Lu Ning's fault, he would undoubtedly leverage his connections for revenge. To curry favor with Lu Ning's father, the homeroom teacher intended to have Shan Changqing's father sign the expulsion agreement. He was confident that even if the matter escalated to the principal would support his demands. What? Shan Xinghe furrowed his brow, unable to believe that Shan Changqing would bully someone without cause. This conclusion stemmed from his rational analysis, for Shan Changqing was not the type to engage in such behavior. Over the past 4 years, Shan Xinghe had come to understand what kind of person Shan Changqing truly was. I'm not inclined to discuss this further. You should come at once. The homeroom teacher abruptly ended the call. Convinced that Shan Xinghe would soon find himself in trouble with Lu Ning's father, making any attempt at polite conversation utterly pointless. Hello. Are you Lu Ning's guardian? The homeroom teacher dialed Lu Ning's father's number next. This time, he sounded as meek as a worm, speaking in a hushed tone, employing respectful language. Who are you? Lu Daniu, Lu Ning's father, asked, frowning as he toyed with a walnut. I am Lu Ning's homeroom teacher. The teacher replied hurriedly. Oh, my apologies. I'm quite busy and haven't the time to meet with you. Lu Daniu laughed heartily. Although the caller was merely a lowly homeroom teacher, he generally avoided provoking others unnecessarily. Gang leaders were not common thugs. They preferred to steer clear of such trivial conflicts. The reason I am calling is that your son Lu Ning was assaulted at school. The homeroom teacher managed to utter this statement, barely suppressing his anxiety, only to feel beads of sweat forming on his forehead afterward. An oppressive silence ensued. What the hell did you just say? My son was assaulted. The teacher heard the sound of something shattering, followed by Lu Daniu's furious roar. No, that's not it. I have already advised the assailant to withdraw from school. Please believe me, I will handle this fairly. The homeroom teacher swallowed hard. No need. I will take care of it myself. The line went dead with a series of beeps. The teacher wiped the sweat from his brow. The next day, whispers circulated among the students. Have you heard? The local big shot, Lu Daniu, has been arrested. Apparently, it's because of someone known as Qingdi. He released all of Lu Daniu's criminal records and dark history, leading to his immediate arrest. The entire city buzzed with news of Lu Daniu's downfall. The previous afternoon, Shan Changqing, under his pen name Qingdi, had published Lu Daniu's criminal dossier and sordid past. Due to its significant impact, the police acted swiftly, apprehending Lu Daniu overnight. The information Shan Changqing had shared was drawn from a novel he had read, which briefly mentioned Lu Daniu, stating that in order to keep his dark history concealed, he had buried all evidence beneath the 48th tree in a desolate mountain. Shan Changqing had already unearthed this information, waiting to expose it after dealing with Lu Ning. His intention was to ensure that the homeroom teacher would also experience the repercussions. However, if the teacher chose not to provoke him, he had a plan. He would beat Lu Ning, thereby inciting Lu Daniu to retaliate against him. It was a clever trapped eye in the classroom. Changqing. The homeroom teacher, Wang Bing, approached Shan Changqing, speaking in a somewhat awkward and hushed tone. Shan Changqing ignored him, focusing instead on packing his bag. That night, Shan Changqing had prepared his expulsion application, which he submitted to the homeroom teacher in the morning. His audacity stemmed from a prior conversation with the principal, who had implored him to participate in a competition to bring glory to the school. Shan Changqing had agreed. Following the incident involving Lu Daniu, the principal had reassured Shan Changqing, promising that as long as he was around, Lu Daniu would not lay a finger on him. Yet now, with Lu Daniu out of the picture, his release from prison was uncertain. Coincidentally, Wang Bing demanded Shan Changqing's expulsion again that afternoon, which infuriated the principal. He issued an ultimatum to the homeroom teacher. Should Shan Changqing be expelled, Wang Bing would be dismissed and barred from employment at any institution. The principal of the city's best school was not to be trifled with. His word carried weight, and it was unlikely anyone in the city, or even the province, would hire Wang Bing afterward. Left with no choice, Wang Bing approached the very person he had looked down upon. "You need not worry. This is your request for me to withdraw from school. So I shall take my leave." Shen Chongqing flashed a grin at Wang Bing before slinging his bag over his shoulder and preparing to depart. "Chongqing, I was wrong, truly wrong," Wang Bing pleaded repeatedly, attempting to sway Shen Chongqing's decision. "Well then, you should leave this school and find another one," Shen Chongqing responded directly. He did not intend to completely sever Wang Bing's career as a teacher, but also did not wish to make things easy for him. Leaving the province's best middle school would undoubtedly make Wang Bing's life more challenging. However, at the very least, he would be able to get by if Shen Chongqing were to be expelled, and the principal spread the word. Wang Bing would be completely finished. Wang Bing gazed at the smiling Shen Chongqing, his expression darkening with frustration, yet he found himself powerless. He could only exit the classroom and submit his resignation to the principal. The following day, however, Wang Bing's embezzlement and bribery records were mysteriously uncovered. No one knew why a mere teacher would accumulate such wealth. Despite Wang Bing's insistence that he was innocent, he could not produce any evidence to support his claims. He was ultimately apprehended, marking the end of his teaching career. Chapter 11. The Unfortunate Life of a Tormented Male Protagonist, Part 5. Throughout his 3 years in middle school, Shen Chongqing amassed numerous accolades, and whispers of his genius spread like wildfire. His adoptive parents were immensely proud, especially his adoptive father, who believed Shen Chongqing was fully capable of taking over the family business. During high school, Shen Chongqing enrolled in the finest institution available. However, he did not cultivate the habit of waking at 5 in the morning and retiring at 10 at night. Instead, he arrived at school at 8 and left by 5 in the afternoon. When the school objected, he threatened to withdraw, prompting them to amend their rules specifically for him to retain this prodigy. Shen Chongqing reserved his time for honing his hacking skills, having already mastered the school curriculum. His reluctance to skip grades stemmed from his desire to continue tormenting Shen Mengyue. What if he advanced and missed the opportunity to confront her? The 3 years of high school were rather uneventful. However, the name of the Green Emperor shone even brighter, leaving no writer capable of matching his brilliance. Meanwhile, Shen Chongqing's hacking skills reached a remarkable level of proficiency. With the aid of an extraordinary memory, the 18-year-old Shen Chongqing had already established himself among the elite hackers globally. He utilized the resources of his adoptive father's company to create his very first game. Yet, after completing the most basic version of the game, he concluded its development, leaving all subsequent optimizations and updates to his adoptive father, who sought others to manage those tasks. Shen Chongqing had no intention of dedicating his time to game development within the task world. It was merely a means to generate revenue, and he saw no need to squander excessive time on it. Although his adoptive father was initially astonished by Shen Chongqing's abilities, he quickly came to accept them, secretly grateful for having adopted such a prodigy. Once Shen Chongqing's game was launched, it swiftly captured the nation, compelling anyone with a computer to engage in this fair 5v5 competition. As a result, his adoptive father transformed from a millionaire into a billionaire. Shen Chongqing also enrolled in the university depicted in the original narrative, despite his capabilities allowing him to gain admission to a more prestigious institution. He chose otherwise. Thus, Shen Chongqing entered a school that was not among the top tier, achieving the title of provincial champion. Both Tsinghua and Beida sought him out, but he graciously declined their offers, leaving both institutions pondering their own existence. While it was understandable to reject one of them, rejecting both was unfathomable. These two universities had anticipated Shen Chongqing would choose one of them, yet he surprised them by opting for neither. Departing from his residence, the representatives of the two schools left with a sense of disbelief. Meanwhile, the president of Kyoto University, the very institution from the original story, was ecstatic to learn that Shen Chongqing intended to enroll there. He promptly gathered 50 beautiful senior female students to prepare a grand welcome ceremony for the provincial champion. In the blink of an eye, the moment arrived for Shen Chongqing to enter university. "Welcome, junior, welcome, provincial champion, to our school." 50 meticulously chosen senior students held up banners to greet the newly arrived Shen Chongqing. Who was that? Male students from Kyoto University passing by gazed in awe at the gathering of over 50 senior students. It seems to be the provincial champion. I wonder why he didn't choose those two schools and came here instead. Another student, equally astonished, could hardly believe that a provincial champion had chosen their university. While this institution was commendable, it paled in comparison to the other two. Shen Chongqing, observing the enthusiastic welcome from the 50 seniors, felt unsurprised. It was only natural for a provincial champion to receive such a reception. He simply hadn't anticipated the principal would mobilize so many senior students. Each senior looked upon Shun Chongqing with admiration. So handsome, so charismatic. As they beheld Shun Chongqing standing before them, each of the seniors became infatuated. In truth, Shun Chongqing could only be considered more attractive than the average individual, but certainly not exceptionally handsome. However, the seniors, enamored by his status as the provincial champion, unconsciously elevated his perceived attractiveness. "Ah, little Shen, I have been eagerly anticipating your arrival," exclaimed the plump principal as he approached, extending both hands to grasp Shun Chongqing's left hand, exuding a demeanor of great cordiality. "I appreciate your concern, principal." Shun Chongqing reciprocated by placing his right hand atop the principal's, creating an impression of long-standing friendship. After a brief handshake, they parted, although the principal appeared reluctant to let go. Subsequently, the principal escorted Shun Chongqing to his office. "Little Shun, feel free to approach me with any requests. I will do my utmost to assist you." The principal patted Shun Chongqing on the back, his eyes brimming with admiration. He recognized the importance of establishing a good rapport with Shun Chongqing. For the future achievements of a provincial champion were immeasurable. He might even find himself in a subordinate position to Shun Chongqing down the line. Moreover, this was the only provincial champion this year who did not enroll in those two prestigious schools. All others had chosen them, therefore, having such a distinguished student at his university would undoubtedly enhance its reputation. If he promoted this effectively, the following year's enrollment may very well rival that of the other two institutions. "Be sure to communicate anything you need to me," the principal reiterated, anxious that Shun Chongqing might withhold any requests. If he did not share his needs, how could the principal return the favor? "Understood, principal." Shun Chongqing nodded. He certainly had use for the principal, and the notion of incurring a debt of gratitude was of little concern. After all, he possessed ample funds and could easily make a donation to his alma mater upon graduation to repay any favors. "Would you like me to arrange for a single dormitory?" the principal inquired, careful not to presume, knowing that some individuals preferred shared accommodations. "No need, principal. Please assign me to room 422. Shun Chongqing declined the principal's generous offer. Specifying his desired dormitory, the principal, though surprised that Shun Chongqing knew the precise room number for a multi-person dormitory, did not press the matter further and simply nodded in agreement. The principal promptly made a call in Shun Chongqing's presence. And soon the individual responsible for room assignments arrived at the office and personally escorted Shun Chongqing to room 422. "Here we are. Here's your key." The room assignment officer handed Shun Chongqing the key and then departed. "Hey, why are you lingering at the back?" Upon entering the dormitory, Shun Chongqing was greeted by a shout. He pushed the door open to find three individuals engrossed in a game, which happened to be the very game he had created. Shun Chongqing quietly observed the trio as they played, and after the conclusion of one match, they finally noticed his presence. Chapter 12. The Unfortunate Life of a Doomed Protagonist, Part 6. What the heck? It's you? No way. The provincial champion is in our dorm. No way. No way. No way. The three exclaimed in simultaneous astonishment. They had all seen Shun Chongqing's photograph. After all, a provincial champion enrolling at their school was noteworthy, and anyone with a semblance of normalcy would wish to see what he looked like. Yet, they had never anticipated that this provincial champion would end up in their dormitory. The exclamations of disbelief echoed throughout the room. Other dorm residents gathered curiously. "It really is the provincial champion." The sight of Shun Chongqing thrilled everyone. The prestige of being a provincial champion was immense. "Everyone disperse. Don't crowd around someone else's door." The dormitory supervisor promptly intervened, clearing the congestion around room 422. "Hey, I'm Gao Hong." One of Shun Chongqing's roommates introduced himself. Shun Chongqing recognized him as the one who had attempted to dissuade the original protagonist when he noticed Shan Mingyue's unusual behavior. But the original protagonist, blinded by love, refused to listen. "I'm Wang Xian, big brother. Could I please have your autograph?" Wang Xian rubbed his hands together, excitement radiating from him. He had also tried to advise the original protagonist but had ceased after realizing the futility of his efforts. "Sure." Shun Chongqing harbored no ill feelings towards his roommates and quickly pinned his signature for him. Li Wei. This individual came from a relatively affluent background, wealthier than the original protagonist, but certainly not as wealthy as the current Shun Chongqing. He was particularly disdainful of Shun Mingyue and had even gone so far as to threaten her to prevent her from stringing along his friend. However, once the original protagonist found out, they had an explosive argument, with the original protagonist believing Li Wei was obstructing his love life. Disheartened, Li Wei ceased to concern himself with the original protagonist, leading to the latter's self-destruction. Shen Chongqing cheerfully bonded with his roommates, and before long, they were addressing each other as brothers. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the following day in the classroom. The teacher invited Shen Chongqing to the front, proudly addressing the students. "Let us welcome the provincial champion to our school." This was the teacher's first opportunity to instruct a provincial champion, as he had never before had such a chance. He was genuinely excited. If Shen Chongqing were to succeed in the future, it would greatly enhance his own reputation as Shen Chongqing's teacher. "Hello everyone, I am Shen Chongqing. I hope for your kind support." Shen Chongqing delivered a few unremarkable words before turning to the teacher. The teacher, smiling, indicated that Shen Chongqing could step down. He would not force Shen Chongqing to do anything. He understood that even the mere willingness to say a few words was commendable. Time flew by, and before long, a year had passed. "Chongqing, you mustn't agree to anything with Shen Mingyue. She is quite scheming." Li Wei approached Shen Chongqing and spoke. Shen Mingyue was pursuing Shen Chongqing ardently, sending him love letters daily. However, Shen Chongqing remained completely indifferent. He planned to destroy her once she achieved success. As it stood, Shen Mingyue was merely an ordinary college student, and ruining her would bring him little satisfaction. Her success was inevitable, as she would seek out investors in the film industry. What she would do next was self-evident. With her beauty and certain services, Shen Mingyue was bound to succeed, regardless of Shen Chongqing's support. "Rest assured, I have no intention of accepting her. I am hardly desperate," Shen Chongqing remarked with a smile, affirming that he would not engage with Shen Mingyue. If he were to marry, it would be to a lady of equal social standing. "That is satisfactory," Li Wei nodded. He then wondered how things were progressing with Gao Peng. Shen Chongqing had not kept track of Gao Peng for quite some time, but there were always individuals discreetly monitoring Gao Peng's movements and his adoptive parents. These individuals were hired by Shen Chongqing at a cost of 10,000 yuan a month, reporting every detail of Gao Peng's household. If Gao Peng's adoptive parents were to discover they were being surveilled at such an expense, they would likely beg Shen Chongqing for the money, divulging even the most intimate secrets. With a simple phone call, Shen Chongqing summoned the observer. This person only knew they were to keep watch but had not reported for over a decade. Feeling guilty about receiving a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. Through the reports from these observers, Gao Peng's life over the years unfolded. After being adopted at the age of 12, Gao Peng was treated exceptionally well by his adoptive parents, and they shared a bond akin to that of a real family. However, the truth soon emerged when Gao Peng's poor exam results led to a parent-teacher meeting, revealing his secret to his adoptive father. The adoptive father was furious, unleashing a torrent of anger upon Gao Peng. Aware of his wrongdoings, Gao Peng did not dare to retort. Yet, as time passed, his adoptive parents became increasingly abusive, frequently resorting to physical punishment. Gao Peng, however, was not one to accept such treatment. After a few months, he could no longer tolerate his adoptive father's behavior and retaliated. The adoptive father was taken aback by Gao Peng's audacity, momentarily stunned after receiving a punch. Yet, Gao Peng did not relent, delivering blow after blow. Although the adoptive father was in his 30s, he was merely a thin figure, struggling to match the nearly 200-pound Gao Peng. In retaliation, the adoptive father took Gao Peng to court, seeking to sever their relationship. But Gao Peng, no fool, inflicted wounds upon himself and falsely accused his adoptive father. The adoptive father was left dumbfounded, and the court suspended the proceedings to gather evidence. Neighbors frequently reported hearing Gao Peng's cries, alleging that his adoptive father was abusive. Ultimately, the court ruled in favor of Gao Peng, mandating that his adoptive parents continue to support him. Though dissatisfied with the outcome, the adoptive father had no choice but to comply. Subsequently, Gao Peng became even more brazen, refusing to work and instead demanding money from his adoptive father, threatening to call the police if he did not receive his allowance. The adoptive father was utterly defeated by Gao Peng's tactics. Upon reaching adulthood, Gao Peng found a job in a factory, earning money he refused to share with his adoptive parents. He even declared that when they turned 60, he would disappear and would not provide for their old age. This infuriated his adoptive parents, yet they were powerless to act. Shen Chongqing could not suppress a laugh upon hearing this news. Evil must be met with evil, he mused. The adoptive parents, who had once bullied the original protagonist, now found themselves at the mercy of Gao Peng. Continue to monitor them, Shen Chongqing instructed with a smile. The individual across from him nodded and departed, while Shen Chongqing picked up his phone to make a call. Boss Wang. Dismiss those two individuals. Yes, once they are gone, I will collaborate with you. I am curious to see how you handle the situation. After hanging up, Shen Chongqing sneered. Now that Gao Peng could support himself and his adoptive parents were unemployed, he wondered what kind of confrontation would ensue. 2 years later, Shen Mingyue had given up on pursuing Shen Chongqing and found a new boyfriend. This boyfriend, like the original protagonist, was wholeheartedly devoted to her. Shen Chongqing observed silently, confident that Shen Mingyue would ultimately make the same choice, and when that time came, it would spell her downfall. News also reached him from Gao Peng's end. Upon learning that his adoptive parents had lost their jobs and intended to seek a share of his meager earnings, Gao Peng promptly chose to flee. Given that the original protagonist's adoptive parents were only in their early 40s, Gao Peng bore no obligation to support them. He would only be responsible for their care when they reached 60, a decade or more away. When the adoptive parents sought to sue Gao Peng, they were informed that he currently had no obligation to provide support, as they were healthy and capable of working. Thus, the original protagonist's adoptive parents were left frustrated, continuing their search for employment. However, due to Shen Chongqing's prior warnings, no company was willing to hire them. Consequently, they were forced into the most arduous and labor-intensive jobs, while Shen Chongqing had hired a group of individuals to ensure that any minor infraction on the part of the adoptive parents would result in complaints. Ensuring they earned the least while working the most, Gao Peng had long vanished, and his whereabouts were unknown. The original protagonist's adoptive parents had finally faced retribution. The next target was Shen Mingyue. Shen Chongqing thus redirected the surveillance on the adoptive parents to monitor Shen Mingyue, ready to catch her in the act. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyue's unsuspecting boyfriend was diligently studying how to become a talent agent for her. Little did he know, Shen Mingyue was about to present him with a shocking surprise. The individual Shen Chongqing had dispatched to observe Shen Mingyue reported her frequent outings, prompting him to smile approvingly. He then shared this information with Lu Guanhua, Shen Mingyue's current boyfriend. Initially, Lu Guanhua was skeptical, but under the weight of Shen Chongqing's mounting evidence, he had no choice but to believe. His curiosity, however, was piqued. Why was Shen Chongqing monitoring Shen Mingyue? Because I hold you in high regard. I wish to hire you as my employee, but I suspect Shen Mingyue is being deceitful and may betray you, which is why I took the liberty of watching her. Shen Chongqing fabricated a story. Lu Guanhua, flattered by Shen Chongqing's interest, blushed with excitement. Under Shen Chongqing's guidance, Lu Guanhua followed him to the hotel where Shen Mingyue was staying. At a certain hotel, Shen Mingyue pleaded, "Please, let me be a supporting character." She had somehow charmed a television director and was clinging to his arm, imploring him. "Ha ha ha, all right, all right." The rotund man laughed lecherously, reaching out to engage in inappropriate actions. Shen Mingyue. Lu Guanhua kicked the hotel door open, storming toward the bed in a fury. "Guanhua!" Shen Mingyue gasped in shock. She had not anticipated him discovering her secret. She had assumed he would never suspect her. "Who are you? Do you even know who I am?" The chubby director, seeing Lu Guanhua burst in, found his enthusiasm waning and was filled with rage. "Shen Mingyue, why are you doing this?" Lu Guanhua ignored the director's outburst and confronted Shen Mingyue angrily. "Get out!" The director, incensed by Lu Guanhua's dismissal, retaliated with a kick that sent Lu Guanhua stumbling backward. "Enough, arrest him." Shen Chongqing had already called the police but had instructed them to wait outside for a moment. He was recording evidence on his phone. Despite his wealth, Shen Chongqing preferred to resolve matters simply when possible. In a situation where the other party was at fault, leveraging money would yield the best results. As long as Shen Chongqing was willing to use his financial resources, the director would likely suffer greatly inside. "All right, let's go," Shen Chongqing said, pulling Lu Guanhua away. "You should understand now, right?" Shen Chongqing initiated a conversation with Lu Guanhua in the car. "I understand. I want revenge." Lu Guanhua's gaze revealed a deep-seated resentment. For a mere junior student like him, the humiliation of being cuckolded was an unbearable blow. Shen Chongqing offered a faint smile. Subsequently, Lu Guanhua became entangled with Shen Chongqing, ultimately rising to prominence as the head of a newly established film company under the aegis of Shen Chongqing's adoptive father. In stark contrast, Shen Mingyue found herself utterly blacklisted by Lu Guanhua. Before she could even step into the entertainment industry, her prospects were irrevocably dashed. In the years that followed, Shen Mingyue was left with no choice but to seek ordinary employment. However, one day, several years later, she met an abrupt demise. The emotional turmoil that had plagued this body was finally laid to rest. Upon receiving the news of Shen Mingyue's passing, Shen Chongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. As if some unseen burden had been lifted in this world, Shen Chongqing had little left to tether him, yet he lingered, for his adoptive parents were still alive. In his 30s, Shen Chongqing's adoptive father passed away, and in his final moments, he gazed at Shen Chongqing with a look of profound satisfaction, declaring that adopting Shen Chongqing was the decision he had never regretted. 3 months after the death of his adoptive father, his adoptive mother succumbed to grief. Thus, Shen Chongqing was left without any family. It was time to depart. As he looked upon his adoptive mother's grave, Shen Chongqing exhaled deeply. He donated all the assets of the company to the state and subsequently deactivated the account of Qingdi. The deactivation of the Qingdi account sent shockwaves across the globe. The world could hardly fathom the departure of a deity who had been a steadfast companion for so many years. A widespread search ensued, with millions fervently seeking Qingdi, convinced that whoever found him would be rewarded handsomely. Yet, after years of searching, there was still no trace of Qingdi, leading many to question whether he had ever existed at all. No records could be found, not even on literary websites that listed Shen Chongqing's personal details. However, Shen Chongqing was oblivious to all this, as he had already entered the system space. You have completed the task. Current progress stands at 3100. Your next world. The overbearing CEO falls in love with me. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed, and the plot of this narrative gradually unfolded before Shen Chongqing's eyes. Your objective this time is to cleanse the world. Chapter 14. The Cannon Fodder of the Overbearing CEO Novel, Part 1. The original character was a prodigious talent, having been nurtured by his parents to master the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting from a young age. In his own realm, he was regarded as a genius, and everyone believed that he would surely lead his family to greater heights. The original character shared this belief. However, within his company, a portly manager bullied a female employee. While this might have seemed trivial, the employee in question was none other than the love interest of the male lead, the overbearing CEO. The CEO, Gu Xingchen, was the richest man in the world, with ventures spanning from aircraft to everyday items like towels and toothbrushes. He was also a champion in martial arts. The female lead, Xia Qingming, was merely an ordinary woman of modest beauty, yet Gu Xingchen was captivated by her so-called inner beauty. Unbeknownst to her, her boyfriend was the world's wealthiest individual. A mere complaint from her led Gu Xingchen to decisively shut down the original character's company. The original character was subsequently forced into a life of wandering, and his parents, unable to bear the crushing disparity, took their own lives by jumping from heights. Yet, the original character chose not to succumb to death. Instead, he was propelled by vengeance. After several years, he re-established a vast business empire, only to find that Gu Xingchen's company encountered a minor setback just as he was married. The original character believed that his chance for revenge had finally arrived, and he wagered his years of accumulation in a desperate gamble against Gu Xingchen. However, it was futile. Gu Xingchen swiftly dismantled the original character's endeavors with ruthless efficiency. The original character was bewildered. Gu Xingchen revealed the truth. From the outset, the original character's very existence had been orchestrated by him, with all his initial support coming from Gu Xingchen's own people. Otherwise, how could the original character have rebuilt such a monumental empire in just a few years? Gu Xingchen relished watching the original character rise to hope only to plunge into despair, a twisted form of retribution for his girlfriend. Upon learning that the overbearing CEO had sought revenge on her behalf, Xia Qingming was enraptured and affectionately kissed Gu Xingchen. The original character, consumed by rage and anguish, realized it was all in vain. He could only watch helplessly as he fell into despair once more. Ultimately meeting a tragic end at Gu Xingchen's hands, it was utterly revolting. Shen Chongqing, reading this account, felt similarly disgusted. The overbearing CEO's proclivities were excessively depraved, and the female lead was hardly commendable either. Shen Chongqing was repulsed by both individuals and vowed not to allow them any comfort. Given that the current location lacked extraordinary powers, the system calculated that even at the end, he would not possess the strength to obliterate the world. Thus, it had automatically loaded the initial powers from the previous successful cleansing task. As the mechanical voice of the system faded, Shen Chongqing felt his strength gradually swell. His power had ascended to the Great Ascension stage. Great Ascension Stage. A smile crept across Shun Chongqing's face. With such power in a world devoid of extraordinary abilities, he would be akin to a deity. A white light enveloped him, and Shun Chongqing's figure slowly vanished from the system's space. Get lost, you filthy beggar. Shun Chongqing opened his eyes to see a man's foot aimed at him. Frowning, he swiftly seized the man's thigh. Using your right foot, are we? Shun Chongqing coldly smirked, then exerted force into the void. A surge of spiritual energy manifested, snapping the man's leg cleanly in two. The man howled in agony, writhing on the ground in a futile attempt to alleviate his suffering. This was one of Gu Xingchen's lackeys. Shun Chongqing understood that this was no ordinary passerby. The original character was likely nearing his demise at the hands of the male lead. Shun Chongqing rose, conjuring a massive hand of spiritual energy to seize everyone present. Who to keep? You, he decided, within an hour. Relay everything to Gu Xingchen and let him await his doom. Shun Chongqing pondered for a moment, then turned to the man with the severed leg and smiled. With another flick into the void, a hand of spiritual energy appeared and crushed the skulls of numerous underlings. The mingling of red and white turned the place into a veritable hell on earth. Cough, cough. The man with the broken leg stared blankly, seemingly driven to madness by terror. Meanwhile, the citizens had long fled, calling the police. This planet differed from Blue Star, having only 5 nations, with Shun Chongqing currently situated in the United States of Misery. This country was one where wealth reigned supreme, and coincidentally, Gu Xingchen was extraordinarily affluent, allowing him to wield considerable influence over virtually all affairs within the nation. Even the president of Misery could be replaced at Gu Xingchen's whim. In the original narrative, to exemplify Gu Xingchen's power, the son of the president was depicted as having insulted Gu Xingchen's girlfriend, resulting in the president's downfall. Are you not leaving yet? Shun Chongqing frowned, observing the man who was now utterly deranged with fear. With a flick into the void, he sent a wave of spiritual energy into the man's body, the excruciating pain jolting him back to reality. You wait, my master will make you suffer beyond imagination. Gu Xingchen's lackey spat as he retreated, still spewing threats. Even after witnessing Shun Chongqing's might, he dared to utter such bravado. A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking in the future. Shun Chongqing's eyes turned icy as he reached into the void, severing the man's tongue with his spiritual power. Ugh, the lackey, now tongue-tied, could only emit incoherent sounds, appearing utterly ridiculous. His gaze towards Shun Chongqing transformed into one of abject terror. He never anticipated that this supposed failure possessed such formidable strength. The lackey scurried away, crawling and glancing back only once as he hastily made his way to Gu Xingchen. Shun Chongqing, meanwhile, left a trace of spiritual energy on the lackey. Once he found Gu Xingchen, the energy would immediately notify Shun Chongqing. Given that this world was predominantly populated by ordinary individuals, locating Gu Xingchen would prove somewhat troublesome. Thus, Shun Chongqing deemed it unnecessary to search himself. He would let Gu Xingchen's lackey do the legwork, confident that he would be informed once the time was right. After all, Shun Chongqing had no desire to engage in futile endeavors. Just as he prepared to tidy up and leave, the sound of gunfire erupted. Eliminate this threat immediately. The police of Misery opened fire on Shun Chongqing, a barrage of bullets raining down upon him. Absurd. Shun Chongqing enveloped himself in spiritual energy, and as the hail of bullets approached, they all collided with an invisible barrier, rendering them ineffective. What is this? The officers were collectively stunned. They had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Chapter 15. The Cannon Fodder of the Overbearing CEO, Part 2. In a fleeting moment, Shun Chongqing vanished without a trace. His target was Gu Xingchen. The lowly policeman posed no threat to him. If he were to exact vengeance, it would be upon those high-ranking officers who had accepted bribes from Gu Xingchen. Shun Chongqing's current objective was to dissolve the original owner's obsessions one by one. These obsessions extended beyond Gu Xingchen to include those who had betrayed him, as well as his relatives. After the original owner first fell from grace, his relatives mocked him mercilessly, only to claim they had always believed in him once he rose again. However, after the original owner's second downfall, their scorn intensified. When he sought assistance from a relative who had once borrowed money from him, that very person, his uncle, had him forcibly removed. What on earth is happening? After Shun Chongqing's disappearance, the policemen found themselves engulfed in confusion. They could not fathom how such a vibrant figure could vanish so suddenly, especially while others nearby recorded the event on their phones. Soon, news of Shen Chongqing's bullet-dodging and instantaneous disappearance spread like wildfire across the globe. Yet, unbeknownst to Shen Chongqing, he was en route to his uncle's residence, the portal of time and space. Shen Chongqing tore open a rift in this world and slipped through. Typically, such an act would require one to attain immortality, but given the weakness of this realm, Shen Chongqing found it effortless to create a temporal gateway. Stepping through, he arrived at his uncle's doorstep, where his uncle was indulging in a lavish feast, a grand array of delicacies laid out before him. Ah, what exquisite taste my uncle possesses! Shen Chongqing kicked open the door, grinning as he spoke. Shen Chongqing, who permitted you to enter my home? His uncle frowned upon seeing him. Did he not owe Shen Chongqing several million? Was it necessary for him to come seeking his presence so frequently? You re-struggling, while I am thriving. I can barely manage to serve 40 dishes. Uncle, when will you repay the money you owe me? Shen Chongqing ignored his uncle's complaints and took a seat at the dining table, feasting with abandon. Chongqing, you must understand. My company is also facing difficulties. His uncle lamented, attempting to appeal to their familial bond. In truth, his uncle's company was not in dire straits. Repaying the millions would feel like a personal hemorrhage of wealth. Is it truly so arduous? I recall that your private assets amount to several tens of millions, Shen Chongqing remarked, tossing a few grapes into his mouth, then smiling at his uncle. What do you mean by that? His uncle's expression shifted dramatically. What I mean is that I simply wish for you to return the money you owe me. Shen Chongqing shrugged innocently. Get out, Shen Chongqing. His uncle's wife slammed her hand on the table, unleashing a torrent of abuse. You squandered your family fortune and now come begging us for money? Have you no shame? Indeed, you squandered your inheritance. You come asking for money. How shameless can you be? His uncle's son chimed in, believing that regardless of how the family fortune was lost, it was lost nonetheless, so it is shameless to reclaim what is rightfully mine. I see. Shen Chongqing pondered, nodding thoughtfully before departing from his uncle's home. Emph, that scoundrel has finally left, ruining my mood. His uncle's son boasted, receiving his father's praise in return. This is the location of my uncle's company. Shen Chongqing observed the secure file cabinet and, utilizing his spiritual energy, forcefully breached it. He then placed all the confidential documents onto the desk of his uncle's rival company. Whether they believed it or not, he would give it a try. Once he did so, his uncle's family would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Next, Shen Chongqing explored all of his uncle's hidden caches of wealth, confiscating every bank card and cash he could find. Even the card his uncle kept on him at all times was snatched away. Moreover, he infused all the production lines of the company with a touch of his spiritual energy. Once operational, these energies would create minor deviations in the precise machinery. For a food manufacturing company like his uncle's, an excess of defective products would tarnish its reputation, and rival companies would not hesitate to capitalize on such opportunities. After seizing all of his uncle's cash, Shen Chongqing left a parting note. Uncle, as your son said, don't come looking for me. I have already gone abroad. Shen Chongqing was utterly unconcerned about revealing his identity in this world. He was an invincible entity, free to act as he pleased. Following these events, his underlings finally located Gu Xingchen. Gu Xingchen's subordinate presented a pre-prepared sign to him, gesturing to his missing tongue, making muffled sounds. What? He can actually dodge bullets and vanish in an instant? A smirk of mockery appeared in Gu Xingchen's eyes, a blend of disdain, arrogance, and amusement. Brother Xingchen, what's going on? The female lead, Xia Qingming, approached from behind and embraced Gu Xingchen. Nothing, just a clown causing a ruckus. Gu Xingchen turned to kiss Xia Qingming gently, his voice tender. Gu Xingchen's subordinate was in awe of his leader's composure amidst chaos. At the military. Yes, this is Gu Xingchen. I request 100 tanks and 50 aircraft. Gu Xingchen stated confidently, making a phone call before hanging up. 3 days later, we're sorry. We couldn't locate him, the police regretfully informed his uncle. Why? Why? His uncle's eyes were bloodshot, his hair in disarray. He had been utterly at a loss since Shen Chongqing had taken his money. He could not fathom how Shen Chongqing had discovered his cash reserves and managed to pilfer them all. When he attempted to rely on his bank cards, he found them all missing. Even the card that he had always kept on him was gone. Upon checking his safe, he discovered that the confidential documents were also missing, along with a note left by Shen Chongqing. His uncle's countenance darkened as he immediately reported the incident to the police. However, after 3 days of searching, they found nothing. Meanwhile, the company's production lines faced significant issues, with almost every package containing defects, rendering them unshippable. His uncle was so distraught over these matters that he felt his hair thinning by the day. Chapter 16. The cannon fodder of the overbearing CEO. End. Scoundrel, scoundrel. His uncle's hair had turned white from worry. Oh, uncle, you seem to be in fine spirits. Shen Chongqing suddenly appeared at the window, whistling at his uncle. Shen Chongqing, why are you tormenting me so? I was merely confused. I am your uncle. Upon seeing Shen Chongqing, his uncle instantly adopted a victim's demeanor, attempting to garner sympathy. What are you to me? Shen Chongqing slowly approached, each step feeling like a weight pressing down on his uncle. Shen Chongqing, don't go mad. His uncle retreated in panic, soon finding himself cornered against the wall. With no escape, not be so frightened of me. I am not here to take your life. I merely wish for you to send a message to Gu Xingchen. Shen Chongqing grasped his uncle's hair with his spiritual energy, lifting him effortlessly. His uncle cried out in pain, but it was of no use. Shen Chongqing was not inclined to show mercy to this old wretch. Honey, Dad. His uncle's wife and son rushed upstairs. Upon entering the room, they were met with the sight of his uncle seemingly suspended by invisible hands, his hair matted and bloodied. Shen Chongqing, it was merely a loan. We can repay you now. Just leave. His uncle's wife, witnessing her husband's dire state, unleashed her inner fury upon Shen Chongqing. Though she did not grasp the extent of Shen Chongqing's abilities, she felt no fear. How careless of me to neglect you. Shen Chongqing glanced indifferently at his uncle's wife, who promptly collapsed, unable to move. He then used his spiritual energy to throw the unconscious uncle aside, shattering several glass items in the process, which in turn caused his uncle to awaken, bleeding from the cuts. But to his horror, he found himself utterly immobilized. With a flick of his finger, Shen Chongqing pinned his uncle's wife against the wall, rendering her unable to move. Another gesture resulted in a sharp, cracking sound as her leg fractured, leaving it permanently incapacitated. Aya! The wife of the elder uncle emitted a piercing scream, seemingly capable of penetrating the very walls around her. The cacophony was unbearable. Shen Chongqing furrowed his brow, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he silenced the woman's mouth. Now it's your turn, he said with a smile directed at the elder uncle's son. As he wielded his spiritual energy to sever the young man's right arm with a swift stroke of a kitchen knife, before the boy could utter a sound of agony, Shen Chongqing sealed his mouth with a wave of energy. Allow me to staunch your bleeding. I truly am a benevolent soul, unwilling to let you perish so easily. With emotion in the air, he halted the hemorrhaging of the elder uncle's family. However, all three of them succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, with Shen Chongqing's intervention, death was certainly not on the horizon. Nevertheless, sometimes, merely surviving is not necessarily more comfortable than succumbing to fate. The elder uncle's corrupt dealings were promptly delivered to the police station. The elder uncle's family was utterly doomed. He was guaranteed imprisonment, and without the pillar of their family, a wayward son and a woman would be incapable of thwarting the rival company armed with the secrets of the elder uncle's enterprise. After executing these deeds, Shen Chongqing felt a sense of relief wash over him. Next on his agenda was to deal with Gu Xingchen, the domineering CEO. He wondered what peculiar abilities such a character from a female-centric novel could possibly possess. A yawn escaped him. In the CEO's office, Gu Xingchen, who was engaged in a playful game with Xia Qingming, suddenly received a phone call. Gu, we have pinpointed Shen Chongqing's location. Shall we take action now? Came a serious voice. Proceed. Let him understand that not just anyone can provoke me, Gu Xingchen, regardless of any extraordinary abilities he may possess, Gu Xingchen replied, propping his head with his hand, his eyes revealing a mix of anger, disdain, amusement, and a hint of malevolence. Has Xingchen already located that fellow? Xia Qingming emerged from beneath the desk, settling into Gu Xingchen's embrace, her voice soft. He possesses some unique abilities, but they are of little concern. No one survives my grasp, no one. Gu Xingchen laughed heartily 3 times before lifting Xia Qingming in his arms. I in the commercial street. A voice blared from the helicopter above. You are surrounded. Immediately lay down your weapons. I repeat, you are surrounded. Lay down your weapons. Shen Chongqing, strolling with his hands in his pockets, raised his arms in response. Do you see any weapons on me? He intends to open fire on us. Shoot! Shoot! The armed forces above, upon seeing Shan Chongqing's gesture, began to unleash a barrage of gunfire without regard for the innocent bystanders below, launching an indiscriminate assault. One could argue that these soldiers were more akin to terrorists than the terrorists themselves. The notion of protecting those civilians was absurd. Shan Chongqing was not acquainted with them, and they were not citizens of Xia country. Why should he concern himself with them? With a sweep of his hand, spiritual energy manifested before him, shielding him from all bullets. Then, he ascended into the air, lightly tapping the void, causing all helicopters to lose control. With another gesture towards the ground, every tank erupted in flames. All tanks and aircraft were rendered useless. However, in pursuit of intelligence, Shan Chongqing captured a tank soldier. "Which military division do you belong to?" he inquired, applying a puppet technique that left the soldier utterly defenseless. It wasn't long before the soldier divulged his military district. "So, every division has sent forces." Shan Chongqing tossed the soldier to the ground and conjured a sphere of light to eliminate him. "Boring. Let us swiftly conclude this world." He soared towards the building where Gu Xingchen resided, while Gu Xingchen remained engrossed in a game of pulling radishes with Xia Qingming. Is pulling radishes enjoyable? Shan Chongqing mused with intrigue as he stood beside Gu Xingchen. "What are you doing here?" Gu Xingchen exclaimed, hastily dressing, his face a mixture of panic and anger. "That's none of your concern. By the way, I've obliterated the military divisions, and your company is in ruins. Do you know what I intend to do next?" Shan Chongqing's smile turned sinister. What do you plan to do?" Gu Xingchen felt a chill at the sight of Shan Chongqing's wicked grin. "I believe you, and she should indulge in a sweet dream. Don't you think?" Without waiting for a response, Shan Chongqing snapped his fingers, and both were ensnared in an illusion under his control, trapped in an endless slumber of remorse for their past deeds. Meanwhile, Shan Chongqing, having honed his hacking skills over the years, elevated his proficiency to an unparalleled level through his extraordinary memory, and subsequently annihilated the planet with brute force. He deemed the world irredeemable. It had fallen entirely under the domination of the oppressive nation, with its inhabitants growing increasingly avaricious and brutal. Any replacement would yield the same outcome. Thus, physical eradication seemed the only solution. As Shan Chongqing dismantled the world, the mechanical voice of the system resonated as expected. "You have completed your mission. Current task progress, 4100. Next world. The cannon fodder male supporting role in a campus romance novel. Your task this time is to save the original host." Chapter 17. The cannon fodder male supporting role in a campus romance novel, Part 1. The original host hailed from a family of modest means. Before ascending to high school, life had been smooth sailing. However, upon entering high school, everything changed. The protagonist, Lu Ruyan, caught the attention of the original host, who playfully teased her, only to be violently pinned against the wall by the male lead. Xiaoyu. Had the situation ended there, it could have been considered the original host's own fault. After all, he initiated the jest. While the male lead's retribution was excessive, it bore a semblance of justification. Yet, the unfolding events were far from straightforward. In an effort to please Lu Ruyan, the male lead directed his subordinates to sabotage the original host's modest family business. Within mere days, the small company was thoroughly bankrupted by the overwhelming force of the male lead's enterprise. Despairing, the original host's parents leapt to their deaths, leaving him to wander the streets alone. Lu Ruyan and Xiaoyu had long forgotten this insignificant character, preoccupied with their impending marriage, a troublesome affair for them. As for the original host, merely a footnote in their story, inconsequential. This time was not about world cleansing. It seemed this realm possessed a modicum of logic. Shan Chongqing had begun to grasp the system's criteria. If the world was nonsensical, his task would be to eradicate it. For instance, a world where everyone mindlessly engaged in romance, or one where the protagonist could summon aircraft and tanks with a mere wave of their hand to assault him. These were worlds devoid of reason. The second world, however, exhibited a semblance of logic, hence the determination to save the original host. System, initiate the traversal. Shan Chongqing mentally commanded the system. A blinding white light enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a classroom. "Shan Chongqing, you're daydreaming again." The teacher at the podium hurled a piece of chalk at the dazed Shan Chongqing, who reflexively caught it between his fingers. "Wow, impressive, Lao Shun!" exclaimed his drowsy deskmate, instantly alert. The teacher was equally bewildered. It was his first experience of someone catching chalk with their hand. "Apologies, teacher." Before the teacher could respond, Shen Chongqing preemptively apologized, effectively closing the matter. "Teach, coward." The male lead, Xiao Yu, who sat at the back, cast a disparaging glance at Shen Chongqing for apologizing to the teacher. To him, such behavior was too timid and utterly contemptible. As time passed, the class soon drew to a close. "Hey kid, why did you back down in front of the teacher?" Xiao Yu taunted, placing a foot on Shen Chongqing's desk. The nearby girls whispered amongst themselves, while Lu Ruyan regarded Xiao Yu with a hint of admiration. Such a commanding man was precisely her type. "Mind your own business," Shen Chongqing replied coolly. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated encountering someone who dared to defy him in an ordinary high school. "Are you seeking death?" His face contorted into a menacing snarl as he launched a fist toward Shen Chongqing's face. However, despite Xiao Yu's aggression, Shen Chongqing was swifter. In the moment before Xiao Yu struck, Shen Chongqing delivered a powerful punch to Xiao Yu's face. The latter staggered back, clutching his face, blood streaming from his handsome features. "You'll pay for this." Xiao Yu glared at Shen Chongqing with fury, pulling out his phone to make a call. "Hey, Xiao Hu, help me deal with someone after school today." "Yes, break his arms and legs." Although high schools prohibit the possession of mobile phones, it is evident that such rules do not extend to the male protagonist. As the scion of a wealthy family, it would be unreasonable for him to lack this minor privilege. The surrounding classmates gazed at Xiao Yu with expressions of sheer terror. Chongqing, hurry and apologize to him. Chen, his deskmate, urgently nudged Shen Chongqing with his elbow. Xiao Yu is notorious throughout the school as a bully. He could very well summon thugs to carry out violence. No need to worry. Shen Chongqing replied with a slight smile, then stood up and delivered a swift kick to Xiao Yu's talking mouth. The force of the kick knocked out two of Xiao Yu's front teeth. "Oh dear, how careless of me," Shen Chongqing remarked with a smile as he picked up his phone. "Who the hell are you? How dare you touch young Master Xiao? Do you wish to die?" A coarse voice from the phone, belonging to someone named Xiao Hu, clearly did not belong to a child. "Who am I? I am your father," Shen Chongqing declared before crushing the expensive phone underfoot. "Wah, what?" Xiao Yu's words were abruptly cut off as Shen Chongqing delivered another kick, silencing him completely. It was not until classes were about to commence that Shen Chongqing tossed the bloodied Xiao Yu back into his seat. Lu Ruyan dared not utter a word, fearful of incurring a similar fate. Xiao Yu chose not to report the incident to the teacher. For him, such an act would be utterly humiliating. Instead, he resolved to take revenge on Shen Chongqing by his own means, glaring at him with a venomous gaze akin to a snake poised to strike. Soon, the school day came to an end. "Chongqing, you must run quickly when you go out and avoid being cornered by them." Chen cautioned Shen Chongqing earnestly. "It's all right." Shen Chongqing reassured with a smile. His combat skills had reached an extraordinary level. In his previous life, he had honed not only his hacking abilities, but also his martial arts prowess. Outside the school gate, Xiao Hu, the towering man beside Xiao Yu, glared at Shen Chongqing. "Kid, stop right there." Upon hearing Xiao Yu's command, Xiao Hu immediately confronted Shen Chongqing. "You'd better think carefully about how you wish to die." Xiao Hu's expression twisted in menace, but before he could finish, Shen Chongqing's fist struck his abdomen. Enough with the chatter. Shen Chongqing's punch caused Xiao Hu to spit blood. Shen Chongqing politely declined. He had already devised a plan for resolution. Upon his return, he intended to employ his hacking skills to infiltrate the computers of the Xiao Yu family S corporation, subsequently leaking all their core secrets. This would leave them preoccupied with their own turmoil, utterly unable to attend to Xiao Yu's trivial matters. Should they truly lack common sense, Shen Chongqing had 100 ways to ensure the Xiao family faced bankruptcy before he did. His current hacking prowess was unparalleled in this world. No one could surpass him. The technology of the previous world was significantly more advanced, as it was a unified realm. Unlike this fragmented one, however, he merely wished to delay Xiao Yu's discovery by his biological parents. In the original narrative, the Xiao family encountered certain events that made headlines, allowing Xiao Yu's biological parents to catch wind of it and, based on conjecture, search for him, ultimately confirming that he was indeed their child. If only minor internal issues arose, it would hardly lead to Xiao Yu's photograph appearing in newspapers or on television. At most, it would be his parents who were featured. Shen Chongqing aimed to gradually wear down Xiao Yu, starting with his affluent family, and then allow him to encounter his original family at his most desperate moment, igniting a flicker of hope. Yet, just as Xiao Yu felt elated, he would extinguish that final hope. That evening, at Shun Changqing's residence, the sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air as his fingers danced across the keyboard. Meanwhile, at Zhao's company, a manager was approached by a sweat-drenched employee exclaiming, "Manager, we've been hacked." The employee had initially thought he could manage the situation himself, as there were always a few audacious hackers attempting to profit from such exploits. He had followed the usual protocol by activating the company's defense systems. However, to his astonishment, within merely 3 minutes, the first layer of their defenses was obliterated. This left the employee, who had been casually browsing on his phone, in a state of panic. "What is the panic? I'll check it out," the manager snapped, glaring at the employee as he waddled towards the inner office. Chapter 19. The Cannon Fodder Male Supporting Character in Campus Romance, Part 3. Damn it, what's going on? The portly manager exclaimed as he beheld the collective black screens of the computers before him. Although it was not yet working hours and thus not immediately detrimental, if the issue remained unresolved by tonight, it would undoubtedly affect the company the following day. Especially for a large corporation like theirs, even a single day of downtime could result in significant losses. I honestly don't know. The attendant on duty trembled. Feeling the weight of the impending blame, if he bore this responsibility, he saw no reason to continue living. "Quickly, call Brother Wang. Inform him that we've been hacked," the manager, sweating profusely, instructed the employee before pulling out his phone to contact his superior. The employee hurriedly dialed Brother Wang as well. Before long, the entire team, who had already clocked out, rushed back to the office, yet they found themselves utterly incapable of resolving the computer breach. They couldn't even locate the hacker's position. An hour later, in the executive meeting room, Xiao Yu's father, Xiao Long, scowled. "Their technology is far superior to," the homeroom teacher nodded with satisfaction. After another day, Shun Changqing transferred to another province. He was not afraid of Xiao Yu. Rather, he wished to alleviate the homeroom teacher's worries. Subsequently, Shun Changqing pursued his studies at a new school, and his family's business grew increasingly prosperous. Meanwhile, the Xiao family's company found itself unable to contend with Shun Changqing's burgeoning enterprise. Whenever the Xiao company experienced even a slight lull, Shun Changqing would initiate new ventures to keep them on their toes. As for the computers that had previously been unable to breach the security system of the Xiao company, they had all been replaced. Although the Xiao family had acquired new computers, sporadic issues continued to plague them, causing immense frustration. The Xiao company even suffered considerable losses as a result. In contrast, Shun Changqing continuously aided his father's business, which had expanded over 100-fold within a mere year. The Xiao company, on the other hand, experienced further decline, leading to numerous employees resigning due to the intolerable frequent blackouts and crashes of their computers. Shun Changqing achieved the top score in the nation and chose to enroll in the same university as the protagonists, known as Ningzhou University, a notable institution, though not among the very top 2. After all, for Shun Changqing, the mission held paramount importance. University was of little concern. His aim was to vanquish Xiao Yu and dissipate the original owner's lingering obsession. Chapter 20. The supporting male lead in a campus romance novel. 4. Jinhai Hotel Shaoqing. "Congratulations on your admission to Ningzhou University," Shun's father exclaimed with joy. After all, Shun Changqing had achieved the highest score nationwide. Under such a radiant halo, no matter which school he attended, his brilliance could not be overshadowed. Note: in this world, the National College Entrance Examination utilizes a single unified paper. Upon learning this news, Shun's father could hardly contain his elation. He even declared a week-long holiday for all employees at the company. Intent on sharing his joy with them, he did not mind sacrificing a week's worth of profits for such happiness. Shun Changqing merely smiled as he toasted with his father. Guests, you cannot enter." Just as Shun's father and Shun Changqing were toasting, a terrified voice of a waiter suddenly reached their ears. Before long, a drunken man adorned with a large gold chain forcefully pushed open the door. Shun's father set down his cup, his expression turning serious as he regarded the man with the gaudy chain. "Hey, the girl looks pretty good. Come play with me," the drunken man with the gold chain slurred at Shun's mother, revealing a mouthful of broken teeth that was particularly repugnant. "How does your hotel conduct its business that allows such a person to enter?" Shun's father slammed his cup down, addressing the waiter behind him. However, Shun's father was no fool. While speaking, he discreetly took out his phone to message someone he knew at the police station. If this man with the gold chain dared to act violently, The police would ensure he spent a good few years in prison. Who the hell do you think you are? The man with the gold chain spat, directing his anger towards Shun's father. However, before he could finish his sentence, Shun Chongqing had already stepped forward and delivered a punch to his abdomen. The drunken man's unfinished words morphed into a spray of blood, his eyes bulging in shock. Damn it, just wait for me. The punch had sobered the man up considerably. Despite spitting blood, he did not collapse. Xiaoqing, let's go, Shun's mother urged, seeing the man with the gold chain preparing to call for help. She knew her husband had contacted the police, but even if they set out immediately, it would still take time. Where do you think you're going? After hitting our boss, you want to run? Just as Shun's mother finished speaking, a group of over a dozen thugs clad in black emerged from the adjoining room. Clearly the drunken man's lackeys. Enough with the chatter. Shun Chongqing kicked the lead thug squarely in the face. Ugh! The lead thug was caught utterly off guard, not expecting anyone to dare strike amid their numerical superiority. In a matter of moments, Shun Chongqing dispatched all of them, leaving the lead thug with not a single word to utter as they all lay sprawled on the ground. The drunken man with the gold chain stood frozen in disbelief upon seeing his minions incapacitated. Without allowing him a moment to regain his composure, Shun Chongqing threw a punch at his face. This time, Shun Chongqing held nothing back, and with one blow, he knocked out several of the man's teeth. The man could only cover his mouth and groan in agony. Mom and Dad, let's go. Shun Chongqing pulled out a tissue to wipe the blood from his hands and turned to his parents. Shun's father and mother were in a state of shock, merely responding with incoherent sounds at their son's unexpected prowess in combat. Wait a moment. The police will arrive shortly, and we'll have them take these thugs away and ensure they serve a few months in jail. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shun's father regained his composure and addressed Shun Chongqing. Shun Chongqing nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, the police arrived promptly, thanks to Shun's father's connections and the fact that the following day, the highest authority in Long City made headlines with the revelation regarding his biological son. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu successfully reclaimed his lineage, transforming into Lin Yu. In the original narrative, Xiao Yu did not alter his surname, as he was resolute and unwavering at the time, ultimately leading his biological parents to capitulate. However, after enduring over a year of bullying from Shun Chongqing, Xiao Yu's animosity towards him intensified, prompting him to adopt the Lin surname in order to leverage the Lin family's power for retribution against Shun Chongqing. At this juncture, Shun Chongqing was also monitoring Xiao Yu. Upon learning that Xiao Yu had acknowledged his ancestry, Shun Chongqing chuckled softly. Subsequently, he utilized his hacking skills to make a phone call. Hello. An elderly voice resonated. Aged yet imbued with an air of superiority. Is this Old Long? Shun Chongqing inquired, addressing the individual on the other end. Speak plainly, if you have called. Surely you know who I am. Old Long's tone exhibited a hint of impatience. Nevertheless, he was intrigued by the person capable of breaching his exclusive line of communication. After all, this line was safeguarded, allowing only a select few numbers to connect. The fact that this individual had bypassed such protocols indicated they possessed remarkable skills. Old Long, I wish to collaborate with you to bring down Lin Yongjun. Shun Chongqing smiled slightly as he articulated his purpose for the call in the original work. Old Long expressed disdain for Xiao Yu's reckless behavior after the Lin family acknowledged him, viewing it as an affront, though his notion of recklessness merely encompassed renting an entire hotel for Lu Ruyan's birthday celebration. Hardly a grave offense. The crux of the matter lay in Old Long's inadvertent discovery of Xiao Yu's biological father's corruption. However, lacking concrete evidence, Old Long was unable to directly dismantle Xiao Yu's father's standing. Thus, he sought to leverage Xiao Yu's situation as an entry point. Ultimately, despite being outshone by the protagonist's halo, Old Long, as the final antagonist of the novel, wielded power surpassing that of Lin Yongjun, Xiao Yu's biological father. This was precisely why Shun Chongqing sought collaboration with Old Long. Had Old Long not been outmaneuvered by Xiao Yu in the original work, he would have been virtually untouchable. Collaboration? What could you possibly offer me? Old Long scoffed, dismissing the notion. Did he truly believe that merely reaching his exclusive line would qualify him for partnership? Look up at the computer in front of you, Shun Chongqing said, placing his phone on the table before proceeding to type rapidly on the keyboard. What are you up to? Old Long asked, puzzled, yet he glanced at the computer screen. This. His eyes widened in profound astonishment as he beheld an ongoing experiment from the American Scientific Laboratory, even affording him the opportunity to view it in detail. How on earth did you accomplish this? Old Long's previously calm demeanor transformed, now rife with urgency. Nothing much, merely a minor technical feat, so what say you? Shall we collaborate? Shen Chongqing replied with a leisurely smile over the phone. Very well. Old Long suppressed his inner turmoil and acquiesced to Shen Chongqing's proposal. In the ensuing week, Shen Chongqing traveled to Long City to meet with Old Long, solidifying their partnership. Following this, all experimental data from the United States was handed over to Old Long, who submitted it to the state and lauded Shen Chongqing. As a result, Shen Chongqing was promoted several ranks within the government. Father, I have returned to the Lin family, Xiao Yu expressed with a myriad of emotions to his once estranged father. That's good to hear. Xiao Long did not comment on Xiao Yu's choice to forego his original name. Initially, he had merely sought a son and had randomly taken a child from the hospital. Little did he know that the child he had whimsically chosen would ultimately resolve his pressing dilemma. Xiao Long's current predicament involved their computer being incessantly hacked, seemingly targeted at their company. He had recently heard that the state had recruited a top-tier hacker, though further details remained elusive. This information had been painstakingly acquired through various means. Given Xiao Long's capabilities, he would never have been able to procure such a national-level hacker. However, the situation had changed. Now that his son Xiao Yu had reclaimed his lineage, his biological parents undoubtedly possessed the means to summon this hacker. Father, I wish. Xiao Yu's face bore a mischievous glint as he leaned in to whisper in Xiao Long's ear. How could you? Xiao Long's pupils widened in disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Yu, unable to fathom his son's audacious intent. What's the problem? She's not my biological sister, Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. He had long harbored feelings for his elder and younger sisters, but had kept silent due to concerns about their familial ties. However, now that it was confirmed they were not siblings by blood, he saw no reason for hesitation. He desired Lu Ruyan, as well as his elder and younger sisters. You ungrateful wretch! Xiao Long nearly choked in exasperation. After a day and night of careful deliberation, he ultimately resolved to permit the marriage of his son to both sisters. You may go and see your father now, Xiao Long said, looking at Lin Yu, ultimately yielding. Understood. 3 days later, in the university classroom, while a lecture was underway, Shen Chongqing's phone rang unexpectedly. He stood up and exited the classroom, while the teacher paid him no mind, recognizing the significance of Shen Chongqing to their institution. Chongqing, Lin Yongjun wishes for you to assist the Xiao family, Old Long stated directly, laying out the matter at hand. Awaiting Shen Chongqing's response in silence, in his dreams, Shen Chongqing retorted with a cold laugh. By the way, I have obtained his criminal records, Shen Chongqing added, transmitting a document to Old Long via his phone. It contained footage of Lin Yongjun accepting bribes, clearly detailing where the funds had been allocated and what remained unspent. This document represented a guillotine for Lin Yongjun's good. Old Long fell silent for a moment, yet ultimately refrained from further comment, simply submitting the document quietly. He was not only astounded by Shen Chongqing's hacking prowess, but had also begun to feel a sense of trepidation. Following the submission of the document, Shen Chongqing returned to his seat as though nothing had transpired. Chapter 22. The supporting male character in a campus romance novel. End. 3 days later. After enjoying himself, Lin Yu finally returned to campus. He vividly recalled the humiliation inflicted by Shen Chongqing and was determined to repay it double. Shen Chongqing. Lin Yu's eyes burned with resentment. He had already contacted his father, who would work to undermine Shen Chongqing's family enterprises. When Shen Chongqing's family began to falter, he would ensure that Shen Chongqing would be on his knees begging for forgiveness. Lin Yu. As soon as he arrived at school, Lu Ruyan approached him, sweetly calling his name. She hadn't addressed him in such a manner for quite some time. Ruyan? Lin Yu laughed heartily as he embraced Lu Ruyan, his hand wandering possessively. Lu Ruyan blushed, playfully resisting. Lin Yu, holding Lu Ruyan close, exuded an unparalleled dominance as he returned to school. One might mistakenly believe he had just triumphed in battle. Upon his arrival, Lin Yu did nothing but head straight to Shen Chongqing's dormitory. He intended to threaten Shen Chongqing, forcing him to kneel and apologize. Furthermore, he had bodyguards with him, far from mere thugs. Each was capable of taking on 10 opponents. Bang! Lin Yu kicked open Shen Chongqing's dorm room door with force, exuding an air of arrogance. Shen Chongqing, you scoundrel, come out! He bellowed within the confines of the dormitory. Which dog is barking? Shen Chongqing leapt from his bed, yawning as he stared at Lin Yu. Shen Chongqing. The moment Lin Yu laid eyes on Shen Chongqing, His fury ignited, recalling all the times Shen Chongqing had bested him over the past year. Beat him. Make him kneel. Lin Yu initially wished to taunt Shen Chongqing verbally, but his anger boiled over, compelling him to strike first and humiliate Shen Chongqing afterward. Want me to kneel? Shen Chongqing observed the four burly men charging towards him, his expression growing increasingly indifferent. He kicked off his slippers and swiftly evaded their punches, then seized a clothes rack and, after dodging several more blows, thrust it directly into one man's eye in an instant. One of the black-clad men fell to the ground, clutching his face, and unable to. Shen Chongqing's expression remained indifferent as he swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches. While maintaining his rapid assault, he deftly evaded the strikes of three burly men. Like a war deity, Shen Chongqing dispatched the trio with ease. Kneel, he commanded, casting a glance at Lin Yu, whose face had turned a ghastly shade. I'm merely offering a friendly reminder, he said, his tone laced with mockery. I absolutely will not. Ah, Shen Chongqing, uninterested in Lin Yu's protests, shattered his kneecap with a single kick. Vivid crimson blood streamed down Lin Yu's pant leg, and his expression morphed into one of sheer panic. Save me! I'm dying! Please, someone help! As Lin Yu stared at his bleeding legs, he reached out to beseech Shen Chongqing for assistance. I've placed my phone right here. The emergency services number is at the top. If you wish to survive, crawl over. Shen Chongqing chuckled, setting his phone 50 meters away. I cannot die. I refuse to die. Despite the excruciating pain in his legs, Lin Yu's will to survive surged tenaciously. Driven by this instinct, he crawled the 50 meters, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, a stark and painful reminder of his plight. You must rise. Lying down is hardly a commendable habit. Just as Lin Yu was about to grasp the phone, Shen Chongqing, with a playful smile, lifted it and placed it atop a table standing at a height of 1 meter and 30 centimeters. The table was not particularly high, yet Lin Yu, now incapacitated, could not reach it. Shen Chongqing, you? Overcome with rage, Lin Yu fainted from the strain. Meanwhile, Shen Chongqing, still smiling, called for emergency services and had Lin Yu transported to the hospital, for he was not inclined to grant Lin Yu such a swift exit from life. As Lin Yu was admitted, investigations into Lin Yongjun were concurrently underway. Elder Long had submitted a report against Lin Yongjun, and under his authority, Lin Yongjun found himself unable to conceal his misdeeds or downplay the matter. Ultimately, Lin Yongjun was imprisoned for accepting substantial bribes. His wife fled to the United States, while Lin Yu's mother was too preoccupied to take away a disabled son. Although he was her biological child, their relationship was distant, lacking any profound emotional bond. Upon awakening, Lin Yu faced exorbitant medical bills, and Xiao Long had absconded with Lin Yu's two sisters to the United States. Fearing repercussions, however, upon their arrival, these individuals mysteriously met their demise, officially ruled as suicides from gunshot wounds to the back. Just yesterday, Lin Yu had been a celebrated young master. Today, he had fallen to the depths of poverty, unable to cover even his medical expenses. The hospital's solution for those unable to pay was straightforward. They were simply ejected. No amount of protest from Lin Yu availed him, and he was unceremoniously expelled from the facility. Yet, the hospital, showing a modicum of compassion, provided him with a small cart upon which he could lie and propel himself with his hands. Meanwhile, upon learning of Lin Yu's dire circumstances, Lu Ruyan opted for an urgent severance. However, Shen Chongqing was not one to allow her an easy escape, for he too was no saint. Through Shen Chongqing's machinations, Lu Ruyan found herself rejected by all companies, ultimately relegated to a fate akin to Lin Yu's. As for her prospects of being taken under someone's wing, that was an impossibility. With Shen Chongqing lurking in the shadows, even the notion of finding a benefactor was utterly futile. After facing numerous setbacks, Lu Ruyan succumbed to despair and sought a location to end her life. Conversely, Shen Chongqing had generously provided his former teacher with wealth enough to last a lifetime and assisted in establishing a company for him. In stark contrast, Lin Yu found himself reduced to begging on the streets, from initially being too proud to lower himself to now incessantly calling out for alms. 3 years later, on a bridge in Long City, Lin Yu pleaded, "Old sir, I beg you, spare me a morsel to eat," as he implored a burly man. "Get lost. What are you?" The man, adorned with a gaudy gold chain, bore a striking resemblance to one of those detained years ago for causing trouble at a restaurant. The man cast a disdainful glance at the beggar's face, yet his gaze lingered, captivated by Lin Yu's handsome features. This one looks rather appealing, he mused, recalling how he had been targeted in prison. An experience that had turned him bisexual. Take him away, he ordered his lackeys, disregarding Lin Yu's desperate cries. Shen Chongqing, however, had long since dispelled his obsessions. Nonetheless, he chose to remain in this world to accompany his aging parents through their twilight years. 20 years later, as Shen's mother lay on her deathbed, she caressed his cheek one final time, departing this world with a smile. Shen Chongqing, in turn, donated all the assets of the Shen Family Corporation. The Shen family group had ascended to global prominence, and this act of philanthropy ignited considerable upheaval and controversy. Shen Chongqing became a figure of intense scrutiny, with countless individuals eager to confront him and inquire about his motivations. Yet, their efforts were in vain, for Shen Chongqing had already transcended this realm. In the moment following Shen Chongqing's departure from the world, the mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. You have completed the task? Current progress 5100. Your next mission is in the apocalyptic world of the Mother of Salvation. Your task is to cleanse the world. Cleanse the world. Shen Chongqing pondered, nodding silently. He intended to first attempt the methods from the previous world, aiming for transformation. If that proved futile, he would resort to complete destruction. Memories then flooded into his mind. The original host had been an ordinary individual whose family owned a supermarket. However, one fateful day, amidst a cacophony, half the city inexplicably transformed into zombies. Fortunately, the original host was in the supermarket at the time, accompanied by a girl. Initially, they enjoyed their time in the store, but days later, a group of men knocked, pleading for salvation. The original host, preferring to avoid trouble, opted not to assist. However, the girl, against his wishes, opened the door, and ultimately, both met their demise at the hands of those men. Shen Chongqing found himself at a loss for words. This self-proclaimed savior, willing to die, had dragged another into her fate. Was she truly mentally sound? Shen Chongqing felt no sympathy for such foolishness. Yet, the existence of zombies in this world implied the presence of supernatural forces. Thus, the system would not bestow upon him the powers of the Great Ascension stage. He would have to rely solely on his own capabilities. Fortunately, Shen Chongqing possessed a plethora of techniques, each suitable for various worlds. Even if he lacked one, he could create it himself, barring worlds devoid of supernatural elements. Let us traverse. Shen Chongqing was prepared for the journey, calling out to the system, as a bright light enveloped him. He found himself in a new realm. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered himself at the checkout counter of a supermarket, with a woman lying beside him. It seems the story has begun, he thought, observing the woman next to him. According to the memories of this body, his parents had long since passed, and he had no girlfriend to speak of, rendering him a true recluse. However, for Shen Chongqing, this was a boon. The absence of familial ties liberated him from emotional shackles. Choosing not to disturb the woman, he resolved to witness the unfolding drama. In the ensuing days, he delved into the mysteries of this world, ultimately crafting a technique inspired by its enigmatic essence. The primary method of cultivation here revolved around comprehending a certain principle, harnessing its power for personal growth. Tio put it plainly, it was akin to wielding supernatural abilities. However, such abilities were merely the superficial application of the principle's power. Based on Shen Chongqing's estimations, even the most formidable practitioners, at the peak level of 9, would never truly master a principle's power, at most merely utilizing it. 5 days later, desperate cries echoed from outside. Help us! Please, let us in! We beg you! A group of men wailed, pounding on the door. The woman, who had been sleeping beside Shen Chongqing, suddenly awakened, her eyes alight with urgency. Let us allow them in, she urged, turning to Shen Chongqing. Though framed as a question, her tone brooked no dissent. If I refuse, will you still insist? Very well, but you must bear the consequences of your decision. Shen Chongqing replied with a shrug, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Humph. The woman dismissed Shen Chongqing's words with disdain. How could she turn a blind eye to those suffering outside? As a staunch vegetarian, this was her moment to save others and accrue merit. Regardless of Shen Chongqing's protests, she was determined to admit those men. She would not allow a man to dictate her actions. Once inside, those men would be at her command. At that moment, she would orchestrate their efforts to oust the detestable shopkeeper, forcing him to confront the zombies outside. "Just wait. I'm opening the door now. Hurry inside." The woman addressed the several men outside, saying, "Hurry up, we can barely hold on any longer." The men outside displayed expressions of sheer exhilaration. This was their first encounter with a supermarket willing to open its doors. Previously, other supermarkets had completely ignored their cries for help, utterly disbelieving them. Only this place seemed to afford them some semblance of belief that, in truth, they were not being pursued by zombies. It was merely an act they had staged to deceive these foolish individuals. Soon, the woman cautiously opened the large door, and the men swiftly rushed inside. Once inside, the men promptly shut the door behind them. These men appeared extremely gaunt, each bearing a pallid, sickly countenance. "Dear sister, good sir, could you kindly provide us with a morsel to eat? We shall leave once we have satisfied our hunger." Initially, the men had intended to act violently, but upon seeing Shen Chongqing, they decided to wait until they had eaten their fill before making their move. Their bodies were in a state of utter weakness. While they could handle a woman, taking on a healthy adult male would be an insurmountable challenge. "Very well, you may eat," the woman gestured grandly. Feigning generosity, the men, their faces alight with surprise, repeatedly expressed their gratitude, then hurried towards the supermarket shelves. "Stop right there." Just as they were about to reach the shelves, Shen Chongqing opened his eyes and spoke slowly. The men, who had extended their hands towards the shelves, froze in place, their bodies stiffening. "What do you think you are doing?" The woman strode up to Shen Chongqing, her demeanor aggressive, seeking an explanation. Slap! Shen Chongqing struck the woman across the face, knocking out several of her teeth in the process. "You lot, come here." Shen Chongqing beckoned with a finger. The men exchanged glances, then obediently approached. "You lot, give her a slap." The woman, her teeth now gapped, glared at them with eyes full of hatred. One man stepped forward and delivered a slap. Shen Chongqing's expression remained cold as he said, "Make it count." Emphasizing the word count, the men quickly understood that this woman was not the man's wife. If that were the case, a lewd grin spread across their faces, and one man stepped up to slap the woman again. The woman was taken aback, utterly bewildered as to why those she had desperately tried to save would strike her. "Well done." Shen Chongqing handed the men some yogurt and bread, items nearing their expiration. It was not a waste to give them these. After all, he had uses for these men. "From now on, you shall all be my dogs. I am your absolute superior, do you understand?" Shen Chongqing addressed the men. He then picked up a mouse and, as he held it, released it, watching it disintegrate into a heap of fragments. Shen Chongqing felt little towards these individuals. Although the original plot dictated that the original owner had perished at their hands, to Shen Chongqing, it seemed entirely reasonable. As a killer, if he encountered such a situation, he too would eliminate the people in the room. He intended to recruit these men as his subordinates. After all, those who could adapt quickly to the apocalypse possessed considerable talent. While subordinates might rebel, using them as dogs posed no issues at all. "Yes, yes, yes." The men, witnessing Shen Chongqing's peculiar abilities, nodded fervently, their expressions tinged with admiration. "Now, tell me your names. From this day forth, you shall bear but one identity, that of my dog." Shen Chongqing spoke without lifting his gaze from the emaciated men. "My name is Lu Wentao. I am Li Jinyuan. I am Xiao Ningyu." The three men obediently revealed their names. "From now on, you shall have no names. Lu Wentao, you shall be called one. Li Jinyuan, you shall be two. Xiao Ningyu, you shall be three. You shall remain here until we exhaust the supplies in the supermarket, at which point we shall depart." Shen Chongqing informed the three men. They expressed no objections, having already submitted to Shen Chongqing's power. As for the woman, Shen Chongqing kicked her to "Do as you please." Upon his command, the three men revealed malicious grins, while the woman was consumed by fear, regretting her foolish decision to let them in. 3 months later. "Boss, the water in the supermarket has run out. Only some canned goods remain." One approached Shen Chongqing respectfully and spoke. During these 3 months, the woman had long since perished. She had spent every moment regretting why she had allowed those 3 men to enter. As for Shen Chongqing, if one were to assess his standing in this world, he was now approximately at the 5th tier, fully capable of utilizing all abilities except for time manipulation. The primary reason for Shen Chongqing's slow progress was the vast disparity between the two worlds. Even though he had been a celestial king in the first world, creating a suitable technique for himself was no simple feat. The essence of the worlds was fundamentally different, making the creation of techniques considerably challenging. However, after 3 months of effort, Shen Chongqing successfully completed the creation of his technique. Once this was accomplished, his subsequent advancement would accelerate significantly. Meanwhile, his 3 subordinates had recently awakened their abilities. 1 had awakened a fire ability. 2 had awakened a healing ability, akin to a meat shield. 3 had awakened a recovery ability. It could be said that the abilities of these 3 complemented one another perfectly. They had a meat shield, damage output, and support. Gather the remaining food. We are heading out, Shen Chongqing instructed his 3 subordinates. Yes, boss. The 3 men each shouldered a large backpack, filling it with cans and other items. They then pushed open the supermarket's large door, and the long-awaited sunlight flooded their eyes. Hey, do you think the sun in the sky seems a bit off? 1 nudged 3. No need to look. The sun is having issues. Shen Chongqing interrupted 3, having noticed peculiar black spots on the sun, rendering it somewhat eerie. However, Shen Chongqing could not sense any aura from these spots, not even a hint of malevolence. Interesting. Shen Chongqing smiled faintly, leading the 3 men forward. Roar. Nearby zombies detected the presence of Shen Chongqing and his companions, howling angrily as they lunged towards them. Change formation. 1. Wielding fire abilities, commanded the 2 others. 2. With his meat shield abilities, positioned himself in front of them, while 3, with his healing abilities, stood beside 2. As the zombies charged, 1 struck 1 in the face with a fireball, and when it attempted to attack again, 2 blocked it. Despite successfully repelling the zombie, 2 sustained injuries, but 3 promptly healed him. Zombies lacked intelligence. They had no notion of targeting support roles and mindlessly assaulted the meat shield too. Ultimately, after a fierce battle lasting 10 minutes, 1, drenched in sweat, hurled his final fireball. The zombie, now charred, collapsed to the ground. Well done. Shen Chongqing praised the 3 men, then conjured a small hand to extract a crystal from the zombie's head. This was a 2nd-tier zombie. This will allow you to break through. Consume it. Shen Chongqing tossed the crystal to the 3 men. They exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to let 1, the most powerful attacker, consume it first. After all, with 2 and 3 providing robust defense, they now required offensive power rather than meat shields or support. Had 1 been 2nd-tier earlier, with 2 and 3 backing him up, they could have dispatched that zombie within a minute. Yet, upon receiving the crystal, 1 was at a loss. Unsure of what to do next. Resolutely, he tossed the crystal into his mouth. Shen Chongqing did not intervene. While refining would yield better results, swallowing it directly was not a significant issue. After consuming the crystal, flames erupted from 1's body. As the flames dissipated, 1 had successfully advanced to the 2nd tier. Is that so? Shen Chongqing has come to comprehend the utility of crystals. Crystals resemble the cultivation of zombies. To put it plainly, they are akin to magic cores. However, this particular magic core can be directly refined, albeit at the cost of significant cultivation loss. Shen Chongqing estimates a loss of around 80 to 90%. In other words, a newly initiated 1st-tier individual must eliminate nearly 10 2nd-tier beings to achieve a direct breakthrough. As for why 1 individual managed to break through, Shen Chongqing surmises it is because he inadvertently absorbed some of the dissipated energy from his own cultivation. Subsequently, the 4 meandered aimlessly, dispatching numerous zombies, and both air and sand advanced to the 2nd tier as well. 3 days later, Shen Chongqing gazed impassively at the dozen or so individuals below who were besieged. Meanwhile, air and sand whispered amongst themselves as they observed the scene. The encircled individuals were not humans besieged by zombies, but rather humans besieging other humans. Among the surrounded were 2 at the 3rd tier, 5 at the 2nd tier, and 7 at the 1st tier. In contrast, the assailants included 4 3rd-tier individuals and 15 2nd-tier ones, with not a single 1st tier among them. The besieged were being pushed back relentlessly, with the 1st tier nearly eradicated. Big brother, are you here? Please save us. As Shen Chongqing watched the unfolding drama, 1 young woman among the besieged suddenly turned her gaze upward and called out loudly to him. Oh? Shen Chongqing's lips curled into a smile. He then leaped down from his vantage point, with air, and sand following closely behind. I hope you understand. Not everyone is someone you can provoke. Now, be gone. A 2nd-tier man stepped forward, angrily admonishing Shen Chongqing in an attempt to intimidate him. How dare you insult my lord? Yi's expression instantly shifted to one of fury as she unleashed a bolt of flame toward the man. Fire-based ability at the second tier? The man's countenance shifted slightly. Big brother, you have gathered such capable subordinates. The woman, witnessing the prowess of Shun Chongqing's companions, felt a glimmer of hope ignite within her. Little sister, it has indeed been a long time. Shun Chongqing, wearing a smile, appeared before the young woman in an instant. Teleportation ability? The woman gazed at Shun Chongqing's powers, her eyes sparkling with admiration. In such circumstances, teleportation abilities are indeed the most advantageous, big brother. The woman feigned a coquettish demeanor as she addressed Shun Chongqing, but before she could finish her sentence, she felt herself plummeting rapidly. I have missed you dearly. Shun Chongqing smiled that I have longed to see you. Chapter 25. The Saint of the Apocalypse, Part 3, Thud. The woman's head fell to the ground, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. Whether they were the assailants or the besieged, all were left utterly bewildered in that moment. After a brief silence, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. If you cherish her so much, then go accompany her in the underworld. Shun Chongqing, disturbed by the cry, instantly teleported before the man and employed the same method to eliminate him. This cannot be merely third-tier teleportation. It must already be at the fourth tier. The opposing third-tier individual felt a surge of trepidation. Unable to discern Shun Chongqing's movement trajectory, killing one is the same as killing many. It is better for you all to perish together. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Shun Chongqing's face. He swiftly teleported, dispatching the besieged individuals at an astonishing speed, except for one. A middle-aged man emanating a cerulean glow managed to withstand Shun Chongqing's assault. But that was only a singular instance. After Shun Chongqing had eliminated everyone else, the blue light did not reappear. Shun Chongqing successfully severed the heads of all his adversaries. Even those who had been attacking felt a sense of dread at his ruthless efficiency. I wonder. May I inquire if you would? A third-tier man hesitantly addressed Shun Chongqing, eyeing the cerulean object in his possession. Would you consider coming to our Linzhou sanctuary? The man, discerning Shun Chongqing's expression, wisely refrained from demanding the cerulean object and instead shifted the conversation. If Shun Chongqing were to enter their sanctuary, they would surely devise a way to deal with him later. A sanctuary, you say? Shun Chongqing stroked his chin, having guessed the man's intentions, though he felt no fear. He was now at the sixth tier, and his sixth tier differed from that of an ordinary individual. He estimated that he could contend with those at the eighth tier. Presently, those who reached the fourth tier were exceedingly rare, and he doubted even the existence of many at the fifth tier, especially given that only 3 months had passed. The group watched Shun Chongqing anxiously, fearing that he would uncover their thoughts. This man appeared to be a harbinger of death, a fourth-tier teleportation ability user, and likely possessed enhancements to his physical prowess as well. Should he unleash his fury, none among them would escape. And they would all find themselves entombed here. Boss, they are plotting something. Perhaps we should. He approached Shun Chongqing, her expression fierce. Do not act without my consent, Shun Chongqing replied, casting a dispassionate glance at Yi. Why yes? Yi's forehead broke into a cold sweat as she hurriedly acquiesced. Very well, then it is better to comply with my command. Shun Chongqing turned his head, smiling at the individuals behind him, a sight made all the more unsettling by the severed heads of the corpses scattered about. My lord, will you accompany us, or? A middle-aged man clad in black was pushed forward by the crowd, swallowing hard before speaking. I shall accompany you. I too yearn for the sanctuary, Shun Chongqing replied with a smile. Thus, the group set forth towards the Linzhou sanctuary. 5 days later, after a lengthy journey, Shun Chongqing and his companions finally arrived at the so-called Linzhou sanctuary. Contrary to Shun Chongqing's expectations of an underground refuge, it turned out to be a residential complex, albeit fortified with a tall wall to fend off zombies, as long as no high-ti one was too lazy to engage in idle chatter with the clerk. The clerk repeatedly acquiesced and subsequently exchanged the crystal core for several hundred banknotes. After receiving the currency, Shun Chongqing purchased a house for temporary residents, biding his time for their imminent approach. Chapter 26. The Saint of the Apocalypse, Part 4. The following day, Shun Chongqing deliberately strolled to a desolate area to create an opportunity for them. Although he surmised that these individuals would likely disregard ordinary people, he had vacated the center. A tall, muscular man observed Shun Chongqing's departure with palpable excitement. He was a fourth-tier ability user with the power of immense strength. His might was sufficient to shatter a large boulder with a single punch, and such strength was a formidable early-stage talent. Thus he had risen to the position of second-in-command at the Linzhou shelter. The leader, on the verge of breaking into the fifth tier, orchestrated the raid for the Blue Source. Anticipating that his own advancement would swiftly elevate him to the latter part of the fifth tier. Go. With a wave of his hand, the muscular man led over 30 third-tier strongmen in pursuit of Shan Chongqing. This contingent comprised nearly all the third-tier ability users from the Linzhou shelter. On the mountain, Shan Chongqing was taking a leisurely walk with Er San. Though situated on the mountain, it remained within the protective perimeter of the Linzhou shelter, where ability users occasionally came to eliminate zombies, as a few inevitably slipped through the cracks. How daring to venture into such desolate wilderness! It seems you have prepared your own grave. While Shan Chongqing was walking, a voice pierced his thoughts. It was the fourth-tier muscular man. Kill him! With a commanding gesture, the muscular man and his 30 companions converged on Shan Chongqing, surrounding him completely. Now surrender the Blue Source and submit to us. Perhaps we may spare your life. The muscular man extended an invitation to Shan Chongqing. After all, the fourth tier's instantaneous movement ability was quite formidable, although it paled in comparison to his immense strength. It was exceptionally useful for evasion. Furthermore, with him present, the instantaneous movement ability could likely take down several adversaries. Each third-tier individual was exceedingly valuable, and the muscular man was reluctant to lose any of them. Such unnecessary chatter. While the muscular man spoke, Shan Chongqing had already dispatched 2 of his companions. You scoundrel! The muscular man's eyes bulged with rage, his entire being engulfed in a fury. This fellow had the audacity to launch a sneak attack while he was speaking. Completely disregarding him, block him! The muscular man lunged forward, aiming a punch at Shan Chongqing while instructing those beside him. Yet, Shan Chongqing displayed no intention of evasion. With a mere finger, he gently pressed against the muscular man's fist. A crisp crack resounded as the muscular man's fist was shattered by Shan Chongqing's single digit. How is this possible? The muscular man was engulfed in sheer shock, his speech faltering. An instantaneous movement ability user could halt his punch with just a finger, even injuring him in return. The muscular man felt as though the world had become utterly surreal. However, Shan Chongqing had no interest in wasting time with the muscular man. Within the lecherous youth was captured by individuals of peculiar appearance, who implanted a chip within him. Subsequently, he discovered an overwhelming fondness for these strange beings. Though initially gripped by terror, this emotion swiftly dissipated, leaving him with a singular purpose: to construct a sanctuary and gather a sufficient number of extraordinary individuals to offer to his master. In a daze, he commenced the construction of the sanctuary, during which he took the lives of many, the majority of whom were innocent. Killing was indeed his intention. The chip merely guided him in a general direction, while the specifics were dictated by the youth's own desires. For a month, he engaged in rampant slaughter, ultimately establishing the Linzhou sanctuary amidst a sea of blood, a moment when his subordinates were unaware. He injected them with poison, intending to exert control over them when the time was ripe to present them to his master. The last useful piece of information for the lecherous youth surfaced when Shan Chongqing approached him, at which point he abruptly regained his consciousness. He yearned to reveal these matters to Shan Chongqing, but the latter paid him no heed. Subsequently, the lecherous youth underwent a soul search, and his memories came to a halt. Master? Shan Chongqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. Regarding why the lecherous youth regained his wits upon his arrival, Shan Chongqing surmised that it was due to the overwhelming power he exuded, inadvertently disrupting the chip's functioning. Having recently ascended to the 7th tier, Shan Chongqing was unconcerned about this phenomenon. What captivated his interest was the master embedded within the lecherous youth's memories. With his strength, he discerned that the peculiar entities within those memories were not formidable, perhaps even devoid of power. Yet, their technology was evidently highly advanced. Aliens, perhaps? Shan Chongqing had unraveled the origins of the apocalypse. The emergence of zombies was undoubtedly linked to these extraterrestrials, and their motive for creating zombies was clear. It was not to annihilate humanity, but rather to pursue another form of power, namely, that of the extraordinary individuals. Did they seek the power of extraordinary beings for their slumbering master? Shan Chongqing comprehended the situation entirely. In a wonder he had sensed a potent force the previous day. It was, after all, the so-called master. Next, he resolved to unify this world and eradicate all zombies, prioritizing the completion of his system tasks. Shin Chongqing was determined to confront this alleged master, but first, he needed to fulfill his duties. Moreover, he required time to restore his strength. Even if he could not return to the realm of the immortal emperor, he must at least regain the status of an immortal king with resolution. Shin Chongqing commenced his quest for world unification. A month passed, during which he eliminated over a dozen brainwashed individuals, rescuing the virtuous among them from their mental enslavement to become his subordinates. 2 months later, he had eradicated all zombies from the former Xia kingdom and had restored his strength to the Great Ascension stage. 4 months elapsed, and Shin Chongqing had annihilated every zombie worldwide. Save for a few that remained hidden in remote mountains, he had also ascended to the Golden Immortal level. This was the highest tier the world could bear. Shin Chongqing realized that his initial goal of regaining the status of the Immortal King was unattainable, as the world could not sustain it. Under his command were now 3 7th-tier individuals, 36th tier, hundreds of 5th tier, and several below. The 3 7th-tier warriors were Shin Chongqing's loyal subordinates, known as Yi, Air, and San. They had long followed him, their powers flourishing under the nurturing aura he exuded. Notably, Shin Chongqing had, within the first month, cloaked the heavens from surveillance. All that was observed thereafter were illusions he wished them to see. In the great Xia Palace, he beckoned to Yi, Air, and San. "King," they exclaimed, immediately kneeling before him. After months of loyalty, they had become utterly devoted to this immensely powerful man. Even if he commanded them to perish, they would not utter a word of dissent. "From now on, you 3 shall be the kings of Great Xia," Shin Chongqing declared nonchalantly. "Your Majesty, are you departing from us?" inquired Yi, the most tempestuous of the trio. Gazing up at Shin Chongqing upon the throne. Yet, Shin Chongqing had vanished, leaving behind 3 forlorn figures, in outer space. Shin Chongqing found himself before a colossal battleship. A smile gracing his lips, he conjured a sphere of light in his hand, infusing it with spiritual energy to expand it, before hurling it at the battleship. Boom! The vessel was punctured by the force of his strike. Enemy attack! The aliens surged forth, rushing towards him. Time and space twisted. Shin Chongqing now wielded the full force of the laws. With a mere gesture, countless alien soldiers were rendered unable to escape, trapped in an endless run on the spot. Shin Chongqing seized a substantial portion of space beneath their feet, ensuring that these ordinary extraterrestrial soldiers would never break free. He strolled leisurely towards the battleship as the alien soldiers could only watch him recede into the distance. Placing his hand upon the ship, he unleashed a wave of annihilation energy. The overwhelming force obliterated the vessel, revealing the true form of the so-called master within. A robot. Annihilate. Shin Chongqing directed his annihilation energy towards the robot, which was instantly reduced to dust. "Is this all?" he pondered, momentarily taken aback. Yet, the robot reassembled itself from the remnants. Just then, the sun suddenly darkened. "Oh?" Shin Chongqing looked up at the sun, which was now densely populated with robots. Standing unfazed by the sun's scorching 6,000 degrees, blocking its radiant light, he understood at last what the dark spots he had previously observed were. In light of this revelation, Shin Chongqing slowly raised his hands. Retrace. He pinpointed the origin of the robots. Originally, they were not robots but a mechanical planet that had awakened consciousness on its own. The aliens were the biological entities residing within the robot's body. They referred to the robot as the mechanical overlord. As long as the mechanical overlord absorbed power, it could continuously divide and create avatars. The more avatars it had, the more strength it absorbed. The mechanical overlord, filling the sun, signified that it had absorbed Shin Chongqing's annihilation energy. Shin Chongqing realized he could not employ direct offensive tactics, lest his power be absorbed. After all, the mechanical overlord was fundamentally a planet. However, by obliterating it at its source, even the strongest mechanical overlord would be powerless to resist. Shin Chongqing returned to the universe's primordial moment, annihilating the nascent mechanical planet with a single burst of annihilation energy. In an instant, the multitude of mechanical overlords vanished, alongside the aliens. The sun returned to its normal state, and Earth flourished once more, albeit with one additional presence in the divine hierarchy: the celestial lord Shin Chongqing. After vanquishing the mechanical overlord, Shin Chongqing re-entered the system space. "Congratulations, host," for exceeding the mission requirements. Current progress, 7100. Not bad. Shun Changqing nodded in satisfaction. The next world involves the female protagonist in a bizarre realm. Your task this time is to cleanse the world. Chapter 28. The female protagonist in a bizarre realm, Part 1. In the original protagonist world, every individual must enter a bizarre instance upon reaching adulthood. Those who emerge from this strange world become ghost tamers, gaining powers that transcend the ordinary. The original protagonist was an academic achiever, and the former female lead, Lin Qian, harbored a fondness for him. However, due to his studies, he declined her advances in the year of his 18th birthday. Both Lin Qian and the original protagonist entered the same instance. Upon their arrival, Lin Qian realized that the bizarre creatures here resembled those she had encountered in dreams. The female protagonist, Lin Qian, engaged in a delightful romance with the most formidable overlord ghost in this strange world, ultimately using her beauty to win over the ghostly overlord. The original protagonist, having been pursued by Lin Qian, became the target of jealousy from the overlord ghost, who sent minions to brutally slay him. When Lin Qian learned of the original protagonist's demise, she remained largely unaffected, as she was engrossed in her passionate romance with the overlord ghost at the time. A transcendent world indeed? Shun Changqing chuckled softly. System, initiate the crossover. He commanded, and in an instant, a flash of white light enveloped him as he transitioned into the new realm in this bizarre world. One must tread carefully, do not provoke the ghosts, and avoid excessive interaction. As Shun Changqing slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in a classroom, staring at a teacher delivering a lecture. Am I still in school? Observing the uniform adorning his form, he quickly deduced the phase he was currently in. You must remember this well. I hope each of you can return alive to see me. The teacher spoke at length, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed upon his students. The students, too, wiped away their own tears, but only Shun Changqing remained impassive. Tonight, you will enter a strange world in your dreams. You must be exceedingly cautious. With that, the teacher added one last admonition before announcing an early dismissal. Yet, not a single student felt joy at the premature end of the day. Each was consumed by worry about the eerie world awaiting them that night. Changqing, in this eerie world, you? Lin Qian leaned closer to Shun Changqing, her voice barely above a whisper, eager to say something. However, Shun Changqing ignored her entirely, preoccupied with packing his bag and leaving the classroom, completely disregarding her presence. Shun Changqing. Lin Qian watched as he paid her no mind, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. Upon returning home, Shun Changqing was greeted by his mother. Changqing, you're back? She exclaimed, immediately taking his backpack from him. Go find your father. He is waiting for you in the room. Having experienced the strange world herself and narrowly escaped, Shun's mother was not a ghost tamer, but his father was a bona fide second-tier ghost tamer. All right, Shun Changqing nodded, understanding that his father would likely provide him with something for his protection. After all, the original tale contained a line indicating that the protagonist had not had the chance to retrieve his father's gift before being overwhelmed and devoured by a ghost. Although the specific nature of the gift was never detailed, it was assuredly not trivial. Shun Changqing pondered that in order to comprehend the cultivation methods of this world, one needed reference materials. Without them, crafting techniques would be significantly more time-consuming. With references, it would take mere minutes, but without them, it could stretch to a day. He stepped into his father's bedroom. Xiaoqing. His father was seated on a stool. Father, you speak. Xiaoqing, you must be vigilant in the strange world. Shun's father began recounting his own experiences in that eerie realm, sharing advice on forging relationships with spirits and avoiding trouble. Shun Changqing listened attentively, reassured by his father's concern. After a while, as the clock neared 11:59, Shun's father finally concluded. Child, you must survive. This was his final admonition to Shun Changqing before he felt the pull of spatial power, transporting him into another realm. This new world resembled a hidden paradise. Shun Changqing could distinctly sense that he had left his original world behind, although it was clear he had not yet entered the true instance. He was merely in a transitional space. Only by stepping into the dark void ahead would he truly enter the instance. Shun Changqing. As he rose from the ground, he heard a familiar voice. It was Lin Qian. However, he chose to ignore her, his brow furrowed in thought. Wonderful, we've entered a team instance. Just then, another robust voice resonated through the air. Shun Changqing turned to locate the source, revealing a tall boy. Around 6 feet 3 inches, a notorious bully known as Lin Hu from their school. Hey, you lot, listen to my commands. I'll ensure you all make it out alive. Lin Hu pointed at Shan Chongqing. Lin Xian and a few others, a slight, scrawny boy, hesitated. He was aware of Lin Hu's reputation for bullying, and it was evident that his words held little weight. What do you think you're doing? Lin Hu approached the boy and, with a swift strike, knocked out several of his teeth. Ah, the boy cried, clutching his mouth in agony. Is anyone else dissenting? HM? Lin Hu regarded the remaining students defiantly, but none dared to speak. Oh, isn't this our academic star Shin? Lin Hu, seeing no one object, moved closer to Shan Chongqing with a mocking tone. You better remember this, crack. Shan Chongqing swiftly grasped Lin Hu's hand and bent one of his fingers back. Ah, Lin Hu stared in shock at his bent finger before the searing pain jolted him back to reality. Shan Chongqing, you? Lin Hu glared at him, venomous intent glimmering in his eyes as he attempted to speak. Boom! Shan Chongqing delivered a powerful kick, sending Lin Hu crashing to the ground, unconscious and bleeding. Shan Chongqing, consider this a warning, as Lin Hu lay there. A booming voice echoed through the air, heard by everyone present. Lin Hu was swiftly healed, returning to his former state, but the encounter had left him too intimidated to retaliate, trembling in fear. Are you Qing Gu? The previously timid boy approached Shan Chongqing with a newfound respect. He had witnessed Shan's formidable strength. Although physical prowess held little value in this instance, it was clear that Shan was not someone to be trifled with. The boy hoped to align himself with Shan. Sensing that he was benevolent, especially since Shan had only intervened after Lin Hu had attacked him. Perhaps, if the opportunity arose, to the boy's surprise, Shan Chongqing ignored him entirely and continued on his path into the instance world. Soon, he found himself fully immersed in the new realm, having exchanged no words with the others. The timid boy felt awkward, while Lin Hu seethed with thoughts of revenge as they all stepped into the instance. Lin Xian. Just as Lin Xian entered the instance world, she heard a familiar voice. Is that you, Ghost Big Brother? Within the instance world, Shan Chongqing was transported to a new location, a school suffused with ghostly energy. Team mission, Ghost School, primary task, survive for 15 days, reward, exit the instance, intermediate task, earn the recognition of your classmates, reward, first tier ghost student, advanced task, defeat or subdue the dominant ghost, reward, third tier dominant ghost. The instance officially commenced. A flag-raising ceremony was underway, though oddly, there was no flag present. You 5, please select one among you to serve as the flagged. A smiling ghost teacher approached Shan Chongqing and the others. Him? Yes, him. We choose him. They all pointed at Shan Chongqing. The others, having no personal grievances against him, opted to go along with the majority, knowing that individual valor held little importance in this eerie instance. Well then, this young man, the ghost teacher began to turn to Shan Chongqing, but before he could finish his sentence, Shan handed him a stack of ghostly currency. This was a technique Shan had devised based on the ghost money, known as divine currency creation. As the name suggests, this technique enabled the infinite creation of currency. Any currency at that in essence, Shan Chongqing had transformed into a deity of wealth. This? The ghost teacher gazed at the stack of paper money in his hand, barely able to suppress a grin. Chongqing, it's your turn to decide who shall bear the banner, he said, wiping the drool from his lips and addressing Shan Chongqing with a warm expression. His radiant smile was almost uncharacteristic for a ghost. Let it be him. Shan Chongqing indicated Lin Hu. With a sinister chuckle, the ghost teacher seized Lin Hu and hung him on a hook. A gruesome spectacle unfolded before everyone's eyes, amidst Lin Hu's anguished cries. His head elongated grotesquely until, ultimately, his body was severed, the head dangling at the apex. The ghostly students below began to chant a haunting melody. Soon, Lin Hu's head plummeted to the ground, rolling 3 times before transforming into a brand new ghost student. Intriguingly, it was astonishing how swiftly one could be turned into a ghost. A smile crept onto Shan Chongqing's face as he beheld Lin Hu's head, now a ghostly visage. Although it appeared that Lin Hu had fully morphed into a ghost, he was not entirely so. Complete transformation would likely require a few more days. Yet, Lin Hu's consciousness had already vanished. Esteemed colleagues, I shall rely on you to educate the students in the coming days. The ghost teacher remarked cheerfully to Shan Chongqing and the others. May I inquire your names? I am Lu Fei. I am Wang Yang. I am Zhang Quan. The three trembled as they introduced themselves. The slender one was named Lu Fei. Shen Changqing, he stated, casting a nonchalant glance at the ghost teacher before revealing his name. You, dear teachers, shall oversee classes 1 through 4. I hope you find joy in your interactions with the students. The ghost teacher grinned enigmatically before dissipating into a wisp of white smoke, while the ghost students resumed their bustling activities in the classroom, leaving only Shen Changqing and the three others behind. Qing Gui, it was all Lin whose threat. Lu Fei, the thin one, seemed to realize something and promptly knelt before Shen Changqing, pleading for mercy. Do not obstruct my path. Shen Changqing, uninterested in such individuals, kicked Lu Fei aside. Anger flickered across Lu Fei's face but was quickly suppressed. Shen Changqing then entered Class 1, where the ghost students were engaged in playful antics. As he stepped in, a disembodied head appeared before him, striking a deliberately terrifying pose as if it intended to devour Shen Changqing. However, with a mere flick of his hand, he unleashed a surge of spiritual power, obliterating the head instantaneously. This spiritual energy had been cultivated just moments ago. In this world, spiritual energy existed, albeit untapped by most, resulting in a dense concentration in the air. Remarkably, after entering this eerie realm, the spiritual energy had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified. In no time, Shen Changqing had broken through to the golden core stage, rapidly absorbing the spiritual essence, and it wouldn't be long before he ascended to the nascent soul stage. Chapter 30. The Female Lead in a Strange World of Romance, Part 3. You have damaged my toy. You shall compensate me. A small ghost with crimson eyes rose menacingly. Sever one of your own arms, or I shall slay you this instant. The little ghost glared at Shen Changqing with its scarlet gaze, extending its arm toward him. Yet, before the ghost could reach halfway, Shen Changqing had already materialized beside it. However, upon noticing the repugnant liquid oozing from the ghost, he refrained from using his hands to seize it directly and instead conjured a hand of spiritual energy to grasp it. How is this possible? The little ghost gasped in disbelief as Shen Changqing tightened his grip around its throat. It had witnessed many individuals entering this realm, many equipped with peculiar artifacts bestowed by their forebears. Yet these items were primarily for self-defense. Never had it encountered someone like Shen Changqing who would attack directly. Even now, the little ghost believed that Shen Changqing's hold on it was due to external forces. It plotted revenge, vowing to torment Shen Changqing once his power waned, and to strike him down at the final moment of his escape. You cannot kill me, the little ghost taunted, unbothered despite its constrained throat. Initially shocked by Shen Changqing's ability to subdue it, the little ghost's astonishment quickly turned to defiance. Silence! Shen Changqing snapped, snapping the little ghost's neck without hesitation. The other ghost students watched with keen interest. As if witnessing a new plaything, I shall establish the rules. Any who defy them will meet a grim fate. With that, Shen Changqing raised his arm, revealing the very soul of the little ghost he had just subdued. Bound? How could this be? The other ghost students gasped in shock at the sight of the little ghost's soul in Shen Changqing's grasp. With a swift motion, Shen Changqing clenched his fists. Crack! The soul shattered, rendering the little ghost irretrievable. With the soul gone, creating a new ghostly form would be utterly futile. The other little ghosts trembled in fear at this display. They were unaware of the nature of Shen Changqing's artifacts. But their fear was palpable. Rule 1. Rise at 4:30 each morning and engage in physical training. Rule 2. During class, do not whisper or engage in any activities unrelated to learning. Rule 3. You are ghosts and require no sustenance. Therefore, class hours shall be from 5 in the morning until 10 at night, without breaks. Remember, I shall conduct an assessment daily, and those who fail will face my wrath. Shen Changqing addressed the little ghosts with an impassive gaze. The little ghosts were left dumbfounded by his regulations. This is inhumane. One brave little ghost protested, rising in defiance against Shen Changqing. You shall have an hour of private study after 10 o'clock each night. Shen Changqing replied, casting a sidelong glance but sparing the ghost's life. What? The little ghost was taken aback. The following day. Run faster. Do you possess no legs? Are you all useless? 1, 2, 3, 4. Shen Changqing whistled as he vociferously reprimanded the group of little ghosts. They trudged along, utterly dejected. His whistle echoed throughout the realm, leaving the teachers within the instance astonished by the scene. 5 o'clock. Head to the classroom. Those who lag behind will stay after school for an hour. Shen Chongqing merely stated the punishment before vanishing that a demon. He is no human, the little ghosts wailed, having never experienced such treatment before. Those who had previously navigated this realm would never dare to act so boldly. Even those with hidden advantages would not dare confront these little ghosts in such a manner. 510. You are the slowest. You shall stay after school tonight, Shen Chongqing declared coldly, intercepting one little ghost. The ghost's face was a mask of despair. 530. Speak louder. Those who lower their voices will stay after school for an hour. Shen Chongqing shouted at the little ghosts. It's the beginning of humanity. Our nature is inherently good. The little ghosts began to recite, their voices rising, each one fearful of detention. Louder. Have you not eaten? A bunch of useless wretches. You are the worst class of ghosts I have ever encountered. Shen Chongqing berated them fiercely. The little ghosts dared not express their anger, only raising their voices slightly in response. I in the safe house. Lu Fei, Zhang Quan, and Wang Yang were roused from their slumber. They needed to endure the night within the safe confines, while Shen Chongqing remained unperturbed by the ghosts. Did you hear that noise? Lu Fei asked hesitantly. Yes, it sounds like those little ghosts are reciting. Wang Yang nodded, though he hesitated. Just yesterday, he had been thoroughly chastised by the little ghosts, even forced to kneel. The other two had experienced similar fates. The little ghosts had kept them in line. Yet, in order to survive the next 15 days, the three had no choice but to endure humiliation, obeying every command of the little ghosts, resembling slaves more than teachers. Let me take a look. Lu Fei opened the window, and the sound of recitation filled his ears. His face was a portrait of shocked, at 8 o'clock. Though reluctant, Lu Fei and the others had no choice but to emerge from the safe house to teach the little ghosts. Hey, how is it that the fools in Class 1 are actually heeding his words? Lu Fei overheard the little ghosts whispering as he arrived. That guy is relying solely on a disposable artifact for intimidation. Once it runs out, he will meet his demise. He will be tortured for millennia. Another little ghost let out a disdainful snort. So, it is like this. Lu Fei's jealousy was somewhat alleviated. Although he was currently in a dire situation, he would be able to leave in 15 days. Meanwhile, this fellow Shen Chongqing had angered the little ghost, and he would surely be tormented for eons, while Lu Fei would have long since departed from this realm. Shen Chongqing, I shall watch intently as you meet your demise. A smile crept across Lu Fei's gaunt face. You dare to smile? Come here and lick my shoes. The little ghost, who was engaged in conversation below, hurled insults at Lu Fei upon seeing his grin. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Fei donned a sycophantic smile, crouching down to lick the little ghost's shoes. This was merely enduring humiliation for a greater purpose, just like King Gojian of you. As Lu Fei licked the shoes, he continually reassured himself in his heart that this act was merely a means to a brighter future. And while Shen Chongqing reveled in his current arrogance, he would soon find himself suffering immensely at the hands of these little ghosts. With this thought, Lu Fei chuckled once more. Your laughter annoys me. Get out! The little ghost kicked Lu Fei squarely in the face. Chapter 31. The Protagonist's Romantic Endeavors in a Strange World, Part 4, Class 1. Stand up and answer. What is 57 plus 42? Shen Chongqing randomly pointed at a little ghost. 57. The little ghost began to count on its fingers. When its fingers proved insufficient, it resorted to counting on its toes. Still, it fell short. Hurry up, you worthless creature. You can't even solve such a simple problem. What use are you alive, you disgrace of the ghost realm? Shen Chongqing berated the little ghost. I can't do it. Wah wah wah. The little ghost broke down, collapsing onto the desk in tears. It was the first time it had ever been so harshly criticized. The other little ghosts dared not utter a word, fearful of being chosen next by Shen Chongqing. Unable to answer, its deskmate was called upon. You, stand up. Shen Chongqing gestured toward the little ghost's deskmate. The deskmate was also at a loss. Suddenly, however, a spark of realization lit up its eyes. Soon after, several ghostly hands materialized around the little ghost. The answer is 99. After 5 minutes of earnest effort, the little ghost finally completed the count. Very well, you shall be the class leader for mathematics. You possess the greatest mathematical talent I have ever encountered among ghosts. Henceforth, you shall lead your classmates in their studies. allowing them to attain a talent akin to yours. Shen Chongqing feigned a nod of approval. Yes, I will certainly do my best. The little ghost's face radiated with joy to be praised, as the most mathematically gifted ghost was beyond its wildest dreams. Yet, unbeknownst to this little ghost, it was being deftly manipulated by Shen Chongqing. A mere word from him could elicit such excitement. The other little ghosts looked on with jealousy at the one chosen as the math class leader. Subsequently, they began to eagerly respond, striving to surpass this little ghost in hopes of being selected by Shen Chongqing as the math class leader. Things were heating up. Shen Chongqing smiled at the little ghosts, raising their hands enthusiastically to answer questions. Congratulations on completing the intermediate task, gaining the recognition of your classmates. Would you like to exit the realm? Just as the little ghost began to engage fervently, Shen Chongqing received a prompt from the realm. No, Shen Chongqing declined to leave the realm. He was in no rush. He intended to deal with the protagonist and the tyrant ghost before departing. To exit, one merely needed to silently will it within their heart. After informing Shen Chongqing of the method to exit, the realm fell silent. Shen Chongqing continued to diligently fulfill his role as a teacher. 2 days later, in the principal's office. Xiao Qian, are you telling me you once pursued this fellow? And he dared to reject you? The tyrant ghost, cradling Lin Qian, glared fiercely at Shen Chongqing's photograph. He is an academic prodigy. How could he possibly take an interest in someone like me, who lacks any scholarly merit? Lin Qian scoffed. Although she had once harbored feelings for Shen Chongqing, those feelings had since faded. Now, she had secured the attention of a third-tier tyrant ghost. After acquiring the tyrant ghost, what was Shen Chongqing? Merely a high-achieving ordinary person. Had Shen Chongqing accepted her affections back then, perhaps she would have begrudgingly supported him. But now, Lin Qian felt as though she and Shen Chongqing belonged to entirely different worlds. He dares to reject your pursuit, Xiao Qian. I will go and kill him right now, the tyrant ghost declared menacingly, striding towards the exit. Don't go. After all, he is my classmate. Lin Qian feigned concern, yet made no move to stop him. Nor did she even rise from her seat. He should not humiliate Xiao Qian like this. He is merely taking advantage of your kind nature. Rest assured, I will make him kneel and apologize to you. The tyrant ghost chuckled coldly before pushing open the door and stepping outside. Lin Qian let out a theatrical sigh. Though she appeared sorrowful on the surface, her heart was brimming with joy. This incident revealed just how deeply the tyrant ghost cared for her. Given such affection, taming him would be a simple matter. Shen Chongqing, oh Shen Chongqing. A smug smile spread across Lin Qian's face. The tyrant ghost arrived on campus. Typically, he would not frequent this place, preferring to remain in the principal's office. He swiftly made his way to Class 1A, the strongest entity within this realm. He was aware of everyone's movements, including Shen Chongqing's. This was a power bestowed upon him by the realm itself. In Class 1. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 2 is 2, at that moment. Shen Chongqing was instructing the little ghosts on the multiplication tables. Each little ghost recited at the top of their lungs, determined to avoid becoming a disgrace to the ghost realm. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a resounding crash. Shen Chongqing, come with me, the tyrant ghost stated flatly, addressing Shen Chongqing. The little ghosts, who had been reciting, fell silent, recognizing the tyrant ghost. So, you are the strongest entity in this realm? Shen Chongqing did not acknowledge the tyrant ghost's initial remark, but instead inquired softly. And what of it? The tyrant ghost scoffed. Then this shall be straightforward. Shen Chongqing nodded, and in an instant, spiritual energy coalesced into a massive hand that lunged at the tyrant ghost. The tyrant ghost, witnessing Shen Chongqing daring to strike, merely laughed derisively. The little ghosts watched in shock, unable to fathom that Shen Chongqing would actually dare to confront the principal. Boundless ghost domain. The tyrant ghost exuded a thick, malevolent aura, summoning a multitude of vengeful spirits, those who had perished at his hands, all of whom had suffered extensive torment prior to their demise, thus harboring immense resentment. Oh? Your power is surprisingly at the foundation establishment stage? Shen Chongqing remarked in astonishment, glancing at the tyrant ghost. According to his expectations, one would require at least the 4th tier to possess foundation establishment strength. Yet this tyrant ghost, at the 3rd tier, had achieved such prowess. Once I capture you, you too shall become one of these vengeful souls. The tyrant ghost stated matter-of-factly, completely disregarding Shen Chongqing. The little ghosts felt a pang of sympathy but remained silent. Over time, they had come to view Shen Chongqing as a commendable teacher. They were already loyal to him, yet they lacked the strength to assist him. Although they were numerous, should they confront the tyrant ghost? It would be akin to sending themselves to their doom, utterly futile. The disparity in strength between them and the tyrant ghost was as vast as that between a peak Tyson and a toddler just learning to walk. How could this be? As the little ghosts closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing Shen Chongqing's impending demise, they were astounded to find that he had already seized the tyrant ghost. "Classmates, let me test your knowledge, since you have come." Shen Chongqing cheerfully inquired while grasping the tyrant ghost with one hand. "Then stay." The little ghost replied in unison, "No, it is do not leave." Chapter 32. The protagonist's romantic endeavors in a strange world, Part 5, then. Farewell. Shen Chongqing exerted a slight pressure, and in the face of the tyrant ghost's terror-filled gaze, he completely extinguished the tyrant ghost's existence. The tyrant ghost's soul subsequently appeared, only to be captured by Shen Chongqing, who confined it amid the wails of despair. The tyrant ghost was thoroughly subdued by Shen Chongqing. Congratulations on completing the advanced task, defeating or subjugating the tyrant ghost. Upon capturing the tyrant ghost, Shen Chongqing received a notification from the realm. "You have cleared the realm. Would you like to exit?" No, Shen Chongqing always felt that this instant space had something drawing him in, a sensation that was hauntingly familiar. He resolved to uncover the source before making his exit. However, prior to locating the source, Shen Chongqing needed to deal with Lin Qian, that wretched woman in the principal's office. Lin Qian was currently taking a respite. This office, once thick with an ominous atmosphere, had been transformed into a girlish sanctuary, drenched in shades of pink, ever since Lin Qian's arrival. "That scoundrel dares to provoke me. He deserves no mercy," Lin Qian scoffed inwardly. Initially, she perceived Shen Chongqing as a commendable man, barely worthy of her. But now, he seemed nothing more than refuse, utterly unworthy of her lofty status. Upon her return to the real world, she would ascend as a master of spirits, a third-tier spirit tamer, commanding respect from all Lin Qian. "You appear rather displeased," Shen Chongqing remarked, appearing at the foot of Lin Qian's bed, tilting his head to scrutinize her. Shen Chongqing?" Lin Qian gasped, retreating in fear at the sight of him by her bedside. Hadn't the Dominator spirit gone out to eliminate Shen Chongqing? How had he managed to come here? This useless fool had somehow evaded the Dominator spirit. Lin Qian quickly constructed a narrative in her mind. When the Dominator spirit departed, Shen Chongqing had seized the opportunity to escape, and upon learning of the Dominator spirit's intent to kill him, he had come here to strike first. "Please, don't be agitated." I tried to stop him, but he refused. "Shen Chongqing, I love you," Lin Qian pleaded desperately, though her heart brimmed with malice. She was merely stalling for time. Once the Dominator spirit returned, she vowed to have Shen Chongqing killed. "Are you referring to this fellow?" Shen Chongqing smirked, producing the Dominator spirit's essence. "Little." The Dominator spirit's words were cut short as Shen Chongqing crushed its essence with a swift motion. A surge of ghostly energy erupted, transforming the once cozy pink chamber into a chilling realm of spirits. "No, this is impossible." Lin Qian stared, horrified, at the shattered essence of the Dominator spirit. Her dreams lay in ruins. She would never become a third-tier spirit tamer. "Shen Chongqing, I will kill you." Lin Qian screamed, lunging at him with wild fury. Shen Chongqing firmly grasped her hand, then summoned his energy into a fist, striking her squarely in the face. With a resounding crack, several of Lin Qian's teeth were sent flying, her previously attractive visage now marred and sunken. Shen Chongqing had controlled his strength, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. To dispose of such a wretched being quickly would be too merciful. He intended to torment Lin Qian thoroughly. "Shen, factory, dear." Lin Qian glared at him. Her speech slurred as she called out his name. Shen Chongqing, however, remained indifferent, relentlessly pummeling her face with energy-infused strikes. Soon, all of Lin Qian's teeth were knocked out, leaving her utterly disfigured. Fire ignited in Shen Chongqing's hand. With a flick of his wrist, flames engulfed Lin Qian. She screamed in agony as the fire consumed her, reducing her to ashes. Yet, her soul was nowhere to be found. It had not departed but had vanished entirely. Despite Shen Chongqing's current strength being at the nascent soul stage, Even with the insights of a celestial king, he could not discern when Lin Qian's soul had left her body. Interesting, Shen Chongqing mused with a smile. He felt no fear of Lin Qian seeking vengeance. She was merely an inexperienced fool. Even if she possessed the strength of a great ascension, he would have no qualms about eliminating her. Shen Chongqing departed the principal's office, but not before utterly destroying it. 10 days later, in Class 2, Lu Fei had become nothing but skin and bones. Zhang Quan and Wang Yang had long since perished. I must escape. I must survive. What does it matter if Shen Chongqing is powerful? He will die, and I shall emerge. This singular belief was all that remained in Lu Fei's heart, though he knew it was little more than self-deception. The little spirits in Shen Chongqing's class were utterly devoted to him. They posed no threat to him. Yet, that belief was his only lifeline. Without it, he would collapse and perish instantly. Shen Chongqing, I will kill you. Kill you. Just as Lu Fei was groveling before the little spirits, a massive ghostly visage materialized above the instance. The ghostly face was indistinct, yet its form was strikingly voluptuous. No wonder. It seems to be the celestial ghost body. Shen Chongqing stepped outside amidst the terrified gazes of the little spirits, gazing up at the ghostly face. The familiar aura he had sensed earlier was indeed from the celestial ghost body, and Lin Qian was likely its possessor. This explained why she had been able to dream of the dominator spirit. Shen Chongqing, I shall ensure you are eternally trapped in suffering. Lin Qian's piercing shriek echoed as a colossal ghostly claw reached out toward him. Shen Chongqing was doomed. Lu Fei, trampled by the little spirits, felt a surge of excitement at the thought of Shen Chongqing's imminent demise. At last, he would witness the downfall of his nemesis. Though the celestial ghost body seemed ineffective, it would suffice for now. Annihilate? Shen Chongqing extended his index finger, lightly touching the ghostly claw. The world seemed to freeze in that instant. Lin Qian began to splinter apart. No, this cannot be, she wailed in despair as her ghostly form disintegrated. Ultimately, Lin Qian's ghostly body was utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind, just a sphere of light. The celestial ghost body? Shen Chongqing collected the essence left behind by Lin Qian's demise. He had no intention of absorbing it. While it held some value, it was of little consequence to him. Unless it was a divine body, he had no interest in any other forms. It was time to depart the instance. With a thought, Shen Chongqing left the realm, while Lu Fei succumbed to his bitter despair and perished. Chapter 33. The female lead in a strange world falls in love. 6. Xiaoqing, you have returned. Shen's father exclaimed, rushing to embrace Shen Chongqing with fervor. I am back. Shen Chongqing replied with a gentle nod. What did you gain from the instance, or did you simply manage to escape? Shen's father inquired after releasing him. I gained nothing of significance. Shen Chongqing shook his head lightly. Is that so? Yet, surviving is already a triumph. Shen's father responded, though a hint of disappointment lingered in his tone as he offered encouragement. I did not say I came back empty-handed. Shen Chongqing smiled slightly, then raised his hand to summon a dragon radiating an aura of cold. This is my pet, the little ice dragon, he explained to his astonished father. What is this creature? Shen's father stammered, gazing at the frost-emitting pet in disbelief. This is what can alter this world, Shen Chongqing replied with a smile. This world was originally one of spirit taming. However, due to an unforeseen surge of dark energy, it has been tainted. The original spirit companions perished from this corruption, and now the world can no longer produce new pets, only spirits. While they may appear drastically different, their fundamental essence remains unchanged. They are still companions, merely transformed into spirits. Consequently, the world has descended into chaos, left to its own devices. Thus, spirit taming has entirely supplanted pet taming as the sole extraordinary means in this world. Shen Chongqing's goal was to restore this world to its former state of spirit taming. To this end, he had created a new miniature world where he could manufacture pets. Once he purged the corruption from this realm, he would introduce these pets back into the world, restoring it to normalcy. However, for now, he intended to test the combat prowess of the pets he had created against the spirits of this world. What is this? Shen's father stuttered, struggling for words. Father, summon your spirit, Shen Chongqing urged. Shen's father, bewildered, called forth his spirit. It appeared as a white-clad ghost, rather mediocre among second-tier spirits. The little ice dragon eagerly turned to Shen Chongqing. Ready to engage. Go. But do not hold back too much. Shen Chongqing addressed the little ice dragon. Upon receiving Shen Chongqing's affirmation, the little ice dragon soared into the air with exhilaration. Subsequently, it extended its 2 dragon claws towards the white-robed specter, who immediately collapsed to the ground, transforming into motes of light that returned to the body of Shen's father. Such power! Shen's father gazed at the little ice dragon with astonishment. 2 months later. At the university, this world's academic institutions were unlike those in the ordinary realm. The universities here resembled sects. Although they were called universities, they were essentially sects cloaked in the guise of academia. Shen Chongqing arrived at the finest university in this realm, Zhongzhou University. The minimum requirement for enrollment was to be under 20 years of age and to have become a ghost tamer. The female protagonist in the original narrative had applied to this very university. The number of applicants was indeed staggering. A cursory glance revealed that the crowd consisted of hundreds of thousands of individuals. As these throngs bustled together, Shen Chongqing approached the 158th registration desk to await his turn. Alas, Brother Qing. While Shen Chongqing stood silently in line, an astonished voice suddenly rang in his ear. He turned to see it was you. Huang Peng. Shen Chongqing regarded him with mild surprise. Huang Peng had been the second-best student in high school, with Shen Chongqing undoubtedly holding the top position. I never expected you to apply to Zhongzhou University as well. This time, I have become a second-tier ghost tamer. Huang Peng's tone brimmed with pride. Indeed, you are impressive. Shen Chongqing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. This response left Huang Peng feeling as though he had struck a fist against cotton. A second-tier ghost tamer? He is only 18, isn't he? Surely, he must be boasting. The bystanders began to murmur amongst themselves. Unable to tolerate the whispers, Huang Peng summoned his headless ghost. The onlookers stared in shock at Huang Peng. Most of them were first-tier ghost tamers, and Huang Peng's second-tier headless ghost was a formidable presence in their eyes. Chongqing, did you see that? If any difficulties arise at this school, you can count on me. Huang Peng, basking in the astonishment of the crowd, smugly wiped his nose. However, Shen Chongqing had already lost interest in Huang Peng and continued to await his turn. Seeing Shen Chongqing's indifference did not irritate Huang Peng. He chuckled and followed along. Soon, it was Shen Chongqing's turn. This is the ghost power testing device. Place your hand upon it, and it will display your current tier, the middle-aged admissions officer instructed Shen Chongqing. Ghost power signifies the strength of the ghosts one possesses. The device would reflect the total ghost power. If one owned a second-tier ghost and a first-tier ghost, their ghost powers would be summed to yield a new total. Ghost tamers could cultivate their own power, albeit at a painfully slow rate, which is why most allowed their ghosts to train independently, while they sought rare treasures in various secret realms to expedite their ghost cultivation. Shen Chongqing placed his hand on the ghost power testing device with a mindset of experimentation. Ghost power. 0. The device swiftly displayed Shen Chongqing's current ghost power. It appeared to solely test ghost power. Incapable of measuring other extraordinary abilities, Shen Chongqing stared at the glaring 0, contemplating. What a waste. Who dares to apply to Zhongzhou University without being a ghost tamer? The admissions officer furrowed his brow. Next, the middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at Shen Chongqing before calling out to the next applicant. Chongqing, you're not a ghost tamer? Huang Peng exclaimed, somewhat incredulous. He had assumed Shen Chongqing would surely be a ghost tamer to have the audacity to apply to Zhongzhou University. What are you still dawdling for? Do you not understand human speech? The admissions officer addressed Shen Chongqing brusquely. Is it impossible to enroll without ghost power? Shen Chongqing replied, a hint of regret in his voice. You recording trouble? To the admissions officer, Shen Chongqing's words were nothing short of a provocation. The man raised his hand and summoned a third tier. Leave immediately, or do not blame me for being rude. The admissions officer threatened, his expression cold and severe. And what if I choose not to depart? Shen Chongqing chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the man's threat. Humph! The middle-aged man commanded the to lunge at Shen Chongqing with its gaping maw. While he could not kill him, he could certainly inflict some mental torment. Little ice dragon. Shen Chongqing raised his hand, summoning a small dragon exuding an aura of coldness. The little dragon unleashed a breath of icy air, instantly freezing the into an ice sculpture. What is this? The previously inscrutable admissions officer stood, utterly taken aback upon witnessing the little ice dragon obliterate the my. How could it? The middle-aged man stared incredulously at the motes of light that returned to him. What is this creature? Huang Peng gaped at the little ice dragon, astonished. The disparity between it and his ghost was staggering. This little dragon was adorable yet carried an air of authority, whereas his headless ghost was merely terrifying. What a delightful little creature! The nearby girl's eyes sparkled with admiration upon seeing the little ice dragon, utterly charmed by its cuteness. What is happening? The surrounding admissions staff gathered, all gazing in shock at the little ice dragon. This creature completely upended their understanding. "Excuse me, student, may I touch it?" A female teacher cautiously inquired of Shen Chongqing. "Certainly, but it's best to seek its consent first," Shen Chongqing replied with a smile. "Little one, may I touch you?" The female teacher looked down at the little ice dragon. Who? The little ice dragon, displaying human-like understanding, nodded. The teacher gently stroked the little ice dragon's head, feeling her heart melt at its adorableness. "This student, it appears this little one is not a ghost. May I ask what its name is?" The teacher stood and softly asked Shen Chongqing. "Its name is Spirit Pet," Shen Chongqing replied with a smile. "You must enroll in our school." The teacher bowed deeply to Shen Chongqing. Huang Peng, standing nearby, was left speechless. Ultimately, after a series of discussions, Shen Chongqing was admitted to Zhengzhou University, enjoying the highest privileges. 1 year later. "Brother Qing, do you have no worries about tomorrow's competition? I hear the strongest student already possesses a 6th-tier ghost. Moreover, he has declared his intent to eliminate you, to rid Zhengzhou University of someone like you who neglects the cultivation of ghost power." Shen Chongqing's roommate remarked. "What is there to worry about? Just a mere clown," Shen Chongqing said, closing his eyes for a moment of rest. The next day, at the competition venue, the first match featured 100 participants, divided into 100 arenas, with each arena's victor advancing. As the host concluded the rules, the crowd ascended the platforms according to their pre-distributed numbers. In Group 27. They conspired, "Let us attack Shen Chongqing first, or we'll all have no chance." Following this, 99 individuals turned their gazes towards Shen Chongqing, summoning their respective ghosts. "Frost Dragon," Shen Chongqing waved his hand, summoning the Frost Dragon. This was the evolved form of the Little Ice Dragon. The original Little Ice Dragon was equivalent to a 4th-tier ghost, while the current Frost Dragon was comparable to a 6th tier. Shen Chongqing's Frost Dragon represented a dimensionality reduction strike against these students. With a single breath of frigid air, the ghosts of the 99 students were instantly frozen into motes of light, returning to their bodies. "Impossible! My wraith! My vengeful spirit! How could this be?" The 99 individuals gazed in disbelief at the colossal Frost Dragon before them. "Principal, his Spirit Pet seems to have evolved. Even I find its power somewhat daunting," the head of instruction whispered to the principal. "Isn't that a good thing?" The principal chuckled lightly, adjusting his glasses. He was quite eager to see how far Shen Chongqing could go. Before long, the competition reached the second round. Shen Chongqing's Frost Dragon dispatched every opponent with a single move. Even those who possessed 4th-tier ghosts fell victim to its attacks. Shen Chongqing advanced to the final match, where his opponent was Lin Tian. Lin Tian was the strongest man at Zhengzhou University, famed for his romantic entanglement with the female protagonist in the original tale. His strength was overwhelmingly formidable. While others only possessed ghosts of up to 4th tier, Lin Tian already commanded a 6th-tier red-clad specter, having captured the female protagonist's attention due to her beauty and talent. Eventually, their relationship devolved into a tumultuous romance. However, since Shen Chongqing had already eliminated Lin Xian, such a romance was no longer a concern. Yet, Lin Tian bore a grudge against Shen Chongqing for stealing his thunder, vowing to make his disdain known before the grand competition. "Let the competition commence." As the host's command echoed through the air, Lin Tian was the first to summon the red-clad vengeful spirit. The ghost radiated a dense aura of malevolence. A mere glance from an ordinary person could leave them bedridden for days. "Shen Chongqing, I have invested heavily to deal with you," Lin Tian declared, casting a pill into the mouth of the red-clad spirit. With a piercing wail, the spirit's aura intensified, clashing fiercely with the Frost Dragon. The arena was engulfed in a swirling tempest of ice and ghostly energy, threatening to obliterate the platform itself. "How can it be this strong?" Lin Tian frowned as he observed the Frost Dragon, equally matched against his own spirit, Raging Ghost. He summoned a 5th-tier Raging Ghost, which charged toward the Frost Dragon, Hanged Ghost. He waved his hand again, summoning yet another 5th-tier Hanged Ghost. Despite the Frost Dragon's formidable power, Being besieged by 1 6th-tier and 2 5th-tier spirits inevitably placed it at a disadvantage. Shen Changqing, this illustrates the chasm between us. Lin Tian smirked coldly at the beleaguered frost dragon. A group fight? Is it? Shen Changqing yawned, rising to his feet. Then let them all emerge. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned around 100 5th-tier pets from his miniature world. In an instant, the arena was overrun by Shen Changqing's creatures. How can there be this many? No, it's impossible. I am the strongest. Lin Tian's confidence shattered at the sight of the overwhelming number of pets, leaving him in a state of disbelief. However, Shen Changqing had no intention of catering to his feelings. Commanding his pets to obliterate Lin Tian's spirits into mere specks of light, Shen Changqing emerges victorious. The referee, after a brief moment of astonishment, promptly announced the outcome. The crowd remained speechless, utterly astounded by Shen Changqing's prowess. Even the principal was taken aback. Shen Changqing was rewarded by the school with a rare treasure that enhanced ghostly power, while Lin Tian clenched his fists in frustration. 2 months later, a sensation of being followed enveloped Shen Changqing. He sensed a presence tailing him but chose not to alarm his pursuer, continuing his path with a facade of normalcy. Turning into a narrow alleyway, he prepared to give the follower an opportunity. Shen Changqing, today marks your demise. As he entered the alley, a man emerged from the shadows. One of Lin Tian's kin. Following their battle 2 months prior, Shen Changqing had become a nightmare for Lin Tian. Desperate, Lin Tian implored his father to eliminate Shen Changqing, and his father, unwilling to see his son in despair, consented. In Lin Yuan's eyes, what did it matter if someone was a genius? A dead genius was merely a corpse. Since you are so confident, let us see what you've got. Shen Changqing chuckled lightly. Showtime, Giant Ghost. Chapter 35. In a strange world, the female protagonist falls in love. End. The Frost Giant Dragon. Shen Changqing yawned as he summoned the ultimate evolution of his little ice dragon. The Frost Giant Dragon possessed unparalleled strength, capable of freezing an entire city with its might. Ice Crystal Technique. The Frost Giant Dragon emitted a deep, resonant roar. Now evolved to its final form, the little ice dragon could articulate human speech. In an instant, the enormous giant ghost was encased in ice, shattered by the Frost Giant Dragon's claw. How is this possible? My giant ghost? Lin Yuan stared, dumbfounded, at the Frost Giant Dragon. Eliminate him. Shen Changqing commanded the Frost Giant Dragon. Yes, master, it replied, its claw poised to strike. Just as the claw was about to land, 2 spirits appeared. One with a human face and beastly body, and the other resembling a 3-year-old child, cloaked in dark hues with red eyes and long black hair. They were none other than Qimei and Wang Liang. Together, they intercepted the Frost Giant Dragon's assault. Head of the family, Lin Yuan exclaimed, joy illuminating his face as he beheld Lin Bei. Qimei, Wang Liang, eliminate him. Lin Bei's eyes glinted with malice as he regarded the Frost Giant Dragon. The 2 spirits lunged at the Frost Giant Dragon, causing chaos all around. However, Qimei and Wang Liang failed to gain the upper hand, merely managing to hold their ground against the Frost Giant Dragon. Subsequently, Lin Bei unleashed 2 8th-tier spirits, joining the fray against Shen Changqing. How could he remain so still? Is he dazed by fear? Lin Bei mused, his heart darkening. Perish, he roared, lunging towards Shen Changqing alongside his spirits. Ah! Yet, as the spirits drew near, they were met with horrifying shrieks. Overestimating yourselves, Shen Changqing remarked nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Bei. Previously, Lin Bei had triggered his protective aura. Now, having regained his strength to that of a celestial immortal, Shen Changqing could instantly annihilate 9th-tier spirits with his aura alone. He conjured a massive hand of spiritual energy and crushed Lin Bei effortlessly, sending Qimei and Wang Liang back to the underworld. Lin Yuan was not spared either. To prevent Lin Tian from becoming overly despondent, Shen Changqing decisively eradicated the Lin family, ensuring that all were dispatched to the underworld. A year later, Shen Changqing finally felt complete. He connected the miniature world he had created with this realm, allowing everyone to enter and capture pets. However, before doing so, he needed to find someone trustworthy. That person, without question, was his father. Are you serious? Shen's father stared in disbelief at Shen Changqing. This revelation could upend the very fabric of their world. Changqing, my strength is insufficient. I fear. Shen's father began, but Shen Changqing had already entrusted him with the Frost Giant Dragon. along with the Flame Giant Dragon, Thunder Giant Dragon, Windwing Giant Dragon, and more. In an instant, Shun's father became the second most powerful being in this world, after Shan Changqing himself. Next, they would see collaboration with a few influential figures. Shan Changqing guided his bewildered father towards Zhengzhou University. Zhengzhou University, principal's office. Ah, Changqing. What brings you to seek out this old man? The principal inquired with a warm smile. Shan Changqing articulated his vision to transform this world. This is uniquely yours. Are you truly willing to share it with the world? The principal stood, astonished at Shan Changqing's resolve. Were he in the same position, he would have kept such power to himself. Yet, Shan Changqing merely nodded in silence. On behalf of the entire world, I pay my respects to you. The principal bowed respectfully to Shan Changqing. 5 years later, Shan Changqing's spirit pets became widely known, and most individuals transitioned to training spirit pets. Spirits, while powerful, paled in comparison to the allure and aesthetic of spirit pets. The latter emerged as the true mainstream, with everyone taking pride in their identity as beast tamers. Shan Changqing garnered immense respect, with many even setting up altars in their homes to honor him, praying for luck and capturing stronger spirit pets. It was time to confront the final source of darkness. Observing the thriving world, Shan Changqing silently ascended into the sky. Soon, he departed this world, but beyond it lay not the cosmos, but a swirling mass of thick, dark energy. The darkness writhed and dissipated, a voice echoing. Someone has arrived. 4 millennia, this is the 576th to come. Let me feast first, let me feast first. Upon his arrival, Shan Changqing was met with piercing, shrill sounds. Tentacles, grotesque and menacing, emerged from the dark mass, revealing formidable power akin to that of an ascendant. Shan Changqing, sensing the strength of the dark energy, felt a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. So hot. What is this? Why can't I touch it? The entities within the dark energy were baffled. It was their first encounter with such resistance. Previously, those they devoured could not resist them at all. Many attempted to summon spirits to fight back, but it proved futile, as those spirits were inherently theirs. When summoned, they turned against their summoners. Tell me your origin, Shan Changqing demanded, appearing before the dark mass, a sphere of purifying light forming in his hand. This was the power of purification, capable of cleansing all. With Shan Changqing's current strength, he could eradicate the dark energy completely. We have existed here since our birth, unable to move, knowing nothing. Please, spare us, the dark mass pleaded. Rewind. Shan Changqing placed his hand upon the dark energy, initiating the process of reversal. Thousands of years, millions of years, tens of millions of years, time flowed backward upon the dark mass. Finally, it transformed. It morphed into a single drop of blood. A drop of blood that Shan Changqing recognized all too well as this the blood of the butcher. Shan Changqing picked up the drop of blood, his gaze heavy with significance. The blood of the slaughterer had traversed this world millennia ago, and a single drop had infected the world's will. Yet the question lingered. Was the slaughterer even born millions of years ago? System, is the world I have traversed governed by random timelines? Not bound to a singular timeline? Shan Changqing inquired of the system. Yes, came the system's response. Indeed, a knowing expression graced Shan Changqing's face. His suspicions had been confirmed. Let us commence the next quest. He stored the blood of the slaughterer and, upon returning to the system's space, addressed the system. Congratulations, host, on exceeding task expectations. Current progress, 9100. The next world. The redemption of the wicked female supporting character. This mission entails altering the life of the malevolent supporting character, ensuring she does not meet her demise. Chapter 36. The redemption of the wicked female supporting character, Part 1. It is not about saving or cleansing the world, but rather about rescuing a specific individual. Shan Changqing raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback, as Yu Mengqing is the embodiment of the will of heaven. Upon her death, the world shall face annihilation. The system elucidated. Thus it is. Shan Changqing nodded silently, then began to review the plot of this task. He had grown accustomed to the tropes of female-centric narratives. Even the most explosive developments no longer astonished him. What of the will of heaven? What of the world's destruction upon her death? So what? Su Qingming had been childhood friends and betrothed to the male lead, Gu Chun. As a child, Gu Chun had harbored affection for Su Qingming. However, after their university graduation, Gu Chun encountered the female lead. Ning Hanmo, and fell head over heels for her. Upon learning of Gu Qin's affections for Ning Hanmo, Su Qingming confronted him, demanding he choose between them. When Gu Qin hesitated, Ning Hanmo, with a seemingly innocent demeanor, suggested that he should not be burdened by such a dilemma, implying that Su Qingming's actions were unfair. Moved by Ning Hanmo's words, Gu Qin chose her, severing ties with Su Qingming and formally annulling their engagement. In a fit of rage, Su Qingming wielded the power of the Su family to exact revenge on Ning Hanmo. She believed that if she eliminated Ning Hanmo, perhaps her beloved Gu Qin would return to her. However, after a series of events, Ning Hanmo garnered the affections of several suitors, each possessing power rivaling that of the Su family. Ultimately, Su Qingming was cast out by her family, reduced to a vagabond. Once a revered young lady, she became a homeless wretch in the end. Unable to bear the humiliation, Su Qingming took her own life, leading to the world's destruction. Let us traverse. After reviewing the plot, Shen Chongqing spoke to the system. A flash of white light enveloped him as he transitioned into a new world. Boss, 1 pack of betel nut, please. Shen Chongqing slowly opened his eyes, confronted by a customer holding a betel nut. It's on the house. I shall be closing temporarily for the day. After dismissing the man from the supermarket, Shen Chongqing locked the door, leaving the bewildered customer behind in this world. Shen Chongqing assumed the identity of a supermarket owner. His family possessed a modest fortune, sufficient for a comfortable life among ordinary folk. Has the final act arrived? Shen Chongqing glanced at his phone, frowning, then hastened toward the overpass. If he delayed, Su Qingming might have already taken her life. Beneath the overpass, what do you want? Su Qingming stammered in fear as she beheld the encroaching men. Miss Ning Hanmo sent us. You know very well what we're here for, the lead man in black said, licking his lips as he gazed upon Su Qingming's visage. Though she was currently destitute, her beauty could not be concealed, and her emaciated form possessed an almost morbid allure. If you come any closer, I will end my life. Su Qingming threatened desperately, her eyes wide with despair. Let us take advantage of the moment, brothers, go. With a wave of his hand, the leader commanded his men to rush at Su Qingming. She shut her eyes, pressing a dagger to her throat. This dagger was a worn blade she had found beneath the overpass, not sharp enough for her purpose, but it was all she had left for this desperate act. Just as the blade was about to touch her skin, a hand gripped the officer who answered the phone immediately stood up upon hearing about a shooting in the downtown area. Gather quickly, we need to respond, he shouted at those inside. This was the largest case he had encountered in over 10 years. A shooting. If he handled it well, it could lead to a promotion and a raise. At the underpass, Shen Chongqing had approached Su Qingming's side. Are you all right? He asked softly, crouching down to look at her. I'm fine, Su Qingming replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she met his gaze. You'll have to trouble me to stay here a little longer. After all, the police will arrive shortly, Shen Chongqing informed her. All right, Su Qingming nodded eagerly. Before long, police cars arrived at the underpass. Raise your hands, the officers commanded. What happened here? One of the officers exclaimed, sensing something was amiss. Where is everyone? There's only one person. Isn't this a shooting? Where are the guns? They are all lying on the ground. This is a recording. Shen Chongqing handed his phone to the officer. After listening, the officer's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this person really catch bullets with his bare hands? Was he even human? Brother Yang. What should we do next? A colleague patted Yang's shoulder, who stood beside him. Take these injured men in black into custody, Yang instructed the officers after taking a deep breath. The officers swiftly apprehended the men in black, while Shen Chongqing and Su Qingming were taken to the police station. However, after Su Qingming's explanation, Shen Chongqing was deemed to have acted in self-defense, while the men in black were imprisoned for attempted rape and illegal possession of firearms. The Shen residence. Shenlong seethed with rage upon hearing that all his underlings had been captured. Yet, he lacked the courage to go to the police station to bail them out. After all, it was a shooting incident in a crowded area. Only a madman would attempt to rescue them. Although he could potentially free them at a great cost, it was evident that these few men in black were not worth such an investment. After all, they were merely a few dogs. Nonetheless, their capture left Shenlong quite displeased. Find out everything about Shen Chongqing. I want his complete information, Shenlong ordered his subordinate with a stern expression. Yes, young Master Shen, the subordinate replied respectfully before disappearing from sight. Shenlong leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. From now on, you will live with me, Shen Changqing said to Su Qingming as he reclined in his chair. You am, big brother, as you can see. I have many people pursuing me. To be honest, I have gotten myself into some trouble. Su Qingming hesitated but decided to be honest with Shen Changqing. After all, he had chosen to help her, making him her benefactor. She was not one to repay kindness with malice. Shen Changqing looked at Su Qingming in surprise. This person had an unexpectedly upright perspective. No wonder she had been cast out. In the eyes of those with distorted values, Su Qingming might have been considered the one with flawed morals. It's all right. Stay here. Treat this place as your home, Shen Changqing assured her, 25 or 26 years of age. This body had long since purchased its own residence. Really? Su Qingming's eyes sparkled with hope. She never expected to be welcomed by someone in her current state, let alone someone willing to take such risks. I still don't know your name. Could you tell me? Su Qingming asked Shen Changqing softly. Shen Changqing. The next day, at the supermarket, a college student who frequently shopped at Shen Changqing's store teased him. Boss, have you found yourself a girlfriend? Yes, you should call her sister-in-law, Shen Changqing replied with a smile. All right then, sister-in-law. The college student bowed deeply to Su Qingming, causing her to blush furiously. Perhaps, spending a lifetime here wouldn't be such a bad thing? Su Qingming thought to herself as she secretly gazed at Shen Changqing's figure. After all she had endured, she felt no lingering affection for Gu Chun. Half a month later, as life continued on in its simplicity, the new year approached. Changqing, have you found a girlfriend yet? Your cousin has found a particularly beautiful one, Shen Changqing's mother inquired with concern over the phone that I have. I'll bring her home today for you to meet, Shen Changqing said teasingly in front of Su Qingming, making her cheeks flushed. The Shen family home. He knocked vigorously on the door. I'm back. You little rascal. Oh, my dear son, you're back. Shen Changqing's mother, initially frowning, immediately changed her expression upon seeing Su Qingming. The scowl transformed into a smile. What a beautiful girl. What's your name? Shen's mother bombarded Su Qingming with questions, making her feel somewhat bashful. No one had ever treated her this way, even during her time at the Su family. The servants feared her, and her parents never showed her such warmth. Mother, what did you call me? Shen's mother asked. Surprised as she looked at Su Qingming, shouldn't I address you like that? Su Qingming nervously fidgeted with her clothes. No, you did wonderfully. From now on, I will be your mother. Shen's mother quickly reassured her. The more she looked at this future daughter-in-law, the more satisfied she became. Child, where are your parents? We should meet them sometime. Shen's mother asked with a smile. Why parents? Have passed away, Su Qingming said, her eyes dimming for a moment. Ah? Shen's mother was momentarily taken aback. I'm so sorry, Qingming. I didn't mean to pry, if you don't mind. I will be your mother from now on. Su Qingming nodded gently. Changqing, I thought you would be single for life. Shen's father chuckled as he scrolled through his phone on the sofa. Well, I hadn't met anyone I liked before, Shen Changqing replied with a smile. Ha ha ha. Shen's father laughed heartily. The family sat together for a meal. And for the first time in a long while, Su Qingming felt the warmth of family. Since she was 6 years old, she had rarely seen her parents. Each time they met, they barely communicated, leaving their bond very weak. The birth of her brother when she was 12 further diminished her standing in the family, but of course, this was relative. After all, no matter how neglected she felt, she was still the eldest daughter of the Su family, and her family's influence could still be leveraged. Yet, it had been ages since she had sat down to share a meal like this. Oh dear, Qingming, why are you crying? Shen's mother exclaimed, quickly handing her a tissue. The meal concluded swiftly. Thank you. This is the best meal I've ever had. Su Qingming bowed deeply to Shen's father and mother. No need for that, they both exclaimed, quickly lifting her back up. Shen Changqing shrugged as he watched Su Qingming tear up. He realized that she simply craved love. It was precisely this lack of affection that made her so unwilling to let anyone take what was hers. Perhaps she didn't truly love Gu Chun, but she was adamant about not allowing her possessions to be snatched away. It was childish yet profoundly pitiable. The next day, Shen Changqing arose from his bed, noticing Su Qingming quietly lying beside him. Sunlight bathed her face, enhancing her beauty. Time to get up, he said, patting her gently. Su Qingming sprang up immediately. I haven't had enough sleep yet. She pouted playfully at Shen Changqing. No way, we need to visit relatives, he replied without hesitation. Oh, let Qingming sleep if she wants to. Shen's mother entered, addressing Shen Chongqing. No, no need. Originally acting coy, Su Qingming immediately spoke up. She was not someone who lacked discernment. She merely wished to indulge in a bit of playful affection with Shen Chongqing. It was out of the question to let her desire for rest impede others from visiting relatives. In a flash, Su Qingming sprang up and quickly donned her formal attire. Although clad in ordinary clothing, her demeanor still exuded the essence of a young lady of privilege. Compared to her, Shen's parents appeared rather unsophisticated. Shen's father and mother were equally astonished by Su Qingming's aristocratic aura, yet they refrained from inquiring further. The quartet made their way to the ancestral home, as all relatives would ultimately gather there. Shen's parents had no intention of visiting each relative individually, as that would be both cumbersome and pointless. Ergu, you've arrived. A man, resembling Shen's father to some extent, greeted him. He was Shen's third brother. Shen Jianjun. Xiaoqing is here as well. Is this your girlfriend? Shen Jianjun stared at Su Qingming in bewilderment. Her poise was evidently not characteristic of their social stratum, and her beauty was striking. Frankly, Shen Jianjun could not comprehend why someone like her would be interested in Shen Chongqing. In comparison, the girlfriends of his own son paled in significance. Initially, he had intended to boast, but now it seemed futile. Qingji, you're back, by the way. Have you found a girlfriend yet? Just as Shen Chongqing was engaged in conversation with his uncle, a youthful voice rang out. Subsequently, a young man wearing sunglasses, leading a heavily made-up woman, approached. This was Shen Ling, the son of his uncle. I am his girlfriend. Su Qingming stepped forward to address Shen Ling. Shen Ling stared at Su Qingming in utter shock, removing his sunglasses. Why you? He pointed at Shen Chongqing, utterly at a loss for words. How on earth did Shen Chongqing manage to find such a stunning girlfriend? His own girlfriend, while attractive, was nothing compared to Shen Chongqing's. It was akin to comparing a common bird to a phoenix. Moreover, Shen Chongqing's girlfriend was not even wearing makeup. Shen Ling had initially planned to show off in front of Shen Chongqing. But given the circumstances, he found himself lacking any opportunity to do so. You haven't found yourself a young lady of noble standing, have you? The aura is quite formidable, Shen Chongqing's elder cousin Shen Ling whispered. Nudging him, yeah. She should be considered a young lady of privilege, Shen Chongqing replied after stroking his chin. Wow. Shen Ling gasped. What on earth does she see in you? He observed Su Qingming, who could make even the elders laugh heartily while conversing with them. And couldn't he help but comment, is it because you don't bathe? Or because you're unattractive? Shen Chongqing mused, providing an answer that left Shen Ling momentarily speechless. 3 days later, word had spread that Shen Chongqing had secured a young lady of privilege as his girlfriend. However, the reason for her interest in him remained a mystery to everyone. Ultimately, it was collectively assumed that Shen Chongqing must have saved her life, and not just once. While this statement was made in jest, it inadvertently approached the truth. As for Su Qingming, she was indifferent. When asked, she simply stated that she liked Shen Chongqing without any reason. She was not one to speak frivolously. Should people discover that it was Shen Chongqing who saved her, there was no telling what rumors might ensue, potentially inviting danger. In the end, everyone offered their blessings to Shen Chongqing and Su Qingming. While some were envious, jealousy was not prevalent. Each person had their own fate, which was no less significant than Shen Chongqing's. Supermarket. After 3 days of busyness, Shen Chongqing and Su Qingming returned to their leisurely routine. Su Qingming took it upon herself to prepare meals for Shen Chongqing, while he managed the supermarket. Although her culinary skills were initially lacking, they steadily improved under Shen Chongqing's guidance. 5 days later, boss, this product made my son vomit and have diarrhea. You tell me how to resolve this. Just as Shen Chongqing was dozing in his chair, a man burst in, clutching a boy of about 12 years old, angrily banging on the table. He was sent by Shen Long, while Shen Long believed he could exert pressure through his influence. He preferred not to do so directly. Rather, he wanted Su Qingming to gradually feel the sting of adversity. Aren't you fond of associating with a mere supermarket owner? Then let this supermarket be ruined. This man had been dispatched to create trouble, with the intent of annoying Shen Chongqing. While Shen Chongqing possessed formidable strength, it mattered little. This was a society governed by law, to enhance the authenticity of the drama. Shen Long had even ensured that the 12-year-old consumed a mildly toxic substance. Though not fatal, a trip to the hospital was necessary. Even though such a visit wouldn't be overly costly, Shen Long had ample time to play cat and mouse with this small supermarket owner. Even if it cost 10 times as much, he was determined to see this supermarket crumble. Get lost? Shen Chongqing barely lifted his gaze, addressing the two with indifference. You dare tell us to leave? We became like this after consuming your goods, and you have the audacity to ask us to go? Everyone, come and see. The middle-aged man, carrying the child, took to the street, crying out, Is this even possible? This supermarket owner is behaving this way. Come, I will seek justice for you. A group of outraged citizens marched alongside the middle-aged man toward Shen Chongqing's supermarket. Ha! The middle-aged man wore a smug smile on his face. Hello, Hu Lao. I need you to send a team to assist me with a little issue. Shen Chongqing, unfazed by the throng gathering outside, quietly made a phone call. Having been in this world for some time, Shen Chongqing knew he could not simply lounge about. In recent days, he had established contact with the primary antagonist of this narrative, who Lao Hu Lao was one of the highest authorities in the country, aiming for world unification, which the virtuous female lead sought to thwart. Hu Lao possessed the genuine capability to unify the world and had already reached out to other nations' leadership. He could swiftly bring about global unification. However, the female lead, Ning Hanmo, disagreed. She believed that unification would inevitably require sacrifices. Despite Hu Lao's assurances that no sacrifices would be necessary, Ning Hanmo remained resolute in opposing him. Her sycophants also aided her in resisting Hu Lao. The story culminated in Ning Hanmo's triumph and Hu Lao's demise. The stark contrast between Hu Lao and the previous antagonist, Long Lao, lay in Hu Lao's substantial ambition. Nevertheless, Shen Chongqing had no aversion to ambition. He had provided Hu Lao with advanced technology unknown in this world. In return, Hu Lao agreed to assist Shen Chongqing in resolving all his troubles. Where's the boss? Come out. Selling counterfeit products and still daring to serve them to others. You're headed for prison. The cacophony outside escalated as the middle-aged man, the instigator, discreetly slipped away. He was quite satisfied with the current situation. Just as he attempted to make his exit, a soldier in uniform intercepted him. Seal off this area. Not a single one of them is to escape. The soldier gripped the man with a hand like a vice. Speaking coldly, armed soldiers swiftly surrounded the vicinity. Meanwhile, the indignant citizens had already smashed the supermarket's windows, leaving chaos in their wake. Some even mingled among them, stealthily pilfering items. To avoid detection, they pretended to topple over a few shelves. This is the price you pay for bullying others. The elder matriarch leading the charge pointed an accusing finger at Shen Chongqing. Her name was Wang Ronghua, a woman fond of dancing in the local square. Previously, when some youngsters claimed the square was meant for basketball, she had berated them fiercely. Her friends praised her for her assertiveness. And after savoring the taste of victory, she began to meddle in various matters of perceived injustice. Of course, these injustices were merely those she deemed unfair. Her primary beneficiaries were the other square dancing ladies, whom she rallied against the neighbors above. In Wang Ronghua's eyes, what was wrong with dancing at her age? Did they not realize that they, too, would grow old one day? Today, Wang Ronghua felt that she had accomplished one of the most righteous acts of her life. Alone, she had shattered a third of the supermarket's shelves. Following this confrontation, she believed her merits could rival those of the Buddha himself. Indeed. Shen Chongqing observed these individuals with indifference. He had already heard through the grapevine that the military was surrounding the area. Do not move. Everyone, raise your hands. Just as Wang Ronghua was about to issue another reprimand upon hearing Shen Chongqing's words, a group of uniformed men entered, brandishing their weapons. We are merely ordinary citizens. Wang Ronghua exclaimed to the assembly. What ordinary citizens? You are all nothing but rioters. Arrest them all. A middle-aged man in military attire declared as he stepped forward. You? Wang Ronghua glared furiously at the man. Which ordinary citizen would vandalize someone else's supermarket? There are 37 of you, all waiting to serve time. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the remaining soldiers apprehended the rioters without hesitation. Wang Ronghua continued to protest her innocence loudly, but the middle-aged man showed no interest in hearing her out. All 37 individuals were taken into custody. Apologies for our tardiness. After all were captured. The middle-aged man knelt on one knee. He was acutely aware of Shen Chongqing's formidable strength. Indeed, it could be said that the collective intellect of all the scientific talents in their nation paled in comparison to Shen Chongqing. Thus, this kneeling was done willingly. It's nothing. Shen Chongqing gestured dismissively. However, I would appreciate your assistance in uncovering those behind this. Shen Chongqing spoke in a calm tone. Understood. The middle-aged man replied with a slight bow. My name is Lu Feng, esteemed sir. Here is my contact number. Feel free to reach out to me if you require anything in the future. Lu Feng respectfully handed over his contact information, then left a group to tidy up Shan Changqing's supermarket before departing with the 37 apprehended individuals. 5 days later, the phone rang with a cheerful jingle. Shan Changqing glanced at the screen, which displayed Lu Feng's name. He answered the call. Sir, all 37 individuals have been sentenced, and each will carry a criminal record, especially that elderly woman. Her son has severed ties with her due to this incident. It is said that she has never been well liked, her neighbors deeming her a meddlesome old hag. Lu Feng's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. To speak candidly, Lu Feng harbored a strong dislike for such people. He had merely awaited an opportunity to address them, and now that chance had arisen, he intended to take full advantage. Sentences were issued at the highest levels, with compensations multiplied tenfold. The middle-aged man who had instigated the chaos received a 10-year sentence for child abduction and administering poison. Regardless of whether the child had actually ingested it, if Lu Feng claimed the child had, then it was so as for the mastermind behind it all. It had been revealed to be Shen Long of the Shen family. Following Lu Feng's account of the fates of these individuals, he disclosed the identity of the puppet master. Next, we plan to seek evidence against the Shen family and bring them all down. Lu Feng's tone was flat yet laced with a sense of resolve. Chapter 40. The Redemption of the Malicious Female Antagonist, Part 5, No Need. I already possess their incriminating evidence, which I have sent to Old Hu's computer. Shan Changqing's fingers danced swiftly across his laptop. You truly possess remarkable capabilities, Lu Feng genuinely praised Shan Changqing. Heh. Shan Changqing chuckled lightly, subsequently transmitting all evidence of the Shen family's misdeeds to Old Hu's computer. In Longsheng, in Old Hu's office, he was sipping hot tea while perusing the newspaper. Suddenly, his computer began to play the incriminating evidence against the Shen family. Changqing has sent me a message, Old Hu noted without a hint of surprise, continuing to sip his tea while watching. Oh, what is this? Old Hu, initially enjoying his tea, soon found himself unsettled upon viewing the evidence. The Shen family's most disgraceful acts included male oppression and female subjugation. But the majority of evidence depicted murder. Excellent, excellent. Old Hu's gaze turned icy. He had not anticipated the Shen family's audacity. Hello, is this the Western Military District? This is Hu Hongwei. Old Hu approached his landline and dialed a number. Hu Lao, what can I do for you? Came the aged voice on the other end, bearing a resemblance to Old Hu's own. I have gathered all the evidence against the Shen family. Old Hu spoke in a grave tone. 3 days later, within the Shen residence, Shen Long was in distress over the apprehension of his associates. Although he was confident that the man would not betray him, a sense of unease lingered. Forget it. I should seek out Hanamo. Shen Long scratched his head and ultimately decided to visit Ning Hanmo for some relaxation. Do not move. Raise your hands. Just as Shen Long was about to step outside, he was startled to see a battalion of soldiers surrounding the Shen residence. Who the hell are you? Do you not know whose territory this is? Shen Long shouted angrily at the soldiers encircling his home. Arrest him, an officer commanded. The soldiers swiftly seized Shen Long, twisting his arms behind his back. They paid no heed to his status. They were merely following orders. Who the hell are you? I am the heir of the Shen family. Do you know what consequences this will bring? Shen Long threatened the soldiers with a menacing glare. However, the soldiers ignored him completely, applying even greater force, causing him to grimace in pain. Search the Shen residence. The officer coldly ordered as he observed Shen Long being taken away. 3 days later, at the Lu family mansion, Lu Chun gazed at the newspaper with a sneer of disdain. That fool Shen Long has been captured? Good, that eliminates a competitor. Lu Chun tore the newspaper to shreds, not wishing for Ning Hanmo to see such news. As for Shen Long, he would simply inform Ning Hanmo that Shen Long had perished in a car accident. Morning Go, a playful voice called out. Here I come. Lu Chen smiled and hurried towards the source of the voice, Shen Changqing's home. He announced to Su Qingming, who was busy in the kitchen. Qingming, I have wonderful news. Huh? Su Qingming peeked her head out, looking bewildered at Shan Changqing. The entire Shen family has been apprehended. Shan Changqing handed her the newspaper and took a sip of tea from the table. Shen Long? Su Qingming quickly grabbed the newspaper. The headline boldly proclaimed the seizure of the Shen family's assets, with nearly all members incarcerated. Why, you knew already? Su Qingming asked nervously, gripping the newspaper. I have known everything from the very beginning. Shen Chongqing replied as he stood up. Thank you. 2 clear tears streamed down Su Qingming's cheeks. No one had ever treated her so kindly. Rest assured. I shall not let those who have wronged you go unpunished. Shen Chongqing softly embraced Su Qingming, who quietly sobbed in his arms. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, Su Qingming no longer harbors any suicidal thoughts. Shall you return? Just as Shen Chongqing gently patted Su Qingming's back. The system's notification chimed in.no return. Shen Chongqing declined the offer to return. Qingming, remember every word in this book? You will surely find it useful in the future. Shen Chongqing straightened Su Qingming and handed her a book he had developed himself. This book would enable Su Qingming to retain her self-awareness even after returning to the heavenly path, for the heavenly path is devoid of mercy. This technique would allow Su Qingming to separate from the heavenly path, becoming a truly independent individual, though the process may take millions of years. Su Qingming accepted the book, nodding resolutely, determined to follow through. Hello, old Hu. I have developed a new type of weapon that can expedite your quest for world unification. After Su Qingming returned to her bedroom, Shen Chongqing dialed old Hu. What kind of weapon? Old Hu inquired, clearly intrigued. I haven't settled on a name yet, but it is a weapon that allows control over all aspects of the world via computers or smartphones. Complete with both devices. Shen Chongqing spoke in a calm voice. What? A large weapon capable of controlling the entire world through computers and smartphones? Old Hu exclaimed, rising from his seat. Hearing the rustle of papers scattering on the other end, Shen Chongqing recognized that Old Hu was undoubtedly taken aback. After all, this was a super weapon that Shen Chongqing had developed through years of research and extraordinary memory. With this, Shen Chongqing would be invincible in any world reliant on computers and smartphones. Chongqing, what do you wish for me to do? Hu Lao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. All I require is an identity. Half a month later, it could be said that the most powerful figure in the world, Hu Lao Hu Hongwei, designated his successor. The successor was a brash young man whose name was unfamiliar to anyone. Today marked the day this young man would arrive, and Hu Lao's disciples were eager to create some challenges for him. If this fellow performed poorly, Hu Lao might reconsider his choice of successor. In the Ninghai building, on the 88th floor, Hu Lao's 5 disciples were gathered, all awaiting the same individual. Ding-dong.at that moment. The elevator carrying Shen Chongqing arrived at the 88th floor. Leading Su Qingming by the hand, Shen Chongqing stepped out of the elevator. What the? Su Qingming stared in shock at the individuals before her. Each of them was a figure she had previously deemed unattainable, and their inaccessibility stemmed from their status as Hu Lao's disciples. As for the elderly man at the forefront, Su Qingming's mind was in a state of disarray. Chapter 41. The Redemption of the Malicious Female Supporting Role, Part 6. Is this our junior disciple? The tallest man among them rose first, addressing Shen Chongqing with a smirk. He is your senior brother, Hu Lao remarked, opening his eyes to speak to the man. The middle-aged man was momentarily speechless. Wait, has he already become a senior brother upon arriving? Wouldn't that make me the second senior brother? The first senior brother, Shuiyu, cast a resentful glance at Hu Lao, who merely turned his head away. Pretending not to see a senior brother, may I inquire what inventions you have? Shuiyu gritted his teeth as he uttered the term senior brother. The remaining disciples stifled their laughter, torn between amusement and restraint. My inventions, Hu Lao, did you not inform them? Shen Chongqing shot a surprised glance at Shuiyu. Not yet. It would be best if you introduced your own creations. Hu Lao chuckled, stroking his beard. Hu Lao? Might I trouble you for your computer? Shen Chongqing addressed Hu Lao. Hu Lao nodded, handing over his computer. Meanwhile, Shuiyu and the other 5 disciples frowned, watching intently. Shen Chongqing inserted a small device into the computer and swiftly typed a string of code. Done. I've successfully breached the system. As he completed the final code, evidence of the Liu family's crimes began to play on the screen. How did you gather so much evidence in such a short time? Hu Lao stared in astonishment at Shen Chongqing, who had unearthed a trove of information in merely 5 minutes. IT possesses intelligence and can comprehend our language. Whenever I wish to find something or accomplish a task, I simply issue a command. By the way, let me explain to the 5 of you. This device can control all intelligent devices in the world. Shen Chongqing withdrew the small object from the computer and continued. What? Shuiyu stammered, at a loss for words. Shen Chongqing's actions had shattered his previous understanding of the world. Senior brother, This time, Shui Yu called out with genuine admiration. He was truly impressed by Shen Chongqing. Meanwhile, Su Qingming stood by, utterly mesmerized, gazing at Shen Chongqing as if he were a deity. 5 days later, Shen Chongqing had firmly established himself as Hu Lao's top disciple, earning the unwavering respect of the 5 disciples beneath him. The operation against the Lu family had officially commenced. Shen Chongqing remained largely indifferent. He merely intended to meet Lu Chun and Ning Hanmo once the operation concluded. After all, toppling the Lu family would not be a simple feat. Although the Shen and Lu families were roughly equal in stature, the Lu family's intricate web of connections made them far more challenging to dismantle than the Shen family. While Hu Lao could resolve the matter in a few days if he so wished, Shen Chongqing was in no rush. Qingming, do you wish to return to the Su family? Shen Chongqing inquired of Su Qingming. That place? I do not wish to go back. Su Qingming, who had been watching television, paused for a moment before responding. She felt content in her current situation. Yet, Shen Chongqing still perceived a hint of melancholy in her demeanor. Do not dwell on it. Let us depart. Shen Chongqing, not one to waver, effortlessly hoisted Su Qingming onto his shoulder. Su Qingming's expression shifted from dazed to bewildered, finally settling into astonishment. Put me down. Hey! At the Su family residence, a long Rolls-Royce with the license plate number 000002 parked at the entrance. The security guard at the door widened his eyes upon seeing the Rolls-Royce. However, his gaze was not fixed on the luxury car itself, but rather on its license plate number. Though he was merely a gatekeeper, he had seen his fair share of luxury vehicles. While the extended Rolls-Royce was indeed a top-tier luxury car, the eye-catching license plate was even more notable. Hu Lao's plate number was 000001. And in an effort to demonstrate his sincerity to Shen Chongqing, he had arranged for the owner of the 000002 plate to exchange it for 000003, thus gifting the 000002 plate to Shen Chongqing. Hey, Xiaoling, look at that Rolls-Royce. 2 young women shopping were momentarily halted by the sight of the extended Rolls-Royce. They cared little for the 000002 license plate. Their focus was solely on the car itself. Xiaoling, with your looks, you are sure to succeed. Give it a try. One of the girls nudged the one named Xiaoling. Xiaoling, appearing to be in her late 20s, had clearly undergone cosmetic procedures. However, truthfully, she was still quite attractive. Once a campus belle, countless suitors had pursued her, yet she had turned them all down. Her excessively high standards had resulted in her remaining single to this day. All right, Xiaoling smiled confidently and sashayed toward the extended Rolls-Royce. Just as she approached the vehicle, the driver's door swung open. Is it you, Chongqing? Xiaoling was taken aback upon recognizing the figure emerging. Sister Xiaoling, do you know him? The girl beside her nudged Xiaoling. He once pursued me. Xiaoling's expression was complex. Had she known Shen Chongqing would achieve such success, she would have certainly accepted him back then. But it was not too late now, she thought to herself, dye in her eyes. Shen Chongqing opening the driver's door was an opportunity presented to her. Chongqing, it has been so long. I am Xiaoling. Xiaoling smiled at Shen Chongqing. Shen Chongqing, however, remained cold and indifferent, entirely ignoring Xiaoling's overtures. Chongqing, you still resent me for rejecting you back then, do you? My mother forbade me from dating, which is why I turned you down. In truth, I have always loved you. Xiaoling fabricated her tale, attempting to sidle up to Shen Chongqing. Yet, as he merely shifted aside, she stumbled and fell to the ground in a heap. Shen Chongqing, if you continue like this, I shall cease to associate with you. Xiaoling yelled angrily from the ground. Let us go. Shen Chongqing elegantly opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. At that moment, a figure emerged, clad in a delicate little dress, resting her hand on Shen Chongqing's arm, her beauty breathtaking. In comparison, Xiaoling appeared like a mudfish on the ground next to a true dragon from the heavens. Initially intent on reprimanding Shen Chongqing, Xiaoling stood in a daze, staring at Shen Chongqing and Su Qingming. Woo-woo. Unable to hold back her tears, Xiaoling broke down. You're just envious of her wealth. What are you crying for? Don't you realize you're not worthy? A man in his 60s scoffed at Xiaoling before spitting derisively, as Xiaoling faced the disdainful gazes of those around her and the man's insults. She fled in tears, her embarrassment palpable. Chapter 42. The Redemption of the Malicious Female Supporting Role, Part 7. Ladies and gentlemen, please present your invitations. The gatekeeper, his head bowed, dared not look up at Shen Chongqing. thus failing to notice Su Qingming standing beside him. Shen Changqing paid him no mind, striding past the entrance. The gatekeeper breathed a sigh of relief. The fact that these two had not made things difficult for him was already a blessing. It appears there is some event taking place today, Shen Changqing whispered to Su Qingming, leaning closer to her ear. The warmth of his breath caused her to blush. Su Qingming mumbled in response. Her words somewhat incoherent. Before long, with the assistance of the staff, Shen Changqing arrived at the venue. It was a grand dance hall covering nearly 1,000 square meters, where dozens of couples danced gracefully. Are you all having fun, brothers? A boisterous voice of a young man echoed through the AI art. It was none other than Su Qingming's younger brother. Su Hao strode in, arm in arm with a beautiful woman. Awesome! Young Master Su is impressive, the crowd echoed in praise of Su Hao. Where did you find this stunning girl, young master? She looks quite charming. Someone inquired. Do you think she's beautiful? Su Hao shot a glance at the questioner. Of course, if she is chosen by you, young master. The individual quickly assented. Su Hao typically sought companionship from those beneath his family's social standing, often inviting individuals from one or even two tiers lower than the Su family. It was a stark contrast, yet he brought them home with ease. She's merely a university student. Once I've had my fun, I'll send her on her way. Su Hao waved his hand dismissively. The woman in his embrace revealed a look of humiliation. Scum. Su Qingming observed Su Hao's expression, filled with disgust. The former Su Hao, though a spoiled brat, had not sunk to such depths of depravity. Initially, he feigned obedience to avoid disappointing their parents, who had entrusted their wealth to Su Qingming. However, since Su Qingming was cast out, Su Hao had lost all fear. After all, he was now the sole heir. As long as he refrained from crossing certain lines, his parents would overlook his transgressions, merely bullying and dominating others. Young master, someone is insulting you. Just after Su Qingming's rebuke, one of Su Hao's sycophants hurriedly reported. Su Hao's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that anyone would dare to insult him. Turning around, he exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that my sister?" The once grim expression on Su Hao's face morphed into a mocking smile upon seeing Su Qingming. You still have the audacity to return to the Su family? Su Hao gave Su Qingming a thumbs up before slowly turning away. You, Su Qingming, exasperated by Su Hao's demeanor, felt her chest heave with anger. Don't rush. I'll handle this. Shen Changqing gently patted Su Qingming's head and swiftly moved to Su Hao's side. So fast, Su Hao stared in astonishment at Shen Changqing. Cracked? Su Hao's face turned pale as he clutched his thumb, which Shen Changqing had just broken. Kill him. If you do, I can ensure your safety. And you'll earn the goodwill of the Su family, Su Hao shouted, sweat trickling down his brow. The men behind him hesitated for a moment before charging forward. Though they were not particularly strong, their numbers, 20 or 30 against 1, would surely overpower him. As Shen Changqing faced the oncoming mob, he swiftly kicked the lead man in the face. The force knocked out several teeth and left a large shoe print on his face. Using the momentum from that kick, Shen Changqing leaped higher, seeking a landing point. With precision, he struck each assailant's face with his feet. In just 2 minutes, all 20 men lay sprawled on the ground. After dispatching them, Shen Changqing slowly approached Su Hao. You don't come any closer. I am the young master of the Su family. If you lay a finger on me, your family will meet a grim fate. Fear flickered across Su Hao's face, yet he continued to threaten Shen Changqing. As Shen Changqing stood before him, he broke another finger. Su Hao let out a pitiful wail. Sister, please, I beg you, tell him to stop. Su Hao cried, tears streaming down his face. Su Qingming remained unmoved. Her, Su Hao was no longer her brother. She was not a saint. Su Hao had never regarded her as a sister, so there was no issue with her reciprocating that sentiment. Minutes later, Su Hao's fingers were left in a state of shattered bones, rendering him a cripple for life. Just then, a large contingent of bodyguards burst in, wielding riot shields and electric batons. Young master. The head of security's eyes turned red at the sight of Su Hao's condition. This reaction was not due to affection for Su Hao, but rather fear of the consequences he would face for such a serious incident. Xiao Hao, at that moment, Su Qingming's parents entered. Her father, Su Gong, was a square-faced middle-aged man, while her mother, Wang Yun, was an alluring woman in her prime. Su Qingming, you beast. Why would you harm Xiao Hao so severely? Don't you realize he is just a child? Wang Yun cried, tears streaming down her face as she beheld Su Hao's plight. Su Qingming had never witnessed such parents before. Heh? Su Qingming let out a bitter laugh. Offering no defense, Wang Yun, seeing this, attempted to continue her tirade but was halted by Su Gong's, "Oh, you believe yourself to be quite the fighter." Su Gong addressed Shan Chongqing coolly. "What do you think?" Shan Chongqing replied with a smile. "I in that case, step forward." Su Gong gestured behind him, and two robust men emerged, curiously with their eyes closed. "Tian Can, DK, eliminate him," Su Gong instructed. "This one is a formidable opponent." Indeed, Tian Can and DK chuckled, seemingly dismissive of Shan Chongqing's prowess. 100 million, Su Gong stated flatly. Go. Upon hearing this price, Tian Can and DK immediately sprang into action, eager to please Su Gong. They flanked Shan Chongqing, engaging him in combat. Shan Chongqing was surprised by their exceptional physical coordination despite their blindness. "Let me tell you something," he said while fending them off. The two furrowed their brows, curious about what Shan Chongqing had to say. Tian Can and DK are not just names for blind men lacking intelligence, Shan Chongqing quipped at that moment. Their attacks intensified. "Big brother, it's time to capture him. I want to torture him properly," DK said coldly. "You won't get the chance," Shan Chongqing declared as he seized Tian Can's hand and unleashed his full strength. Boom! Tian Can crashed through 3 walls, hitting the ground with such force that he was left lifeless. "Big brother," DK exclaimed, rushing to save him, but Shan Chongqing would not allow it. Grabbing DK's hands, he delivered a powerful kick to his stomach. "Gah!" DK spat out a mouthful of blood before Shan Chongqing stomped on his head, ending his life as well. "Anyone else?" Shan Chongqing inquired, looking at Su Gong with a calm demeanor. "Is this even human?" Su Gong thought to himself, his face stiffening as he turned to where Tian Can had been thrown. A perfect human-shaped hole marked the wall. "Are you afraid to make a move?" Shan Chongqing advanced slowly, while the bodyguards retreated until they stood behind Su Gong. Shan Chongqing had no intention of attacking them. They were merely trying to earn a living. "Surrender all the Su family's assets," he instructed Su Gong. "What if I refuse?" Su Gong's expression darkened. "If you choose to be ungrateful, prepare for a life of wandering. Qingming, let's go." Shan Chongqing did not ask a second time. He had already given Su Gong a chance. Since he refused to recognize it, he would be left to his own devices. Su Qingming took Shan Chongqing's arm as they left the Su family estate, while Su Gong's expression soured further. Had he known Shan Chongqing would be so impatient, he would have refrained from making threats. "Master, we've discovered that the young man earlier is the chief disciple of Old Hu," a bodyguard whispered to Su Gong. "It's over." Su Gong closed his eyes in despair. A month later, the Su family was implicated in massive illegal earnings, and as the head of the family, Su Gong was sentenced to life imprisonment. Su Hao, for his bullying and domineering behavior, received a 20-year sentence. As for Wang Yun, she fled to the United States, but left without taking anything, likely ending up working as a dishwasher. Thus, all assets of the Su family were confiscated, only to be transferred to Su Qingming by Old Hu, a mere formality. The Lu family faced a similar fate, though they had allied with several others and had yet to be taken down. But that moment was not far off. Ning Hanmo's allies were falling one by one. "It's all because of this disaster." Lu Mu glared at Ning Hanmo in disgust. "Hanmo did nothing wrong." Slap! As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Lu Mu had already slapped him across the face. "If it weren't for your insistence on driving Qingming away back then, we wouldn't be embroiled in so many troubles now. You must go find Qingming immediately and beg for her forgiveness. If she does not grant it, you shall no longer dare to call me your mother." After delivering her harsh words, Lu Mu turned to Ning Hanmo and shouted, "You shameless wretch, get out of my sight." Lu Mu had always harbored disdain for Ning Hanmo. It was only because Ning Hanmo had previously attracted numerous sycophants, bringing benefits to the Lu family, that Lu Mu tolerated her presence. Now that those individuals had mostly been apprehended, Ning Hanmo had lost her value. Upon hearing Lu Mu's words, Ning Hanmo cast an incredulous glance at her. "What are you staring at? Get lost?" Lu Mu scolded loudly. Ning Hanmo, covering her face, fled the Lu residence. "Hanmo?" Lu Chun attempted to rise and chase after her. "If you fail to gain Qingming's forgiveness today." Don't bother returning to the Lu family. Lu Chun's father, the head of the Lu family, solemnly warned him. In the afternoon, a man driving a luxury car, glancing around aimlessly, quickly caught the attention of the security personnel. This is Old Hu's territory. I advise you to refrain from any inappropriate intentions. They warn Lu Chen. I understand. I understand. Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly, then slipped a few gold bars into the security guard's hand. The guard's expression darkened as he immediately tossed the gold bars back. He dared not accept a bribe in such a public setting. I asked this fellow not a fool. If you wish to bribe someone, can't you do it discreetly? Lu Chen watched in silence as the guard returned his gold bars, also realizing he had committed a foolish act. But there was no time for regrets now. Since he could not glean the approximate time from the guard, he would have to wait patiently. 3 hours later, a drowsy Lu Chen finally spotted Su Qingming, accompanied by Shen Chongqing. Qingming, Lu Chen feigned surprise as he approached Su Qingming. However, she completely ignored his presence and walked past him as if he were a stranger. Su Qingming, please forgive me. I know you targeted the Lu family because of me. I beg you. Lu Chen knelt before her, weeping profusely, yet Su Qingming did not even glance back. Half a year later, nearly everyone from the Lu family, except for a few who had stayed uninvolved, had been imprisoned, including Lu Chun. Ning Hanamo had also vanished, with no one knowing her whereabouts. It was not until someone spotted her on a certain video platform that it became known she had entered the entertainment industry. Meanwhile, Old Hu fulfilled his lifelong dream of conquering the world by the following year. With the aid of Shen Chongqing's resources, Old Hu controlled all electronic devices worldwide, uniting the globe through sheer power. After Old Hu's global unification, Shen Chongqing held the grandest wedding with Su Qingming. Alas, due to Su Qingming being the embodiment of the will of heaven, she could not bear offspring. A deep sorrow in her heart, Su Qingming had advised Shen Chongqing to seek another woman, but he had no desire to do so. In the 10th year, Old Hu passed away. Before his death, he entrusted everything to Shen Chongqing. 80 years later, the aged Su Qingming lay on her bed. She had surpassed a century in age. Chongqing, sharing this lifetime with you has been my greatest happiness. I have always been certain that my expulsion from home was destined for me to meet you. After uttering these words, Su Qingming passed away with a smile. Subsequently, from Shen Chongqing's perspective, her soul ascended towards the will of heaven. Perhaps, in millions of years, Su Qingming would be reborn. Shen Chongqing buried her body and entrusted everything to his eldest disciple. System, return. Shen Chongqing addressed the system. Congratulations, host, for exceeding your mission. Current progress is 11100. The next world. Lowest tier citizen. This mission is to cleanse the world. Chapter 44, The Lowest Tier Citizen, Part 1. The original host had no connection to the plot. He was merely a lowly individual on the street. This does not imply that his conduct was morally corrupt. Rather, he was born as a lowly person, a 5th-tier citizen in this world. 1st-tier citizens enjoyed all rights. 2nd-tier citizens possessed limited rights and the majority of wealth. 3rd-tier citizens had minimal wealth. 4th-tier citizens were the common populace, and 5th-tier citizens were born as slaves, so-called lowly beings. The original host was unlikely to intersect with the female lead. Yet one day, he saw her on the street. He had never encountered such beauty and was momentarily entranced. Unfortunately, he was subsequently beaten to death by a mob of sticks for daring to gaze upon the visage of a 2nd-tier citizen. The female lead shed a few feigned tears for him before turning to engage romantically with the one issuing commands. What a twisted world it is! Shen Chongqing shook his head. System, let us traverse, he commanded the system. A flash of white light enveloped him as Shen Chongqing successfully crossed into the original host's body. His surroundings revealed a thatched hut leaking from all sides. Hey, are you dead? If not, get out here. As Shen Chongqing pondered, he suddenly heard a sharp voice. He looked up to see a 4th-tier citizen, the overseer responsible for monitoring 5th-tier lowly citizens like him. What a frail physique! Shen Chongqing clenched his fists, realizing that his current strength was likely inferior to that of an average woman his age. Even with his combat skills and physical prowess, he could at most contend against 4 or 5 strong men. The spiritual energy was also exceedingly scarce. After roughly sensing the spiritual energy, Shen Chongqing's brow furrowed deeply. This world is truly wasteful. The spiritual energy here barely suffices to support a golden core stage cultivator. Are you dead? The overseer kicked open Shen Chongqing's door and stepped inside. My lord, this is my humble tribute to you. Shen Chongqing presented a few hundred coins he had saved to the overseer. It seems you are somewhat sensible. The overseer discreetly pocketed the coins after feeling their weight. Rest now, but don't let it happen again tomorrow. The overseer patted Shun Chongqing on the shoulder before exiting. After the overseer departed, Shun Chongqing lay back down. That night, he stewed all the food together and consumed it. Though it barely filled him halfway, it sufficed. Tonight happens to be a full moon, he murmured. Wrapping a blanket around his face, he dashed outside. The air was dry. Be cautious of fire hazards. Outside, a fifth-tier lowly citizen was laboring on the streets. Such strenuous work was primarily done by fifth-tier lowly citizens. They constituted about 50% of the population in this world, leaving others with the sole responsibility of monitoring them. Is that a shadow? While working, Wang Yuan rubbed his eyes. He thought he had seen a figure leap across the rooftops, but after rubbing his eyes, the shadow vanished. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, he sighed and continued his work. In the overseer's encampment, Brother Li, you are quite fortunate. That lowly citizen actually gave you 450. A companion gazed at him enviously. Ha ha ha. Brother Li seemed in high spirits. His monthly salary was only around 2,000. After all, a fourth-tier citizen is merely a commoner. 450 is nearly a quarter of his salary. That lowly citizen managed to save so much money. I'll threaten him tomorrow to see if I can squeeze out some cash. Another burly man drinking chimed in. Ha ha, old Shui. Remember to treat your brothers once you get that money tomorrow. Brother Li laughed heartily at old Shui, and of course, it's what we do. Old Shui replied with a booming laugh. Cheers. Brother Li raised his cup. Shun Chongqing waited patiently. His intention was not to kill but to acquire a functioning identity. As a lowly citizen, Shun Chongqing could not act freely to gain that freedom. He needed to become at least a fourth-tier citizen. Thus, he devoted all the spiritual energy he had just cultivated to disguise himself. He planned to eliminate Brother Li and assume his identity to obtain fourth-tier citizenship. 2 hours later, not having had enough to drink, old Shui remarked, tomorrow, once I get the money, let us continue the revelry. Ha ha ha. The several overseers beside him responded with laughter. Subsequently, a few of them waved their hands at one another. Li Gu staggered as he made his way home. Unbeknownst to him, Shun Chongqing followed silently in his wake. On the bustling street, Li Gu felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were trailing him. He turned back in confusion, only to find a pitch-black void behind him, devoid of any silhouette. Clearly, he had drunk too much today and was succumbing to illusions. He shook his head to dispel the thoughts. Suddenly, a chilling question crossed his mind. Who does that body belong to? That was the last thought that flashed through Li Ji's mind before his head tumbled to the ground. Shun Chongqing, maintaining a stoic demeanor, collected the corpse and severed head, seeking a secluded spot to incinerate Li Ji's remains to ashes. He intended to assume Li Ji's identity, so Li Ji's demise posed no threat. After all, if the original was not missing, who would seek the body? Li Ji's real name was Li Hu. His parents had long since passed, leaving behind only a wife. However, Li Hu's spouse was merely a commoner, a fact that made him regard her with disdain, often resorting to violence and verbal abuse. His wife, in turn, bore it in silence. For she was but a lowly individual. Even if she were to seek justice, it would be futile. This was precisely why Shun Chongqing had chosen this identity, not out of hatred for Li Hu, but because, truth be told, all these overseers were equally despicable, and Li Hu was among the least reprehensible of the lot. Returning home, Shun Chongqing transformed his visage to mirror that of Li Hu, then proceeded towards Li Hu's residence. The overseer's quarters. The fifth-tier commoner guards bowed respectfully to Shun Chongqing at the entrance. Shun Chongqing nodded in acknowledgement. The guards then opened the grand door, allowing him to step into Li Hu's abode. Dear husband, upon seeing Li Hu return, Zhu Yu, Li Hu's wife, immediately approached his side. Prepare a meal for me, Shun Chongqing stated flatly to Zhu Yu. Yes, she replied obediently, promptly entering the kitchen to prepare food. She appeared less like a wife and more akin to a servant. Chapter 45. The Lowest Class of Citizens, Part 2. Zhu Yu observed Li Hu devouring his meal voraciously. Her words caught in her throat, eye in her eyes. Li Hu had never displayed such a lack of decorum before her. Mind your own business. The master is in a good mood today and does not wish to raise a hand against you. Shun Chongqing remarked, glancing at Zhu Yu while continuing to eat. Yes, Zhu Yu exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. The familiar atmosphere had returned. The following day, Shun Chongqing rose early and made his way to the construction site. Lord Li, that fellow Shun Chongqing has yet to show up again, someone reported as soon as Shun Chongqing arrived at the site. This was one of Li Hu's subordinates, a fifth-tier commoner primarily tasked with observing the diligence of others. Understood, Shun Chongqing replied nonchalantly. The day's labor passed swiftly as Shun Chongqing portrayed himself as a competent overseer. However, in secret, he was honing his technique of creating doppelgangers. He produced another avatar of himself, intending to leverage Li Hu's identity to exert severe pressure on the workers. It was only by driving them to desperation that they would fight fiercely for their survival. Although it bore a resemblance to coercion, Shun Chongqing was no Song Jiang. Should he incite rebellion among them, it would genuinely be a fight against the injustices of this world. 5 days later, under Shun Chongqing's oppression, the workers labored tirelessly, often subjected to his scorn and reprimands. Their resentment towards Li Hu had reached a boiling point. It is time to begin, Shun Chongqing declared, transforming his doppelganger into Li Hu's likeness, while his original self wielded a weapon he had crafted. Making his way to the construction site, "This damned Li Hu seeks to drive us to our deaths," a group of burly men exclaimed, their faces contorted with outrage. "Brothers, what has transpired?" Shun Chongqing feigned a breathless demeanor as he inquired. "Aren't you dead?" The bald man Wu Ergu exclaimed in shock. Beside him, Wu Degu also stared at Shun Chongqing with disbelief. "I am not dead. However, a mysterious immortal entrusted me with an item, claiming it has the power to reshape this world." Shun Chongqing brandished the firearm. "Reshape?" Wu Degu stared at Shun Chongqing, bewildered. "Though I have been absent from the construction site lately, I have remained informed of the happenings here. Li Hu does not regard you as human. Thus we can slay him. He is merely a man like us. What makes him superior?" Shun Chongqing passionately addressed the crowd below. But we are merely commoners," a timid voice piped up. "No one is born a commoner. It is merely a label imposed upon us. Today, I shall lead you to tear this label asunder," Shun Chongqing proclaimed. "Do nobility and rank truly confer superiority?" He raised his arm in a rallying cry. For a moment, all were rendered speechless. "Do nobility and rank truly confer superiority? Do nobility and rank truly confer superiority?" After a few seconds, a chorus of voices erupted, echoing this sentiment. Indeed, why should they be born into servitude? Why must they remain commoners for life? They sought to alter their fate, and the path to change lay in bloodshed. Bang, bang, bang. Shun Chongqing fired a shot, striking down a panicked man, one of Li Hu's lackeys. Yet the crowd was less concerned with the fate of that lackey and more in awe of the weapon's power. "Incredible," Li Erden gasped, witnessing the lethal impact. "Come forth to claim your weapons. Once we emerge victorious, your descendants shall take pride in your legacy. Your names will echo through the ages, and your offspring shall no longer be commoners," Shun Chongqing declared, distributing firearms to the throng. The crowd, thoroughly imbued with his fervor, had no words of refusal. "Let us proceed." Shun Chongqing gestured, and 50 or so armed men immediately followed him. Meanwhile, Li Hu's doppelganger was indulging in drink. Boom! The door was flung open with a mighty kick. A throng of armed giants stood before him. "You rabble dare to kick down my door? Once I finish my drink, I shall see you all tortured to death. Those who surrender will earn a merciful end. This is my final warning. Do not make me repeat myself," Li Hu's doppelganger threatened, aiming to leave these individuals with no escape. Among them were some who contemplated surrendering to Li Hu. But upon hearing his words, their resolve evaporated. If death awaited them regardless, why not eliminate Li Hu? Tat tat tat. A volley of gunfire erupted, instantly riddling Li Hu's doppelganger with bullets. This act signified that the individuals had no retreat left. They could only follow Shun Chongqing down the path of no return. For regardless of the justification, fifth-tier commoners who committed murder face certain death. Much like a man-eating tiger, a commoner who took a life risked awakening. To prevent such awakenings, those who killed must be swiftly dealt with, an unyielding decree established by the first-tier citizens. In the aftermath of Li Hu's demise, the crowd unleashed their pent-up fury upon his remains. Reducing him to shattered fragments, "We have completed the first step. Now we must slay more overseers to liberate this region entirely." Shun Chongqing rallied, raising his arm in encouragement, and the armed men below echoed their agreement. There were approximately 10 overseers in the vicinity, typically reluctant to act alone. Shun Chongqing's intent in having them first eliminate Li Hu was to bolster their courage. Once they had slain one, The inviolable nature of the upper class would be shattered. A man can be killed. This is an uncomplicated truth. Yet these fifth-tier citizens were shackled by fear and dared not act. Shun Chongqing had shattered their chains. Thus, a revolution was on the horizon. Shun Chongqing led the 50 men in a massacre, slaying all overseers, while the enslaved were liberated. Naturally, Shun Chongqing urged everyone to participate. After the overseers fell, the liberated slaves tore them to pieces. Now, Shun Chongqing commanded an army of 800 men, all seasoned laborers with commendable physical prowess. Wang Ergu, Zhu Matzi, Zhao Er, Wu Dagu, Wu Ergu, step forward. Shun Chongqing called out to the crowd. 5 men ascended the platform. You shall temporarily impersonate the overseers to deceive the upper class, while the rest of you work tirelessly to manufacture firearms. Once we have produced 800 guns, we shall advance upon Luoshui City. Shun Chongqing gestured to the 5 men, transforming them into the overseers they had just slain. What is happening? The 5 individuals stared in shock at their own reflections. Chapter 46. The Lowest of Citizens, Part 3. The ability to transform one person into another. Surely only the first-class citizens possess such power. The crowd below began to murmur among themselves. You will all have the opportunity to acquire this strength. With a wave of his hand, Shun Chongqing conjured 800 manuals on the art of spiritual energy cultivation. Placing one in each person's hands as this, a method of cultivation that only first-class citizens can learn? Wu Dagu inquired, struggling to contain his excitement as he gazed at the manual. Indeed, in my eyes. Each of you is no less than those first-class citizens. If they can achieve it, I firmly believe you can as well. Shun Chongqing spoke solemnly to the crowd below. Do nobles possess any innate superiority? With the utterance of this phrase by the first person, an increasing number began to roar in unison. They refused to remain as the downtrodden. They aspired to be ordinary individuals. Excellent. Shun Chongqing observed the resolute expressions on the faces of those below. Fully aware that he had succeeded, these individuals were willing to sacrifice everything to alter the world. Aside from their lack of experience, they could be considered the most formidable army. For even if their casualty rate reached 100%, they would not flee. Each of them now harbored a belief. The power of faith is formidable. It can render one timid or embolden one to face death unflinchingly. Half a month later, General, a second-class citizen is coming for an inspection. Should we? Wu Dagu approached Shun Chongqing and made a gesture across his throat. How is the weapon manufacturing progressing? Shun Chongqing did not respond directly but inquired about the weapons. The brothers have already produced 750. We will finish soon, then eliminate him. Shun Chongqing rose to his feet. Understood. Wu Dagu nodded. 3 days later. I truly despise coming to such a lowly place. A middle-aged man, clad in opulent garments, looked disdainfully around. Master Yin, once we finish here, I will take you to the finest places to enjoy yourselves. The Lord of Luoshui City rubbed his hands together as he spoke. The Lord of Luoshui City was a third-class citizen. Although it was termed a city, it was merely a slightly larger village. Thus, only a third-class individual could hold the title of Lord here. In better cities, the minimum rank for a lord is second class. Well, since you insist, I shall reluctantly agree, for I do not wish to impose on others. Master Yin nodded solemnly. One might think he was engaging in some legitimate transaction with the Lord of Luoshui City. Your willingness to grace us is a privilege. The Lord of Luoshui City smiled ingratiatingly. I have heard that this place has been quite profitable recently. Take me to see it. Master Yin pointed to a location on the map. He was to inspect the worst areas. However, Master Yin had other intentions. He wished to see the best locations, and then report to the higher-ups that this was the worst place. This was the common practice among most. Unless there were benefits lacking, few would deliberately make things difficult for a city lord. Excellent! The Lord of Luoshui City joyfully tucked away the map. The location Master Yin indicated was where Shun Chongqing and his companions resided. Without true military oversight and wishing to avoid detection, Shun Chongqing's group worked even harder. This effort transformed their area into the most profitable region. Lord Yin, let us dine before proceeding. It would be unwise to inspect on an empty stomach, especially since you must meet those commoners. The Lord of Luoshui City waved his hand, and a group of maids appeared before Master Yin. Serve Master Yin well. Those who fail to do so will face consequences. The Lord of Luoshui City cast a cold glance at the maids. Yes, the maids quickly bowed and knelt. These maids were fourth-class citizens. Fifth-class commoners were not qualified to serve second-class individuals. Brother, since you are so enthusiastic, I shall not hold back. Master Yin grinned foolishly and entered the room, surrounded by numerous women. Should you have any other requests, do not hesitate to ask. I will ensure they are fulfilled. The Lord of Luoshui City waved his hand at Master Yin. A day later, sated and content, Master Yin leaned against his waist as he accompanied the Lord of Luoshui City for the inspection, flanked by 1,000 bodyguards. These bodyguards were all commoners, trained as die-hard soldiers by the Lord of Luoshui City. In the face of danger, they would give their lives to protect the two men. General, they have arrived. Wu Ergo whispered to Shen Chongqing. Prepare the brothers. Shen Chongqing's expression remained calm. Understood. Wu Ergo was visibly excited. For a third-class citizen and a second-class citizen, merely approaching them was considered sacrilege. Yet now, under the general's command, they had the chance to slay these individuals. At the construction site, is this truly a construction site? The stench of commoners is unbearable. Master Yin waved his hand in disgust. Master Yin, commoners are like this. They are even dirtier than your pets, the Lord of Luoshui City remarked. Bring out the military overseer. This place is appalling. It offends my eyes, Master Yin demanded. Go fetch the military overseer. The Lord of Luoshui City nodded and instructed his bodyguards. Soon, 5 bodyguards approached the military overseer's quarters. Sir, there are 5 bodyguards. Should we kill them? Wu Degu quietly asked Shen Chongqing. Have the brothers concealed themselves? Yes, then eliminate them. Shen Chongqing stood up, swiftly knocking down the 5 bodyguards with a few punches. The noise from firearms would attract too much attention. Hence he chose otherwise. Shen Chongqing then created 5 clones, each disguised as a bodyguard, as they headed toward Master Yan's location. Sir, we have brought the individuals. The bodyguard lowered his head, revealing Shen Chongqing and his companions impersonating the military overseers. You. Before the Lord of Luoshui City could finish his sentence, Shen Chongqing opened fire. A quick-thinking bodyguard leaped in front of the Lord of Luoshui City, but was too late. The Lord of Luoshui City was shot in the head, dying instantly. The sound of the gunfire prompted the people along the road all bowed deeply to Lord Yin. The Lord of Luoshui City was not the only third-rank individual within the city. His ascension to the position was primarily due to the relative strength of his family. Shen Chongqing merely uttered a sound of acknowledgement, not even nodding his head. However, those beside him felt no sense of discord. After all, as a second-rank individual, Lord Yin was not obliged to show respect to those of such lower status. Let the brothers feast heartily, Shen Chongqing instructed Wu Ergu. Yes, Wu Ergu nodded, and soon the chefs of the city lord's manor began to work tirelessly to prepare the meal. How can we possibly cook so much? Can Lord Yin eat all of this? A chef wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Do not speak so much. We need only to cook. For calamity arises from the tongue. Another chef warned. 3 hours later, 800 individuals had devoured every last morsel of food in the city lord's manor. Wu Degu, go summon the esteemed elders from each village. Shen Chongqing commanded him. An hour later, Wu Degu returned from the fields with 12 elderly men. These commoners invited to the city lord's manor for the first time, each appearing exceedingly apprehensive. We pay our respects, my lord. These septuagenarians and octogenarians, upon seeing Shen Chongqing in the guise of Lord Yin, instinctively wished to kneel and kowtow. Shen Chongqing gestured for the attendants to support the elders. Follow me. Shen Chongqing intended for these elders to accompany him, to witness how he dealt with the nobles. Though they were all 5th-rank commoners, their prestige among their peers surpassed even that of Lord Yin. Let us proceed, Shen Chongqing announced with a grand sweep of his hand. Yes, the 800 behind him shouted in unison. The Wang family felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Wang Ming, the patriarch, pressed his hand against his heart, feeling as if it might leap from his chest. But why? What was he truly afraid of? You wretched girl, it is a privilege to have me desire you. Do not be ungrateful, Wang Ming's eldest son. Wang Hong seized a girl. She was strikingly beautiful, yet her attire was tattered. Nevertheless, the ragged clothing could not conceal her exquisite features. She was a child of a 5th-rank commoner, merely 13 years of age. Upon seeing her, Wang Hong was instantly captivated and ordered his guards to capture her. Although her father felt reluctant, he dared not protest, for he had no means to resist. So you wish to bite your tongue and end your life? Quite the fierce spirit. Wang Hong pried open the girl's mouth. The girl glared at him with eyes filled with hatred. I do enjoy that kind of gaze. Wang Hong sneered. First, discipline her. Make her more compliant. He commanded his guards, who nodded in confirmation. The girl was then dragged into a room, powerless to resist against the guards. Xiao Hong, how many times must I tell you not to associate with these commoners? Wang Ming admonished his son, frowning. Oh, father, I assure you this time will be the last. Wang Hong replied with a cheeky grin, clearly disregarding his father's words. Wang Ming could only sigh. After you are done with that woman, dispose of her, Wang Ming instructed the guards trailing behind him. Yes, the guards nodded, and also, just as Wang Ming was about to continue, a sudden volley of gunfire erupted. Ah! The screams of the guards echoed from outside. What is happening? Wang Ming exclaimed in alarm, quickly leading his guards to the entrance to ascertain the situation. The guards moving ahead of him. It's the entrance. The elderly men struggled to swallow hard. Lord Yin had brought them to the Wang family to unleash a massacre. Why you? You are not Lord Yin. Just as these elders began to speak, Shen Chongqing had already shed his disguise, revealing his true self in an instant. Without hesitation, Shen Chongqing seized a firearm and charged forward. Although he could wield his spiritual energy with greater potency, he opted for the gun, for nothing compared to the satisfaction of a single bullet to the head. Who are you, and why do you? Wang Ming made his way to the entrance, but before he could finish speaking, he was shot dead. Shen Chongqing led his forces onward, and soon the Wang family was utterly annihilated. The girl seized by Wang Hong was also rescued. She stared blankly at the troops led by Shen Chongqing, witnessing for the first time someone bold enough to slaughter upper-class citizens. Chapter 48. The Lowest of Commoners, Part 5. What we must do is rectify the injustices of this world. And thus I implore the populace of Luoshui City to join us. Shen Chongqing bowed to the elders. The elders fell silent. Unwilling, are you? Very well. Shen Chongqing sighed and turned to leave. See, can I join? Just as Shen Chongqing was about to depart, the girl called out to him. Of course, we welcome everyone. Shen Chongqing extended his hand. The girl hesitated for a moment before reaching out to grasp his hand. Comrade, what is your name? Shen Chongqing inquired softly. I am Du Ming, the girl replied, gazing at Shen Chongqing. Du Ming, is it? I shall remember that. Let us proceed. After nodding, Shen Chongqing waved to the 800 behind him, and they set off toward the next family, leaving the elders silent and motionless in their wake. Old Shun, they truly possess the power to change this world. How so? Because I see faith in their eyes. Shen Chongqing, accompanied by the 800, arrived at the Lu family, swiftly obliterating them with overwhelming force. The remaining families realized a grave threat was at hand and banded together in haste. With the combined strength of over 10 families, their numbers swelled to nearly 10,000. Even armed to the teeth, Shen Chongqing's 800 would find it a considerable challenge to eliminate such a multitude. General, our brothers fear not death. We need not worry for us. Wu Dege declared resolutely to Shen Chongqing. Very well. Shen Chongqing recognized the determination in Wu Dege's eyes, understanding that he was truly prepared to face death without hesitation. If those rascals dare to come, our numbers alone can crush them, the head of the Zhao family proclaimed. I have dispatched someone for reinforcements. If we can hold for half a day, help will arrive to suppress these rabble-rousers. The head of the Zhang family added. Their weapons are peculiar and highly destructive. However, I am confident we can withstand them for half a day with our numbers, the head of the Li family asserted confidently. Outside the gate, Shen Chongqing surveyed the throng of over 10,000 bodyguards and felt a headache coming on. It seemed imperative to resolve the situation swiftly. He began to gather spiritual energy, preparing for a powerful strike. Initially intended as a trump card, the current circumstances demanded a prompt resolution. If he could not eliminate these individuals quickly, he would fail to prevent those who might flee to alert others. General, just as Shen Chongqing was filled with murderous intent, raising his hand to unleash his might, several elderly voices suddenly reached his ears. General, we have captured all those attempting to escape the city to send word. These are all the able-bodied men from our village, totaling around 20,000. Old Shen stepped forward to address Shen Chongqing. Thank you, comrade. Shen Chongqing grasped Old Shen's hand. He then surveyed the men, most wielding hoes, with only a few possessing knives. If they were to engage the bodyguards, it was likely that all 20,000 would perish without managing to take down even 5,000 of the enemy. However, Shun Chongqing had no intention of sending them into battle. Old Shin, please lead these men to secure all areas. Although we have captured a number, there may still be some who slip through the cracks. Shun Chongqing instructed. Understood. Please be cautious. Old Shun nodded before leading the 2,000 men to seal off the entire city. Commenced the attack. With a sweep of Shun Chongqing's hand, countless firearms erupted in fire. What kind of weapon is this? Kill them. Seize their weapons. The guards had descended into madness, recklessly disregarding the specter of life and death as they charged towards Shun Chongqing's troops. Yet, such fervor was ultimately futile. It only hastened their demise. Nevertheless, even in their desperation, slaying 10,000 men was no trivial task. These individuals were not fools. Even amidst the onslaught, they refused to stand idly by to be mowed down. Many wielded the corpses of their fallen comrades as shields, significantly diminishing the efficiency of the slaughter. As night fell, only about 2,000 guards remained, each filled with an overwhelming dread. Within the Li family, an urgent question loomed. Why had no one come to their rescue? The head of the Liu family was on the brink of insanity. Nearly a day had passed without any sign of assistance. Had the messengers who ventured out to seek help all perished? Do not panic. Reinforcements from the imperial capital must be on their way. The head of the Li family forced himself to appear composed. Dante say do not panic. We are on the brink of death. Do you understand? We are to be slaughtered by these lowly wretches. The head of the Liu family retorted angrily. Half an hour later, the last guard fell to the ground. Let us go, Shun Chongqing commanded with a wave of his hand, and the army surged forward. Inside the Li residence, my lord, spare my life. I, the head of the Liu family, began to plead, only to be silenced by a swift stroke from Wu Degu, who severed his head. Scum, Wu Degu spat disdainfully at the fallen. Kill everyone except the head of the family. As for him, we shall execute him at the market in 3 days. With Shun Chongqing's order, the troops exhibited a terrifying efficiency, and within a mere 5 minutes, 500 members of the Li family were exterminated, leaving only a couple dozen heads of families. You shall die. You traitor will be subjected to 1,000 cuts, torn apart by 5 horses. The head of the Li family glared venomously at Shun Chongqing. Unfortunately, you shall not live to see that day. Shun Chongqing replied, patting the head of the Li family mockingly. Drag him away. Shun Chongqing commanded his subordinates. 2 men roughly seized the head of the Li family by the legs and dragged him away, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. The other heads of families were also captured and imprisoned, awaiting their execution in 3 days. 3 days later, at the market, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Is the head of the Liu family to be executed? Indeed. Do you have a grudge against him? That scoundrel severed my eldest son's leg. I wish to devour his flesh, thanks to the general. He has liberated us from our suffering. The discussions filled the air with a lively clamor. Listening to the chatter, Shun Chongqing suddenly felt that an execution might not be entirely appropriate. He raised his hand, signaling the executioner to pause. Today, whether they live or die is in your hands. Those who wish to kill them, step forward. Chapter 49. The lowest of citizens, Part 6, Kill him? The commoners exchanged bewildered glances. Soon, a middle-aged man, his face twisted with hatred, rushed onto the stage and swung a knife towards the ear of the head of the Liu family. A horrific scream pierced the air as the head of the Liu family's ear was severed. With the first act of violence set in motion, others eagerly followed suit, clambering onto the stage to unleash their pent-up fury upon the heads of families. My dear wife, I have avenged you. Daughter, you may now rest in peace. Hours later, the heads of families, having been mercilessly tortured, breathed their last. Shun Chongqing had firmly established control over Luoshui City. Though deemed a secondary city, its population was not insignificant. The sole reason for its classification as such was the overwhelming presence of the lower class, which hindered its development. Ironically, this was advantageous for Shun Chongqing, as it meant a greater pool of usable individuals. With an entire city at his disposal, he could begin to explore the production of various goods. Shun Chongqing retrieved the blueprints he had meticulously prepared. 1 month later, in the imperial capital, Feng Yuner. Remember this, regardless of your status, this prince will always love you. The 4th prince, Jin Jinlin, declared passionately at the Feng residence. Feng Yuner, the protagonist of this tale, was a bastard child of the Feng family. Nonetheless, she was considered a second-class citizen in a twist of fate. Feng Yuner encountered Jin Jinlin and inadvertently saved him, leading to his infatuation with her and a fervent pursuit. However, Jin Jinlin's reputation was less than stellar, which made Feng Yuner reluctant to accept his advances. She had carefully crafted her image as a compassionate young lady devoted to the common people. Moreover, even though Jin Jinlin was a prince, being the fourth prince instead of the heir apparent placed him in jeopardy amid the power struggles that ensued. Thus, Feng Yuner chose to flee her home. After calling out in vain to Feng Yuner, Jin Jinlin furrowed his brow upon receiving no response. He had no grievances against her. Rather, he sensed something amiss. Typically, when he behaved in such a manner, she would emerge to scold him, not remain indoors. Ignoring him, Jin Jinlin strode into the Feng residence. Although the Feng family was considered a prominent clan in the imperial capital, they were unwilling to provoke a prince and thus permitted him entry. Yuner, Jin Jinlin knocked on her bedroom door, yet received no reply. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a fragrant aroma, but his mind was preoccupied with finding Feng Yuner. Yuner, he murmured, gazing at the empty room before exiting. Xiao Lao, fetch Yuner's personal maid for me, he instructed an elderly man with white hair and a beard standing behind him. The elder nodded and vanished in an instant, for this world was one where cultivation was possible and extraordinary beings existed. All cultivators were martial artists, who were classified into 4 stages: acquired, innate, master, and true person, corresponding to the 1st, 4th, 7th levels of Qi training and the early stage of foundation building, respectively. This elder was a master-level warrior, and each prince had one to protect them. A few minutes later, young Master Jin, I have brought her. Xiao Lao tossed a maid before Jin Jinlin. Where has Yuner gone? He inquired of the maid. Miss, she has gone to Luoshui City, the maid stammered, lacking any intention to conceal the truth. In the presence of a prince, deceit was futile. Let us go, Jin Jinlin commanded his companions with a wave of his hand. Though they were ordinary bodyguards, they were all innate-level cultivators, as befitted a prince. Jin Jinlin chose not to inform anyone and set off alone with his guards towards Luoshui City. He believed he would encounter no danger there. After all, he himself was an innate-level warrior and possessed protective treasures left by his father, making it impossible for even a master to kill him. Moreover, Luoshui City was so small that it lacked a single martial artist. Luoshui City, with a sigh, Feng Yuner, veiled, stepped into Luoshui City. I truly did not wish to come here, she lamented. If given a choice, she would never set foot in Luoshui City, a place steeped in the essence of the lower class that made her stomach churn merely standing at the entrance. Yet, she had no choice. To evade Jin Jinlin, she had to enter the city. As she ventured into Luoshui City, she was met with barricades. No unauthorized personnel were permitted entry. The guards at the entrance crossed their spears upon seeing her, blocking her path. When did Luoshui City close its gates? How was I unaware? Feng Yuner frowned. The guards paid her no heed. This was the first time Feng Yuner had experienced such disregard. Though she typically concealed her identity while maintaining her reputation, her beauty usually afforded her significant advantages. It was nearly impossible for anyone to overlook her. Yet, these 2 guards seemed entirely indifferent to her presence. If I insist on entering, Feng Yuner challenged, then you shall be considered an enemy of Luoshui City. The guard at the entrance spoke coldly. Upon witnessing this, Feng Yuner could only begrudgingly abandon her intention to enter Luoshui City. She was not a martial artist. Should a conflict arise here, she would meet a tragic end without any guards by her side. Feng Yuner had no desire to die young, so she chose not to provoke the group of guards. However, she had silently noted the existence of this city. Once she returned to the Feng family, the lord and the high-ranking officials of this city would face dire consequences. Feng Yuner turned back along the same path. Along the way, she encountered Jin Jinlin, who was in pursuit of her. Yuner, Jin Jinlin exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the stunningly beautiful Feng Yuner in her flowing gown. Jin Jinlin? Feng Yuner called out his name, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Yuner, who has wronged you? Jin Jinlin, upon hearing the slight distress in her voice, became instantly agitated and quickly approached her, asking softly, Luoshui City has barred me from entry. And Feng Yuner hesitated. And what? Jin Jinlin urged eagerly. And they want to kill me. Chapter 50. The Lowest Class of Citizens, Part 7, Feng Yuner allied. Her persona was not that of a petty individual. To seek Jin Jinlin's help over something trivial would only make her appear small-minded. But if her life were at stake, it was an entirely different matter. How dare they? Jin Jinlin's expression shifted to one of fury. Xiao Lao, accompany me to Luoshui City. Jin Jinlin commanded angrily to Xiao Lao behind him. We shall slaughter the city, he proclaimed emphatically. To him, the third-class citizens were merely inferior beings. As someone wielding absolute power as a first-class individual, it would be no issue for him to annihilate a city of third-class citizens. Jinlin, please don't. Feng Yuner immediately grasped Jin Jinlin's arm upon seeing his determination. Yuner, I understand your kind heart cannot bear such injustice. But some people simply refuse to appreciate kindness, Jin Jinlin replied, stroking her delicate hand before continuing. You can endure, but I cannot. Let us go. He scooped Feng Yuner into his arms and headed towards Luoshui City. At the Lord's Manor in Luoshui City, summoned the elite soldiers to gather urgently at the city gate. Shen Chongqing, who was in the midst of his training, opened his eyes. He had now reached the late stage of foundation establishment, just a step away from the golden core. However, due to the thin and weak spiritual energy, Shen Chongqing had yet to break through to the golden core stage. It could be said that in this world, the strongest beings were merely at the nascent soul stage. Should Shen Chongqing reach nascent soul, the world would surely collapse. Thus, his ascent to the golden core was fraught with difficulty, primarily due to the limitations of the world itself. Yes, General. Shen Lao bowed slightly and then went outside to rally the elite troops. One questioned Shen Chongqing's intentions. In their eyes, his words were gospel. 3,000 soldiers marched towards the great gate in an imposing manner. Each soldier was clad in armor and wielded a firearm. Even at the rear of the formation, there were several large green vehicles. Outside the gate, Jin Jinlin had already arrived. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Jin Jinlin's gaze was darked. To dare humiliate his goddess in such a manner, slaughtering them all would be a mercy. As for the lord of this city, Jin Jinlin resolved to tear him to shreds. Regardless of the lord's intentions, he had crossed Jin Jinlin's bottom line. With a sudden movement, Jin Jinlin surged forward, delivering a punch to the guard. An ordinary person could not withstand his strength, and the guard was sent reeling, spitting blood and falling unconscious. He is not dead. Jin Jinlin gazed at his fist in confusion. Had his power diminished? That couldn't be the case. He had only abstained from training for half a month. However, he was unaware that Shen Chongqing had equipped the guards at the gate with bulletproof vests. Of course, not everyone had one. Only those on duty could don the protective gear. There were only 10 vests in total, with 10 guards rotating shifts. Xiaonyo. The other guards called out anxiously upon seeing their comrade propelled away. Still concerned for others? Not a single one of you will live today, Jin Jinlin scoffed coldly, gathering pure energy into his fist once more. With another strike, another guard flew back, blood spattering, yet still, he did not die at this point. Even a fool would recognize something was amiss. You have defensive artifacts? Jin Jinlin swept his gaze greedily over the guards. It was one thing for a punch to not kill someone. Now he had gathered all his strength for a blow, and yet the opponent was merely wounded with a concave chest. Though it could lead to death without treatment, the fact that they had not been instantly killed spoke volumes. In a response, Fine, once I slay you, all your possessions will be mine. Jin Jinlin advanced rapidly, channeling his entire strength to strike the next guard. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire erupted as Shen Chongqing's troops arrived at the gate. Jin Jinlin scrambled to evade but was still struck in the arm. However, due to the innate strength of his body, the bullet merely lodged itself partway into his arm without penetrating fully. Meanwhile, Shen Chongqing had already escorted the 10 guards into the ranks of his soldiers. The gravely injured were carried away by several others. How is this possible? Jin Jinlin pulled the bullet from his arm, staring at it in disbelief. He could not comprehend how such a small object could breach his defenses. If innate martial artists were so easily compromised, what had his years of arduous training amounted to? Your Highness, those things are only effective against those below the master level. Furthermore, our utmost priority now is to relay this information. Something is clearly amiss here. As Jin Jinlin stood in a daze, Shen Lao activated his protective aura to shield him from the bullets. Yes, inform father. Jin Jinlin began rummaging through his clothing. I forgot to bring it. After searching for a while, Jin Jinlin's face turned pale. In his haste to find Feng Yuner, He had left without his communication artifact. In fact, his attire was not even combat gear. It was merely casual wear. Old Master will protect you as we fight our way out. We shall directly meet the Emperor. Shen Lao enveloped himself and Jin Jinlin in his protective aura before turning to flee. As for the dozen or so innate warriors, they sacrificed their lives to buy time. They were diehards, compelled to do so. Their families were still in the imperial capital, and even if they wished to avoid death, they had no choice but to face it. Jin Jinlin, how can you abandon me? Feng Yuner, pale-faced, was suddenly struck in the head by a soldier's gunfire, meeting a tragic end. Jin Jinlin witnessed this, but no longer had the heart to care for Feng Yuner. Preserving his own life was his utmost priority. Snipers, open fire! Shen Changqing calmly instructed through his communicator. Boom, boom, boom. The sniper rifle emitted a thunderous roar. Just as Shen Lao was preparing to escape, he was struck by a sniper bullet. The bullet almost instantaneously penetrated his protective aura, which only momentarily delayed its progress. It then pierced through Shen Lao's left hand and shoulder. This was already the best-case scenario given Shen Lao's desperate attempts to evade. Old Master, take this. Jin Jinlin gritted his teeth and handed over a wall-like artifact to Shen Lao. This was a precious item that Jin Jinlin had purchased at great expense, originally intended for use during the struggle for the throne. But now, there was no alternative. If he did not utilize this artifact, he would not only forfeit the chance at the throne but might very well lose his life here. All right. Shen Lao wasted no time. Refining the wall artifact in mere seconds, he then activated the artifact, summoning a massive wall that shielded the area. The wall stretched for thousands of meters and was nearly 10 meters thick. However, the color of the wall artifact appeared somewhat dull as the wall was summoned. Jin Jinlin breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally safe. But soon, his pupils constricted. He spotted 5 or 6 unidentified flying objects closely trailing them in the sky. Chapter 51. The Lowest Class of Citizens, Part 8. Old Wang, lower it a bit. That way I can hit my target better. A burly man wielding a sniper rifle spoke to the pilot of the aircraft. Got it? Old Wang nodded and promptly descended the plane's altitude. This was Shen Changqing's assassination squad in this world. There were extraordinary beings, making it challenging for ordinary people to keep pace even with firearms. Thus, they required additional assistance, such as the ability to fly airplanes. With the aid of aircraft, snipers could achieve unparalleled mobility and unleash devastating power, capable of even slaying masters with ease. Boom. Deafening roar resounded as the bullets soared toward Shen Lao at supersonic speed. They had caught up. Elder Xia swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the gunfire. They are up in the sky. Jin Jinlin gazed upward in terror. Above them, 5 aircraft circled ominously. They appeared like jesters being mocked. Old Zhu? Your accuracy is lacking. Should I reduce the altitude further? Old Wang, the pilot, remarked. No need. At this altitude, I can achieve 90% accuracy. Lowering it further would yield negligible improvement. Just now, I was the only one who fired a shot. If all 5 of us shoot together, they won't escape, Old Zhu declared, seizing the walkie-talkie to coordinate a simultaneous attack with the others. Aim, fire. With Old Zhu's command, 5 thunderous gunshots erupted in unison. The bullets surrounded the 2 individuals. Elder Xia had nowhere to evade. This is our last resort. Elder Xia activated the wall artifact, and a wall several hundred meters thick materialized before them. Simultaneously, the artifact shattered completely. The 2 uses of extreme intensity had rendered the artifact incapable of withstanding further strain, leading to its catastrophic failure. We have enough food and water to last 2 months. In 2 months, the Emperor will surely come for us, and this place will undoubtedly be discovered. Elder Xia had not wished to resort to such measures, believing he could escape. However, it was now evident that escape was impossible. And Elder Xia resigned himself to his fate. In his view, this several hundred-meter thick wall was impenetrable by human force. Even if the enemy possessed some mysterious weapon that could breach his protective energy. What of it? Beneath this wall, it would merely be scrap metal. 10 minutes later, the cannon breached the 10-meter thick wall, leading to the outside world. Shen Changqing did not employ any extraordinary means. He believed his visit was to instill confidence within these individuals. And if he had to intervene in every matter personally, what purpose would they serve? Would it not be more efficient for him to accomplish everything alone? Shen Changqing, accompanied by 3,000 men, approached the cylindrical wall. Each section of the wall was several hundred meters thick, posing a challenge for all. General, what should we do? Wu Degu leaped down from the tank, clasping his fists in inquiry. No worries, follow this blueprint to construct it. I want to see the finished product in 3 days. Shen Chongqing handed over a blueprint detailing the manufacturing method, materials, and processes. General, may I ask what this is called? Wu Degu cautiously accepted the blueprint and asked respectfully, a shield tunneling machine. 3 days later, the shield tunneling machine was successfully constructed, with over a dozen units. The rapid progress was primarily due to Shen Chongqing utilizing spiritual energy to solve numerous technical challenges that the technicians could not overcome. They merely needed to assemble the components. It could be said that over 95% of the difficulties were surmounted by Shen Chongqing, with only a minimal portion tackled by the technicians themselves. In truth, given enough time, they could have produced it themselves. However, time was not on their side, prompting Shen Chongqing to intervene. The shield tunneling machine approached the edge of the wall and began excavating from the outside in. Inside the wall, Elder Xia asked, "Do you hear any strange sounds?" Jin Jinlin, his expression lethargic, replied, "They must be tampering with the wall, attempting to breach it. However, with their strength, it is absolutely impossible to break through such a thick wall in 2 months. At the very least, it would take half a year," Elder Xia stated with a sense of pride. He knew the strength of the wall, constructed with layers of several hundred meters. Even a master would require decades. And even then, success was not guaranteed. He considered half a year to be quite generous to Shen Chongqing and his men. Suddenly, Jin Jinlin began to retreat in a daze, stammering, "Xia, Xia, Xia. What is it?" Elder Xia frowned and turned to look. He then witnessed an unforgettable sight. 10 enormous, unidentified objects loomed before him. A throng of individuals leaped down from above, wielding sniper rifles aimed at Elder Xia. Caught off guard, Elder Xia was shot and had his right arm shattered. "No. How can this be? What on earth are these things?" Elder Xia mumbled in a frenzy. Boom, boom, boom. As the sniper rifles continued to fire, Elder Xia met his demise. A once great master fell to mere ordinary individuals who had not even reached the level of innate ability. "Should we kill this kid?" A middle-aged man with a sniper rifle scratched his head. "Let's consult the general. Perhaps this fellow might be of use. You all aim at this kid. If he moves, eliminate him immediately," another burly man stated, picking up the communicator to contact Shen Chongqing. "Have they made it in?" "No need to spare him. Eliminate him," Shen Chongqing replied succinctly before hanging up. Upon hearing Shen Chongqing's directive, the men inside the wall loaded their sniper rifles, aiming at Jin Jinlin to take their shot. "I am a prince. I am a first-class citizen. You, lowly commoners, you wretched commoners." Jin Jinlin screamed in madness. Yet his death was inevitable. As the gunfire rang out, Jin Jinlin perished there. Thus, both the male and female protagonists of this tale met their end at Shen Chongqing's hands. However, Shen Chongqing exhibited no signs of joy. For him, this was merely the beginning. His aim was to transform this world, not just to eliminate the protagonists. To him, their deaths were a trivial matter. In the next 3 days, we must capture the 7 nearby cities. "Do you have confidence?" Shen Chongqing proclaimed from a high platform, his voice resonating powerfully. The soldiers responded with fervent enthusiasm, shouting that they would finally bring freedom to others. Chapter 52. The Lowest of Citizens, 9. 3 months later. Under Shen Chongqing's leadership, the army rapidly captured 25 cities. The news of the rebellion finally reached the emperor's ears in the palace. "What did you say?" Emperor Jin Yao stared blankly at the subordinate reporting the news. "Your Majesty, they have captured 10 cities, and they are all 5th-class commoners," the minister reported, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "How dare the commoners revolt?" Jin Yao slammed his palm on the table, shattering it into splinters. The last dynasty was toppled 500 years ago due to the overwhelming oppression of 2nd- and 1st-class citizens, which united them against the ruling class. The dynasty, constructed by his ancestors, had a hard and fast rule. 1st-class citizens enjoyed all rights, while 2nd-class citizens possessed considerable wealth. This was inscribed in law to prevent overthrow. Now, someone informs Jin Yao that the 5th-class commoners have revolted? In thousands of years of history, 5th-class commoners have never once risen against authority. Deploy 20 masters and 200,000 troops to swiftly suppress them. Jin Yao's face darkened. The outbreak of a commoner rebellion during his reign indicated that he had not sufficiently oppressed them. It seems you all have lived too well, Himph. Once this matter is resolved, the commoners will not even think of having enough to eat. Jane Yao snorted coldly. Soon, the 200,000 troops and 20 masters were selected. Commanded by the royal family's eldest prince, Crown Prince Jin Zonghao, it seems my throne is secure. Jan Zonghao smiled, knowing he was now the undisputed heir to the throne, as long as there was no dynasty collapse. He was destined to become emperor, and the collapse, could that happen? Set out. With Jin Zonghao's command, the 200,000 troops began their march. 3 days later, Luoshui City had become the epicenter of the 25 captured cities. The prosperity of Luoshui City now surpassed even that of the imperial capital, it. Seems the time for development has come to an end, but it has been sufficient. Shan Chongqing chuckled as he observed the missiles and fighter jets. Over the past 3 months, Shan Chongqing had overseen the development of highly destructive missiles and fighter jets capable of launching them. Moreover, the research into atomic bombs had also been initiated. Given a few more months, it was highly likely that atomic bombs would be developed. However, it appeared the emperor would not grant them that time. Gather all troops and prepare for battle, Shan Chongqing instructed Du Ming, who had become his personal messenger. The young girl was chosen for this role precisely because of her perceived ineptitude. This was not a slight against her but rather a recognition of her limitations. Tio Shan Chongqing, each person should occupy their rightful position. And among the elders, Du Ming was the least capable, thus she served as his messenger. Yes, sir, Du Ming slightly bowed, then promptly went outside to inform the deputy general. Wu Long was indeed Wu to go. For the name Wu to go was rather unappealing. As for Wu Ergo, he had changed his name to Wu Hu. The two of them clasped their fists in respect toward Shan Chongqing. Both had now attained the innate realm. Go lead the troops in preparation to face the enemy. They are likely around 200,000 strong, accompanied by 20 masters. At their current pace, they will arrive in a day? Shan Chongqing remarked, propping his chin thoughtfully. Wu Long and Wu Hu gazed at Shan Chongqing with increasing reverence. What kind of formidable individual must he be to have such knowledge of the enemy's numbers and their time of arrival? Even with a full day before they reach? Truth be told, the two had long harbored doubts that Shan Chongqing might be a deity playing in the mortal realm. They again clasped their hands in salutation before exiting the room to begin organizing. Shan Chongqing had no desire to involve himself, for he was confident that Wu Long and Wu Hu could handle the situation. After all, technology had already achieved overwhelming superiority. Masters, are they truly so formidable? Can they soar to the clouds? No? Then what are they worth? In any game, be it fantasy or reality, technology is invariably the strongest force in the early stages. The opponent's cultivation happened to match their technological level, both being in the nascent phase a day later on the battlefield. You are the leader of the rebels? You possess quite the audacity to confront me directly. Jan Zonghao observed the towering Wu Long before him, sensing the innate aura of his opponent. The innate realm was indeed not to be underestimated. Capturing 25 cities was hardly surprising. Yet, where did the audacity to face him head-on come from? Jin Zonghao had anticipated a lengthy pursuit of the enemy, needing at least 6 months to annihilate them. To his astonishment, the rebels displayed such boldness. Tank units. Wu Long had no intention of engaging in idle banter with Jin Zonghao. With a mere wave of his hand, massive green tanks began to advance. What is this? Jin Zonghao's pupils constricted. You there? Destroy these contraptions. After a brief moment of surprise, Jin Zonghao commanded the 20 masters behind him to attack. Each of the masters nodded and then surged forward. Delivering a powerful punch towards the tanks, you've fallen for it. Wu Long sneered. Boom, boom, boom. The landmines detonated. Instantly, 5 masters perished. The remaining 15, although they activated their protective auras, were grievously injured. Wu Long was no fool. Having anticipated the enemy's movements, he had long since prepared for this encounter. At that moment, Jin Zonghao stood with his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. These were masters, after all, almost synonymous with invincibility, each capable of facing 1,000 foes. Yet, how could such powerful masters succumb so easily, with 5 already lost? Fire! Wu Long had no intention of granting Jin Zonghao any time to react. With another wave of his hand, the tank battalion pressed forward, firing as they advanced. The soldiers behind Wu Long began to unleash a relentless barrage of gunfire. Jin Zhenghao's forces found it impossible to close in, suffering the loss of 10,000 men without even inflicting a single casualty on the enemy. Retreat! Retreat! Jin Zhenghao was terrified. He could not comprehend why the rebels were so strong enough to baffle him. As long as we reach the water, we can escape. Once we flee, my father can use that weapon to annihilate these rabble. Jin Zhenghao's expression twisted in rage. He then dashed to the front, while his army was ruthlessly slaughtered. Air Force units, commence bombing. Acknowledge receipt to Wu, who picked up the radio to connect with the Air Force. Received. Following Wu Hu's orders, the Air Force soared above Jin Zhenghao and the 15 masters. Then, whoosh, whoosh, missiles were launched from the aircraft. Chapter 53. The lowest citizens, end, boom. With a tremendous explosion, 3 more masters perished instantly. Father, hurry and save. Jin Zhenghao pulled out a jade talisman, but before he could finish his plea, another missile struck down. The bombardment commenced, raining destruction upon the land. Jin Zhenghao was killed, obliterated by the missile strikes. The masters also met their demise beneath the on. Shun Chongqing turned his head and spoke. A decade later, he transformed the system. No one was oppressed any longer, and all were equal. Although the martial artists still enjoyed certain privileges. In a world where ordinary people could wield firearms, they no longer dared to bully the common folk with impunity. Under Shan Chongqing's leadership, everyone in the world had enough to eat. Yet, he was still forcefully appointed as emperor. And all proclaimed that no one would succeed him as their emperor again. 50 years later, the general remarked, "I know you are not of this world. That so-called immortal must be you, right?" After uttering his final words to Shan Chongqing, Wu Long passed away with a smile. Shan Chongqing expressionlessly released Wu Long's hand and sighed. 3 days later, Wu Xiaohu also departed from this world. He faced death with tranquility, much like his brother. A year later, Du Ming caressed Shan Chongqing's youthful cheek, struggling to lift her head to plant a kiss upon him. "I have grown old. I hope you do not mind this old woman kissing you." After leaving Shan Chongqing with a smile, Du Ming exited this world. Shan Chongqing silently left her home. Du Ming never married in her lifetime, waiting for a person she was destined never to meet. 3 days later, Shan Chongqing left this world as well. The entire populace was unable to accept this event, engulfed in sorrowful weeping. Shan Chongqing's portrait was hung in the imperial capital, and everyone would forever remember this great leader who had led their resistance. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the task. Current progress is 13100. The next world involves divorcing the immortal emperor, from whom I will take half of his cultivation. This mission entails cleansing the world. Chapter 54. After divorcing the immortal emperor, I take half of his cultivation. Part 1. Another world of cultivation. Shan Chongqing mused as he stroked his chin. However, he was quite curious about the notion of a woman devoid of combat experience, who could siphon off the immortal emperor's cultivation. Wasn't she merely a walking elixir? "Introduce this world to me," Shan Chongqing requested of the system. The female lead, Yuan Qingwu, was once married to the Yuan emperor. Xiao Jun, however, after discovering the Yuan emperor's infidelity, she divorced him in a fit of rage. The Yuan emperor was indifferent, yet unbeknownst to him, Yuan Qingwu had secretly placed a curse upon him. Upon divorce, half of his cultivation would transfer to her. Following the dissolution of their union, the Yuan emperor was horrified to find his cultivation steadily waning. Meanwhile, empowered by the Yuan emperor's strength, Yuan Qingwu began using her newfound power to exact vengeance. She killed the previous mistress and annihilated her family. Everyone feared the female lead's near-immortal emperor cultivation, including the Yuan emperor himself. Even the immortal emperor paid no heed to Yuan Qingwu. Notably, during this time, Yuan Qingwu also engaged in a romantic entanglement with another immortal emperor, a man she had saved long ago. After several hundred chapters of their complicated relationship, they formally wed. The story culminates in Yuan Qingwu and this immortal emperor jointly slaying the Yuan emperor, thereby acquiring the remainder of his cultivation and achieving a harmonious union. Shan Chongqing found himself utterly at a loss for words. What sort of convoluted plot was this? A non-combatant, a mere walking elixir, meandering about without anyone to challenge her? To make matters worse, an immortal emperor was romantically involved with her. This was even more outrageous than the first world Shan Chongqing encountered. Reluctantly, he ceased his tirade. With a flash of white light, Shen Changqing traversed into this new realm. 1,000 years before the plot commenced? Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting the system to transport him to such an early point in time. Nevertheless, in a world like this, a millennium would swiftly pass. Shen Changqing began his cultivation. 1,000 years later, he ascended to the rank of immortal emperor. At long last, the plot began to unfold. The female lead had siphoned off half of the Yuan emperor's cultivation. After waiting so long, he decided to enjoy the entertainment. Shen Changqing chuckled softly, then summoned 4 immortal kings. After implanting new memories within them, he returned them to their original positions. They battled and schemed in another world, ultimately dying unfulfilled as their lifespans expired without having seized the coveted elixir. Oh, no. One immortal king awoke first, the bone transformation immortal king, whose powers were deemed wicked, though he seldom engaged in malevolent deeds. He had lived a charmed life in this world, free from intrigue. Am I back? The bone transformation immortal king stared blankly at his arm. Simultaneously, the Eastern immortal king, Feather immortal king, and Sky-rending immortal king also regained consciousness. They absorbed their new memories, and as they did, a shocking revelation struck them. What did you say? The bone transformation immortal king trembled as he questioned his subordinate. The Yuan emperor had half of his cultivation taken by his wife. The bone transformation immortal king could no longer hear the rest of his subordinate's words. A singular thought consumed him. He must kill Yuan Qingwu and ascend to immortal emperor. This was his opportunity to achieve ascendance. His mind roared with determination. He would seize this chance. He could not let it slip away. A novice immortal emperor, he would not lose. He absolutely would not lose. The bone transformation immortal king soared into the sky, fervently searching for Yuan Qingwu in the immortal domain. He would find her. This time, he would not repeat past mistakes. Once he laid eyes on Yuan Qingwu, he would immediately kill her to forge the elixir. If he could consume the elixir refined from Yuan Qingwu, he would at least ascend to the threshold of immortal emperor. Once he reached that level, the remaining Yuan emperor would be powerless to escape. After all, a man foolish enough to have his cultivation siphoned off was hardly formidable in the bone transformation immortal king's eyes. Yuan Qingwu was not so easily subdued, which was why the bone transformation immortal king had refrained from confronting the Yuan emperor first. However, unbeknownst to him, 3 others shared his intentions in a secluded corner of the eastern immortal domain. Shen Changqing reclined in a lounge chair, observing the 4 images before him, all depicting the bone transformation immortal king and his companions. With Shen Changqing's current power, dealing with this world would require merely a flick of his finger. Yet, that would be uninteresting. After a millennium of arduous cultivation, ending it all in an instant would render his efforts futile. He would at least enjoy the spectacle. 5 days later, Yuan Qingwu was at the market, purchasing goods. She made no effort to conceal her near-immortal emperor aura. To her, this strength was hard-earned. Why should she hide it? Moreover, as a near-immortal emperor, who could dare lay a finger on her? Such potent energy. All the vendors bowed their heads, none daring to meet Yuan Qingwu's gaze, even for a moment. Humph, she haughtily scoffed, beginning her shopping. She relished the sensation of everyone fearing and respecting her. As she strolled through the marketplace, humming a tune, every person present bowed to her, greatly satisfying her vanity. When she had been with the Yuan emperor, though they had also received bows, Yuan Qingwu knew precisely to whom they were paying homage. 5 days later, I found her. I found her. After 5 days of searching, the bone transformation immortal king finally located Yuan Qingwu. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched an attack on her. At that moment, Yuan Qingwu was indulging in candied hawthorn. The bone transformation immortal king's strike landed, sending her candied hawthorn flying. Who dares? Yuan Qingwu glared up in fury. She was a near-immortal emperor. In this world, only immortal emperors were stronger than her, and they were usually preoccupied with ruling their domains. Die? The bone transformation immortal king had no intention of negotiating with Yuan Qingwu. He concentrated his power into his palm and struck. I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just a mere immortal king. Who gave you the audacity to confront me? Yuan Qingwu unleashed her near-immortal emperor aura, aiming to crush the bone transformation immortal king with sheer pressure. You foolish woman, today you shall be my stepping stone to ascendance. The Bone Transformation Immortal King disregarded Yuan Qingwu's imposing presence. She was merely a near-immortal emperor, only half a realm above him. While that half-realm might seem insurmountable to most, Yuan Qingwu's incompetence rendered it negligible. Chapter 55. After divorcing the immortal emperor, I take half of his cultivation. Conclusion, boom. The Bone Transformation Immortal King's palm struck Yuan Qingwu, sending her hurtling thousands of miles, shattering numerous celestial peaks. He then activated a spatial gate and followed closely behind, resuming his assault on Yuan Qingwu. Yuan Qingwu possesses no offensive capabilities, relying solely on the most rudimentary methods to harness the power of a quasi-immortal emperor. Thus, during the confrontation with Yuan Qingwu, the Bone Transformation Immortal King resembled a master controlling a fully equipped ranged hero against a foolishly operated melee hero devoid of skills. Indeed, the imbecile was even engaging in close combat, unable to land a single blow. This emperor cannot possibly be defeated. Yuan Qingwu, with disheveled hair, appeared almost like a madwoman. Once I capture you, all that you are shall belong to me. The Bone Transformation Immortal King gazed at Yuan Qingwu with insatiable greed. An emperor must not be insulted. Yuan Qingwu unleashed nearly all her strength, emanating an overwhelming pressure. This was her only means of attack. As a mere vase, she had only witnessed the Yuan Emperor employ such an assault. The Bone Transformation Immortal King was propelled a light year away by this force. If Yuan Qingwu chose to flee then, the Bone Transformation Immortal King would undoubtedly be unable to pursue her. Yet, Yuan Qingwu did not flee. Instead, she stood her ground and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, an emperor must not be insulted. Yuan Qingwu laughed maniacally. Even sitting down to recover from her injuries, it seemed she was entirely unaware that what she had just released was merely a control skill. Yuan Qingwu believed the Bone Transformation Immortal King was already dead. Damn it! The Bone Transformation Immortal King continuously opened spatial gates for rapid teleportation, utterly disregarding the consumption of his immortal energy. He had discerned the level of his opponent's capabilities. She was entirely a fool. Even with but 10% of his immortal energy remaining, he could toy with her at will. Minutes later, the Bone Transformation Immortal King opened over 100 spatial gates, expending 60% of his immortal energy to return to his original position. Ha ha ha, you're still here. The Bone Transformation Immortal King's face was alight with wild joy as he beheld Yuan Qingwu, who was still recuperating. Oh, how are you still alive? Yuan Qingwu looked at the Bone Transformation Immortal King in shock. Die! The Bone Transformation Immortal King infused his remaining immortal energy into his palm, unleashing a powerful attack. Yuan Qingwu was instantly rendered unconscious by the blow. I have won. I have won. Ha 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 ha. The Bone Transformation Immortal King laughed triumphantly while holding Yuan Qingwu aloft. This is utterly foolish. Xin Chongqing sighed, facepalming. This woman has made no progress in battle, merely enduring blows. 5 years later, in a state of extreme resentment and bitterness, Yuan Qingwu was refined into a pill by the Bone Transformation Immortal King. This is precisely what I have longed for. The Bone Transformation Immortal King caressed the pill as if it were the hand of a beloved. Subsequently, he swallowed the pill, beginning its refinement. As time passed, the Bone Transformation Immortal King successfully refined the pill, ascending to the level of quasi-immortal emperor. The other immortal kings, sensing this aura, realized they had utterly lost. Once I dispose of the Yuan Emperor, I shall be the true immortal emperor. The Bone Transformation Immortal King, feeling the immense power within him, could not help but laugh heartily. Yuan Emperor's palace. Yuan Qingwu has been slain. No. What about my power? The Yuan Emperor sensed a surging aura of quasi-immortal energy, one that bore a familiar scent. Star Emperor's Palace. Qingwu. The gathering Star Immortal Emperor felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. His eyes reddening. Once, long ago, he had been saved by Yuan Qingwu. He had always remembered this. However, since Yuan Qingwu married the Yuan Emperor, the gathering Star Immortal Emperor had refrained from intervening. Yet, upon hearing news of their divorce, he had immediately set out to find Yuan Qingwu. Unfortunately, he could not locate her. Indeed, it is rather absurd for an immortal emperor to be unable to find someone. Meanwhile, the Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor had arrived before the Yuan Emperor's palace. With a single stroke of his blade, he forced the Yuan Emperor to confront him. But not be too arrogant. The Yuan Emperor glared at the Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor through clenched teeth. The Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor dismissed any banter with the Yuan Emperor, striking with his blade. After a year of fierce battle, the Yuan Emperor was subdued by the Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor, who drained him of all his powers. Thus, the Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor officially became the true Immortal Emperor. I am destined to be the sole ruler of this world. The Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor laughed heartily. Subsequently, a bloody massacre commenced. The Immortal Emperors were annihilated, and the Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor single-handedly ravaged the entire immortal domain. 50 years later, seated upon his throne, the Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor felt an emptiness within. He was uncertain of the path that lay ahead. Who goes there? Just then, the Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor sensed a powerful aura. This aura sent shivers down his spine. Greetings. Shun Chongqing smiled, waving at the Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor. Who are you? The Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor regarded Shun Chongqing warily. Your journey has been a remarkable tale, and I can offer you an opportunity. Shun Chongqing raised a finger. An opportunity? What a joke. I require no one to grant me opportunities. The Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor condensed his spiritual energy into a spear and thrust it towards Shun Chongqing. This was the Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor's strongest technique. Anyone struck by it would instantly perish, and their true spirit would be obliterated. Ha! Shun Chongqing merely exhaled gently, causing the spear to vanish in an instant. Though both were immortal emperors, it must be said without reservation that Shun Chongqing could easily contend with millions of immortal emperors. Shun Chongqing was an immortal emperor solely because the limits of this world were so confined. Any further breakthrough would elevate him to the level of the Heavenly Tao. Shun Chongqing had no desire to become the Heavenly Tao. Impossible! The Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor stared at Shun Chongqing in shocked, "My lord, you must accept me." The Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor slid to his knees before Shun Chongqing, repeatedly bowing. Accepting you is one thing, but I can grant you a chance at survival. Shun Chongqing smiled slightly. A chance at survival? The Bone Transformation Immortal King raised his head in confusion. Shun Chongqing seized the Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor's leg and, amid his bewildered expression, hurled him into the sky. With Shun Chongqing's assistance, the Bone Transformation Immortal Emperor broke through the barriers of the Heavenly Tao, departing from this world. Let me see if I can encounter you in other realms. Shun Chongqing chuckled softly. Shun Chongqing's outstretched palm began to slowly contract as he moved. The surrounding space seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, twisting and contorting. The entire world trembled beneath this terrifying power. Ultimately, the world was utterly obliterated by Shun Chongqing, reduced to ashes. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Shall you return? Return. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Current progress. 14100. The next world. The true young master who was played to death by the fake young master. This mission is to save the original host. Chapter 56. The true young master played to death by the fake young master. Part 1. The original host was an orphan. He was a worker in an ordinary factory. However, one day, while working, a group of people suddenly came and took him away. It was then he discovered he was not an orphan at all. He was the son of a tycoon. He had 3 older sisters and 2 older brothers. However, due to his disappearance in childhood, his parents adopted a fake young master. Upon the original host's return, this fake young master, fearing the original host might threaten his position, began plotting against him, starting with subtle remarks. He later feigned injuries, claiming the original host was the culprit. The original host sought to explain but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he was driven from his home, although he received a sum of money. The fake young master relentlessly targeted him. In the end, the original host perished in some forsaken place. Upon learning this news, his parents merely sighed a few times, saying little else. Time to traverse. Shun Chongqing found no point in lamentation. It was meaningless to complain. The trend of female audiences defying fate was not a recent phenomenon. Liuzhou Factory. Chongqing, why are you sleeping? If the manager sees this, you'll be in trouble. A co-worker gently tapped Shun Chongqing. Startled, Shun Chongqing awoke. He found himself on the assembly line. Reflecting on the memories, he realized the original host was an orphan with no education, only capable of finding work in such a factory. What are you all talking about? Get back to work. If you keep chatting, I will dock your wages. The rotund manager approached Shen Chongqing and his co-worker, reprimanding them sternly. He had zero tolerance for idle chatter among the workers. He always felt that their conversations were a direct loss to his profits, despite the factory not being his own. Shen Chongqing shot a cold glance at the plump manager and stood up, preparing to leave. You? What kind of look is that? You want to hit me? Come on, I'll let you. The overweight manager leaned closer to Shen Chongqing. He was certain Shen Chongqing wouldn't dare to touch him. Oh? Shen Chongqing smiled at the approaching round face. You said it. With that, Shen Chongqing threw a punch at the manager's left eye. Ah! The manager clutched his left eye in pain. Just one doesn't look too good. Shen Chongqing stood up to gather strength, then threw another punch. The manager's right eye was also swollen. The co-workers beside Shen Chongqing were left dumbfounded, stuttering and unable to utter a single word. Do not be afraid. Shen Chongqing gently patted his colleague on the shoulder, exclaiming, Li Wan, Chongqing is standing up for you. Meanwhile, on the other end of the assembly line, a group of young girls were engaged in lively conversation. The woman they referred to as Li Wan was heavily made up, exuding an air of flamboyance. However, her ordinary features rendered her makeup merely above average. Yet, due to the original owner's sheltered life, she had developed a secret infatuation for Peng Li Wan. Although it was a concealed admiration, Peng Li Wan was aware of it, as were her close friends. As for the corpulent manager, he had set his sights on Peng Li Wan. Having made several attempts to inappropriately touch her, did I ever ask him to do that? Peng Li Wan scoffed disdainfully. A man who has accomplished nothing dares to pursue me. What a delusion. Even if I were to marry the fat manager, I would never consider Shen Chongqing on the other side. After collapsing to the ground, the overweight manager struggled to retrieve his phone and began dialing 110. Shen Chongqing, just wait. When the police arrive, I will make you lose everything. With two swollen eyes, the manager's threats appeared rather comical. Time passed, and Shen Chongqing seized the manager's phone, crushing it beneath his foot. He then calmly grasped the manager's head, using one hand to prevent any escape while the other prepared for action. With a resounding thud, Shen Chongqing delivered a powerful punch to the manager's nose, instantly leaving it crooked and bleeding profusely. Ah! The manager's wails echoed, startling the security personnel, who rushed over in droves. These guards were not the elderly with barely any teeth left, but rather a group of strong young men. They were familiar with the manager, having established a good rapport, and would assist him whenever he sought to exert pressure on others. Let go of him. A security guard with dyed yellow hair swung an electric baton at Shen Chongqing. His name was Ma Zhua, the leader of this group of guards. The manager often treated him to meals, leading Ma Zhua to hold a favorable view of him. Thus, upon witnessing Shen Chongqing attacking the manager, he could not contain himself. Shen Chongqing swiftly used the manager as a shield against the electric baton. Ah! The manager cried out in pain as the baton struck him. You? Ma Zhua was taken aback, astonished that Shen Chongqing would use the manager as a human shield. He is quite handsome. The women surrounding Peng Li Wan ceased their work on the assembly line, their eyes sparkling with admiration for Shen Chongqing. Such a cinematic display of combat had undoubtedly captured the hearts of these young girls. Even Peng Li Wan began to regard Shen Chongqing with newfound respect. Unfortunately, after this altercation, he would likely face imprisonment. Otherwise, she might have truly considered giving him a chance. Did you hear the sirens approaching? Shen Chongqing inquired, just as he brought down the last of his adversaries. Shen Chongqing, the police are coming. Just wait for your time in jail. Ma Zhua, with a bruised and swollen cheek, glared at Shen Chongqing with malice. Very well, Shen Chongqing replied with a subtle smile. Creaking open, the factory doors revealed a woman entering, clad in a well-tailored black suit and elegant high heels. Her lustrous black hair was neatly styled, accentuating her long, delicate neck. With an air of pride, she raised her chin, resembling a regal swan. What a filthy place. I truly wonder why my parents sent me here, she remarked, dismissively waving her hand, her brow furrowed. The bodyguards flanked her, standing vigilant. Shen Chongqing, come out. Shen Bingqing called into the factory, causing everyone to stare in shock at Shen Chongqing. Oh? Is that my sister arriving? Shen Chongqing rose to his feet, unceremoniously kicking the manager aside. Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Bingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Her unacquainted little brother could fight so well? Having missed the earlier chaos, she now observed the disarray of bodies sprawled on the ground. all seemingly the result of fierce blows. Did they bully you? Do you need your sister to handle them? Shen Bingqing inquired, testing her little brother's character. She wanted to gauge whether he would plead for her assistance. If he did, she might help but would harbor disdain for his weakness. Did you hear the police sirens? Shen Bingqing furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous premonition. If the police are bullying me, I will just eliminate them physically. Thank you. Chapter 57. The True Young Master Played to Death by the Fake Young Master, Part 2. Shen Bingqing's expression darkened. She was not afraid of the police. Rather, she feared the complications that would arise from harming them. Even if her family was wealthy, it would still be troublesome. Shen Bingqing fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the commotion surrounding Pang Liwan had reached a fever pitch. That is Shen family's second young lady. Shen Bingqing, Sister Pang, you've struck gold. Following him, you're bound to live a prosperous life. Don't forget to take care of your sisters. The young girls surrounding Pang Liwan gasped in disbelief as they regarded Shen Changqing. Absolutely, no problem. Once I marry into a wealthy family, you will all be my dear sisters. Pang Liwan replied with a beaming smile, though inwardly, she held the factory girls in disdain. She was destined to become a wealthy matron, and had no desire to associate with those factory workers. They would no longer belong to the same social class. Pang Liwan was poised for greatness, with a sway of her hips. Pang Liwan approached Shen Changqing, intending to establish a connection in front of his sister. This way, even if Shen Changqing later had second thoughts, he would be compelled to offer her a substantial sum of money. Even if she could not become a wealthy matron, she would still live as a lifelong affluent woman. The original owner had fallen victim to Pang Liwan's schemes, ultimately spending 5 million to rid herself of her. It was also because of Pang Liwan that the original owner's parents held a poorer opinion of her. Sister, if it comes to worst, I will have them leave. After all, I cannot put you in a difficult position. Shen Changqing said with a smile, observing Shen Bingqing's silence. However, his words effectively cornered her. Shen Bingqing was a woman who valued her pride, and Shen Changqing aimed to humble her. Continuing in silence, Shen Bingqing contemplated her options. Ultimately, she reached the conclusion that she found herself at an impasse. Today, she would have to swallow her pride, and before a group of bodyguards. This was akin to losing her head in terms of her dignity. Yet, she dared not harm the police. The world here was different from her previous one. Shen Bingqing believed that bribing the police would suffice to avoid repercussions, but killing one would invite national retribution upon her family, leading to catastrophe. All right, just kidding. I would never harm a police officer. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. You, sister, have been pondering for so long. Shen Changqing proclaimed. Having achieved his goal now, he would begin to comfort and flatter his sister. A firm reprimand followed by sweet praise was the best approach, as anticipated. Shen Bingqing's earlier indecision dissipated, her brow unfurling. Moreover, her gaze toward Shen Changqing softened considerably. She began to perceive her younger brother as less of a villain than she had imagined. Perhaps he was quite agreeable. Shen Bingqing examined Shen Changqing's visage, which bore a gentle smile. Suddenly, Shen Bingqing felt a pang of guilt and a desire to make amends with Shen Changqing. The strategy had worked. Observing the blush on her sister's cheeks, Shen Changqing realized he had succeeded. He had prepared an array of remarks, yet he was genuinely surprised at how easily his sister could be swayed. This could also be attributed to his identity. After all, the original owner had been too intimidated to engage with family members, embodying a deeply insecure persona. Thus, he had no inkling of how easily his seemingly aloof sister could be persuaded. Changqing, just as Shen Bingqing regarded him, Pang Liwan approached, swaying her hips. Oh dear, Pang Liwan feigned a pitiful demeanor, pretending to lean against Shen Changqing. He deftly sidestepped her advances. Pang Liwan fell unceremoniously to the ground. Shen Changqing, you! She rose, her expression a mixture of anger and confusion as she glared at him. She could not comprehend why, despite his previous lingering glances, he now seemed entirely indifferent. Get lost, you filthy creature. Shen Changqing dismissed her with a wave, then promptly entered his sister's vehicle. Indeed, you should avoid such women, Changqing. You made the right choice. Sister Air nodded in satisfaction. Her fondness for Shen Changqing grew stronger. No, Shen Changqing, I was mistaken. You still love me, don't you? Pang Lijuan, like a madwoman, stood up and approached the glass in front of Shen Changqing's seat. Someone, remove this lunatic. Sister Air furrowed her brow and commanded a bodyguard. The bodyguard immediately dragged Pang Lijuan away, who continued to wail in despair as she was taken. Emph. Sister Air glanced at the departing Pang Lijuan with a disdainful snort. The two then entered the car and drove away, leaving the subsequent matters to be handled by the family. Injuring a dozen people was merely a trifle for the Shin family. A word to the police chief would suffice. No, Pang Lijuan, in utter desperation, reached out her arms, attempting to retain Shan Chongqing, but he did not even spare her a glance as he entered the car and left the factory, leaving her regretful and despairing, wishing she had accepted him sooner. Half an hour later, at the Shen residence, a knock echoed. Shen Bingqing led Shan Chongqing into the Shen household and approached their parents' room, where she gently tapped the door. Is that Chongqing returning? Shen mother promptly opened the door. Upon seeing Shan Chongqing, she immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace. Wonderful, Chongqing, you have finally returned. Shen mother nestled close to Shen Chongqing, caressing his hand. In the original world, Shen mother had been the one who cared for the original owner the most. However, the latter's subsequent actions had been so outrageous that even Shen mother could not accept them. Ultimately, she had no choice but to expel the original owner from their home. Nevertheless, she had still bestowed upon Shan Chongqing a fortune of 100 million. A sum ample enough for the original owner to live comfortably for a lifetime. Shen mother had never anticipated that her adopted son, Shen Lang, would take it upon himself to eliminate the original owner. It's good to have you back. Shen father said nothing, but his eyes betrayed a trace of affection for Shan Chongqing. Soon, Shan Chongqing found himself in the hall, facing everyone. Hey, is this really the younger brother you mentioned? Mother? He looks like a complete rustic. The eldest sister, Shen Mingqing, remarked nonchalantly while trimming her nails. Chongqing is not a rustic. As his sister, you should not speak of him in such a manner. Shen Bingqing interjected in defense of Shan Chongqing. Wow, Sister Air, you actually defended someone? Shen Shima looked at Shen Bingqing in astonishment. Is Chongqing just someone? He is our brother. Shen Bingqing replied firmly. All right, enough to be quiet. The eldest brother, Shen Shuyi, adjusted his glasses and interrupted the three sisters. As long as you can contribute wealth to the family without being a burden, I have no high expectations of you. Can you manage that? Shen Shuyi fixed his gaze intently on Shen Chongqing. The elder brother's meaning aligns with my own, Shannon said with a grin. Each of them had graduated from prestigious universities, all through their own merits. Even the least among them, Shen Lang, was an excellent first-tier student. The eldest and second sisters were executives of the family business, while the third sister was a rising star in the entertainment industry. As for the elder brother, he was navigating the political arena, still in an upward trajectory, unable to assist the family significantly at present. The second brother, like the third sister, was also an entertainer, but he specialized in action films. Dear siblings, isn't it a bit harsh to judge Chongqing this way? After all, he does lack formal education and previously worked in a factory. We cannot impose such high expectations upon him. At this moment, Shen Lang spoke up, his tone condescending. If Shan Chongqing were to accept Shen Lang's misguided sympathy, his image would plummet in the eyes of his siblings. Little Lang, I know you genuinely care for him, but if we do not properly admonish him, he might embarrass us all. The eldest sister, Shen Mingqing, cast a disdainful glance at Shan Chongqing. Sister, do not speak ill of our own brother. If you continue like this, I will have to confront you. Shen Bingqing stood up, her expression darkening as she glared at Shen Mingqing. Humph! The eldest sister scoffed, falling silent. He had somehow garnered the favor of Sister Air. This was troublesome. Shen Lang thought to himself, feeling apprehensive. His advantage over Shan Chongqing lay in the support of his siblings. If they ceased to stand by him, he would be doomed. He did not wish to forfeit the family fortune of several billion to become an ordinary office worker. Sister Air, I am aware that I am not the true young master of the Shen family, and you all do not favor me. Since he has arrived, I will not make things difficult for you. Shen Lang feigned a few tears, eliciting a moment of hesitation from Sister Air as she regarded him. Ice Qing, little Lang is the one who grew up with us. We are all aware of his character. Now, for the sake of someone we have never met, you wish to turn your back on him? Shen Mingqing seemed to have found her opportunity and began to chastise Shen Bingqing. Shen Bingqing fell silent. Brother Chongqing, I voluntarily withdraw from the Shen family. As long as you can live happily with your siblings, that is enough for me. Shen Lang observed Sister Air's silence. a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. However, he knew that it was still too early to celebrate, so he stood up and yielded his position to Shen Chongqing. This was a strategic retreat. His siblings would surely attempt to retain him, thus aligning them against Shen Chongqing. If Shen Chongqing were to sit down, it would displease his siblings. If he chose not to sit, it would cause them to look down upon him. Thus, Shen Chongqing made his choice, a grown man behaving like a fool. What did you bang? Before Shenlang could finish, Shen Chongqing bent down and delivered a punch to Shenlang's jaw. Subsequently, he stood up and struck Shenlang's nose, causing blood to spurt forth. Ah! Shenlang clutched his nose and jaw, howling in agony. He had never expected Shen Chongqing to resort to violence. How dare this guy? As Shenlang screamed, Shen Chongqing delivered a kick to his head, sending Shenlang sprawling to the ground, and then placed his shoe on Shenlang's face, rubbing it. Your face seems to quite enjoy my shoe. Shen Chan Mother Shen cast a glance at Shen Shuyi, Shen En, and Shenlang before speaking. The three of them simultaneously lifted their heads, incredulous, as they looked at Mother Shen. Are we truly sleeping? Who among us would lay on the floor like a good person? You bully Xiao Qing and still have the audacity to argue, especially you. If I catch you bullying Xiao Qing again, I will throw you out of the Shen family. Mother Shen frowned at Shenlang. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she suddenly found herself disliking this fellow intensely, especially upon recalling his previous duplicitous demeanor. She felt a wave of nausea wash over her. This was also a psychological suggestion from Shen Chongqing, instilling disdain for Shenlang within Mother Shen. Mother, Shenlang, bruised and battered, stood up, utterly at a loss for words as he met the disdainful gaze of Mother Shen. It must be you, Shenlang glared at Shen Chongqing. Slap, Mother Shen struck Shenlang across the face. Apologize to Xiao Qing. If you refuse, you shall be expelled from the Shen family. Mother Shen's expression darkened as she issued her ultimatum. I'm sorry. Shenlang, filled with profound resentment, lowered his head to apologize to Shen Chongqing. I accept your apology. Shen Chongqing smiled faintly. Xiao Qing, let us depart. Mother Shen grasped Shen Chongqing's hand and led her out. As they passed by Shenlang, Shen Chongqing leaned in with a smile and whispered, I have time. Take it slow. Shenlang seethed with rage as he watched Shen Chongqing leave, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Chapter 59. The True Young Master Played to Death by the False Young Master, Part 4, 2 days later. Qing Di. 1Tu teach your sister a thing or two. Shen Shima clung to Shen Chongqing, her big, watery eyes gazing up at him. Ever since she witnessed Shen Chongqing effortlessly defeat 20 opponents, she had been utterly captivated by his martial prowess. It was the first time she had encountered someone so formidable. Now, Shen Shima sought him out daily, begging him to teach her a move or two. Shima, you are the elder sister, Shen Bingqing remarked helplessly as she observed Shen Shima hanging on to Shen Chongqing. What of being an elder sister? Xiao Qing, if you teach me, I shall call you brother from now on. Shen Shima whispered in Shen Chongqing's ear, the warmth tickling him. I can teach you, but there is a prerequisite. What is it, Xiao Qing? You must first hold a horse stance for 2 hours. I need to assess your willpower. If you can endure for 2 hours, I will teach you. Upon hearing this, Shen Shima immediately rushed to the wall and began her stance. 10 minutes later, is 2 hours enough now? Shen Shima panted, clearly exhausted. Only 10 minutes have passed. I don't want to learn anymore. Shen Shima exclaimed in despair, feeling as though a century had passed when it was merely 10 minutes. Shen Chongqing, witnessing her fury, shrugged innocently. Ha ha ha. Shen Erji couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the fuming Shen Shima. A month later, Shen Chongqing officially enrolled in the same university as Shenlang, having secured admission through his financial prowess. Haiyun University, Dormitory 305. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Sleepily, Shenlang rose to open the door. Well, if it isn't you again. Shen Chongqing smiled as he looked at the door. Shen Chongqing. Shenlang appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Did I not mention I have time to play with you slowly? Shen Chongqing spread his arms. He then seized Shenlang by the hair and dragged him towards the restroom. Generally, he refrained from bullying the weak, but when it came to vile individuals, he made no exceptions, especially when Shenlang was no ordinary scoundrel. Just 10 days prior, Shenlang had been whispering sweet nothings to the eldest sister, only to be discovered and soundly beaten by Shen Chongqing. After that encounter, Shenlang, thoroughly terrified of Shen Chongqing, returned to the dormitory. However, While he could leave, Shen Chongqing could just as easily follow him. Shen Chongqing, do not go too far, Shenlang shouted as he was pulled by his hair. Several neighboring dormitory doors swung open, curious to witness the commotion. Upon realizing it was Shenlang, the onlookers stepped outside. As the Green Tea male protagonist, Shenlang enjoyed an excellent social standing at the university. I am from the Shen family. Anyone unafraid of death may follow, Shen Chongqing stated calmly to the crowd. He was entirely unperturbed by the potential damage to the Shen family's reputation. He simply did not care for the Shen family. The Shen family? The same clan as Shenlang, the true young master who has returned? They quickly dispersed, realizing they could not afford to provoke him. Shenlang was momentarily dumbfounded as he watched his classmates flee. Come back. You can record it on your phones, too. Shen Chongqing yanked Shenlang into the restroom, delivering yet another brutal beating. Shenlang emerged, battered and bruised. However, Shen Chongqing was still too lenient, sparing him from experiencing the restroom's infamous delicacies. Even so, Shenlang was thoroughly demoralized. Over the next month, Shen Chongqing relentlessly bullied Shenlang, instilling fear within him whenever he encountered Shen Chongqing. Ultimately, Shenlang dropped out of school, unable to endure Shen Chongqing any longer. Even Shen Chongqing might express that if Shen Xinma had not attended their class reunion, half of the boys would be disheartened for the entire day. In such circumstances, would anyone dare to extend an invitation to Shen Xinma? What nonsense! Attending high school abroad is quite a hassle. It is unnecessary to make the trip merely for a class gathering. Shen Xinma shrugged her shoulders, feigning a look of sorrow. Chongqing, how about you pretend to be my girlfriend? I guarantee it will astonish them. Shen Xinma grinned and placed her hand on Shen Chongqing's shoulder, exuding an air of a big sister. No one could possibly associate the current Shen Xinma with the aloof goddess portrayed on television. Xinma! Shen Bingqing raised her voice slightly, calling out to Shen Xinma. All right, I know. Shen Xinma sighed. She had a playful spirit and relished such occasions. Previously, she had lurked in a fan group, mingling until she revealed her identity as Shen Xinma. However, she failed to maintain her disguise and was ultimately ousted by the fans. This incident even made it to the news. Nevertheless, it did not tarnish Shen Xinma's reputation. Rather, everyone unanimously agreed that she was quite approachable. Excuse me, have you reserved a room? The receptionist inquired respectfully as she stood. She was adept at discerning whom to treat well. 508. We will arrange for someone to escort you there. The receptionist promptly arranged for someone to guide Shen Chongqing and her companions to 508. Such service was rarely afforded to ordinary individuals, but Shen Bingqing and Shen Xinma clearly belonged to affluent families, prompting the receptionist to cultivate a good rapport with them. Shen Bingqing responded softly, opting not to elaborate further. Room 508, please come in. The server opened the door to room 508. Who has arrived? Oh, Chongqing, you made it. Li Qing stood up, regarding Shen Chongqing with a hint of disdain on his face. However, he refrained from saying much else. Being adults now, he was no longer the reckless youth who would hurl insults indiscriminately. Yet, his inherent nature remained unchanged, merely concealed beneath a veneer. Is this Shen Chongqing? Miao Han nudged the girl beside her, who was engrossed in her phone. Lu Miaohan lifted her gaze towards Shen Chongqing. Meanwhile, Shen Bingqing and Shen Xinma exchanged glances, preparing to retreat behind the server, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Although the second sister appeared to be an aloof individual, her ability to socialize with Shen Xinma implied that her cold demeanor was likely a facade. Much like Shen Xinma's point one merely performed for fans while the other maintained her act perpetually. Get lost? I'd be crazy to talk to him. Lu Miaohan's disdainful voice rang out. She would never entertain the thought of dating Shen Chongqing. As he was orphaned and financially struggling, even as a mistress, she would never consider him as a partner. Upon hearing this woman's remarks about Shen Chongqing, Shen Bingqing could not help but furrow her brow. Preparing to enter. How could he possibly be here? Meanwhile, on the other side, Pang Lijuan kept her head down, fearful of being spotted by Shen Chongqing. Ever since her last attempt to associate with him ended in rejection, she had become the subject of ridicule at the factory. With no face left to remain there, she sought out someone to support her financially. That person was Wang Quan, a former classmate of Shen Chongqing. This fellow had come from a well-off family during their school days and now ran a small company, collaborating somewhat with Li Qing. What's wrong with you? Wang Quan inquired, observing the downcast Pang Lijuan with curiosity. In nothing, Pang Lijuan kept her head lowered, unable to meet Shen Chongqing's gaze. Earlier, She had caught sight of the two women behind Shan Chongqing. Though it was just a fleeting glance, she instantly recognized them. Simultaneously, Shin Bingqing had already entered, removing her mask and sunglasses, as well as Shin Xinma's. She could not tolerate anyone insulting Chongqing, regardless of whether that person was his former crush. What a stunning girl. Just as Shin Bingqing prepared to speak, Li Qing interjected. His gaze towards Shin Bingqing was filled with avarice. Which classmates are you two? I don't believe I've ever encountered either of you. Li Qing wiped the corner of his mouth, feigning calmness as he took a seat. He rarely watched television dramas, so he was entirely unaware of who Shin Xinma was. Of course, there were those present who recognized her. But upon Shin Xinma gesturing for silence, they all fell quiet. We are not your classmates. We are Shaoqing's sisters, Shin Xinma chuckled, covering her mouth. That smile nearly captivated Li Qing, who, despite his girlfriend's attempts to pinch his arm, remained unfazed. Get lost? Li Qing forcefully shoved aside his girlfriend, who had only been with him for a little over a month, having shared only a few intimate moments without any commitment. How dare she attempt to reprimand him? The girlfriend, stunned, stared at Li Qing in disbelief. She had merely intended to warn him, as she recognized the women before him. They were none other than the celebrity Shin Xinma, with millions of fans. Li Qing had completely lost his senses, daring to flirt with her, yet she never anticipated that Li Qing would tell her to leave. Meanwhile, Lu Miaohan also covered her mouth. Is that the renowned star Shin Xinma? She is actually Shin Chongqing's sister? Lu Miaohan stifled her gasp, overwhelmed with excitement. She believed her fortunes were about to change. If she accepted Shin Chongqing's affections, would she not ascend the ranks in the entertainment industry? As long as you are with me, aside from not being able to marry you, I will grant you anything you desire. You can both join. Li Qing leered at Shin Bingqing and Shin Xinma. Truly repugnant. Shin Bingqing's expression had turned icy. Take him away. Shin Xinma had more to say, but Shin Bingqing was already thoroughly incensed. The door to room 509 swung open, and a group of burly men surged out. Who are you? Li Qing shouted in terror, but it was futile. He was dragged away to an isolated place and thoroughly beaten. Moreover, it seemed his small company would not be able to continue operating. Shaoqing, let us go. Shin Bingqing disdainfully glanced at the people present, taking Shan Chongqing's hand to lead him away. Shan Chongqing offered Shan Chongqing yawned as he gazed at Shin Lang, who was kneeling on the ground. Repeatedly bowing his head in a show of submission, he felt no fear. Long ago, he had developed the means to control all the phones and computers in the world. With Shan Chongqing's current capabilities, ruling the world was a trivial matter. However, he had no intention of becoming the sovereign of the globe. Tio Shin Chongqing. Such power held no significance. He had long since lost his thirst for authority. He did not aspire to unify the world. After all, there was little worth collaborating over in this realm. Even if Shun Li had indeed consumed Shin Lang's intelligence-diminishing aura, he had ample methods to render his opponent physically subdued. Merely diminishing Shan Li's intelligence was of little amusement. It would be far more entertaining to enhance the challenge. Yet, Shan Chongqing seemed to have suddenly conceived an amusing idea, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. 3 days later, at the Shin residence, Shun Lang felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Although he was unsure why everyone had rallied to his side, including his once close second and third sisters, he considered it a blessing. This indicated that Shan Chongqing had lost all chance of a comeback. He resolved to take revenge on Shan Chongqing, ensuring that the latter would experience the depths of despair. He envisioned reducing Shan Chongqing to a state of helplessness and discarding him in a bridge underpass. Subj Shin Chongqing lay back in his chair, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. If he Outyin could wield control over the nation, then so could he. He had never favored subjugating others through force. Rather, he preferred to persuade them through reason. Shin Chongqing resolved to make a journey to Heizhou, aiming to unify the region. The other nations were relatively stable and thus more challenging to dominate. So he decided to conquer Heizhou first, leveraging its strength to conquer the world thereafter. Without hesitation, Shan Chongqing resigned that very afternoon and took a flight to Heizhou. Yi Outyin remained blissfully unaware of this development, as the original owner of Shen's identity was merely a minor character, with no prior interaction between him and Yotan.as. Dawn broke. Yi Outyin awoke from his 600-meter bed, attended by 50 maidens. He donned his garments and, after washing his face and brushing his teeth, a servant drove him away in a luxurious 100-meter Rolls-Royce. Brother Outyin, Upon arriving at the company, a melodious female voice rang out. It was Yi Xiaoxiao. Yi Outyin embraced the rushing Yi Xiaoxiao, revealing a blend of tenderness, coldness, indifference, and excitement on his slender face. Strangely, this amalgamation of emotions appeared entirely natural on him. Brother Outyin, that chubby manager is bullying me. Mu Xiaoxiao pouted, seemingly quite discontent. What? Yi Outyin's expression shifted to one of anger, a chill enveloping him, laced with a hint of malice. Brother Outyin, I must tell you, that man is trying to lay his hands on me. Mu Xiaoxiao clung to Yi Outyin's hand, chattering away. Unbeknownst to her, she was entirely ignorant of Yi Outyin's true identity, believing him to be just another employee. Brother Outyin, I must take my leave now. Please don't mention that I told you. I fear the manager may cause me trouble. After finishing her words, Mu Xiaoxiao waved goodbye to Yi Outyin, cheerfully heading to work. Take care on your way. Yi Outyin smiled, feeling a sense of healing within his soul. It's been a long time since the young master smiled so joyfully, remarked the butler, observing Yi Outyin's radiant expression. Eliminate Lu Fei and his entire family, including their neighbors. Once Mu Xiaoxiao departed, Yi Outyin's countenance darkened as he addressed the butler behind him. Understood. The butler nodded vigorously. The following day, Lu Fei mysteriously vanished, with the outside world claiming he had gone on vacation. As for Lu Fei's neighbors, they all relocated as well. This was the message disseminated by Yi Outyin. After all, a trip to hell could also be deemed a vacation, and relocating could very well mean moving to hell. In Heizhou, upon landing at the airport, Shun Chongqing surveyed the land before him. He was greeted by a sea of black faces. Not lingering at the airport, he quickly exited and hailed a cab, which was in a rather dilapidated state, with an indescribable odor wafting from within. Take me to the nearby chieftain, Shun Chongqing stated, preempting the driver's response with his request. He was unperturbed by the prospect of the driver overcharging him. As long as there were no atomic bombs or missile weaponry involved, he felt invincible. Even ordinary firearms posed no threat to him. All right. The driver activated the meter as Shun Chongqing closed his eyes to rest. Of course, even while resting, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings, ready to respond to any potential danger. What a fool, letting his guard down so easily, the driver mused, a smile creeping onto his face. Initially contemplating whether to take action, he noted that Shun Chongqing appeared slightly more robust than himself. However, seeing his passenger reclined with eyes shut, he decided to seize the opportunity. The driver pulled out a gun from his pocket, quietly aiming it at Shun Chongqing's head. Hand over all your money or, my gun. Spare me, bang. Before the driver could finish his sentence, Shun Chongqing had already snatched the gun and shot him in the head. I gave you a chance, Shun Chongqing remarked as he fired additional shots to ensure the driver was dead. Afterward, he kicked the lifeless body out of the car and drove off. Afu is dead. The moment Shun Chongqing discarded the driver's corpse, chaos erupted among the nearby black individuals. They all knew each other, and Afu was notorious for robbing tourists. Yet, how could the Uganda let out a low grunt? Remarking, it seems you are quite reasonable. Shun Chongqing cast a curious glance at this individual. Upon hearing this, Uganda's expression darkened, despite its already deep hue. Enough with the frivolities. Let me introduce the tribe we are at war with. He continued, the hostile tribe is the Tiger Leopard tribe. They possess advanced weaponry acquired from other nations and outnumber us slightly. After stating this, Uganda fell silent. Is that all? This is the extent of the intelligence I possess. He replied in a low voice. Shun Chongqing, feeling somewhat helpless, glanced again at Uganda. Uganda, gather a few trustworthy individuals, and then administer some minor punishment to him, compelling him to surrender to the Tiger Leopard tribe with false intelligence. We will coordinate with the surrendering individuals to assassinate the leader of the Tiger Leopard tribe from within while our forces launch an attack from outside. Despite the scant information provided by Uganda, Shun Chongqing devised a plan. What? Uganda gazed at Shun Chongqing in confusion, sensing the impressive nature of his words, though he did not fully understand. Just follow my lead, Shun Chongqing said, observing Uganda scratching his head in contemplation, refraining from further explanation. Historically, Black Continent has experienced little warfare due to its fertile lands. Thus, battles among the tribes have typically been straightforward and direct. Victory means victory, and defeat means defeat, without convoluted schemes. However, Shun Chongqing's words seem to open a new realm of understanding for Uganda. If we succeed, I am willing to serve under you. Uganda declared, raising his arm in fervent oath. After hearing Shen Chongqing's plan, Uganda no longer wished for Shen Chongqing to depart from his side. With such a powerful and wise ally, what would it matter if he, Uganda, were to serve as his subordinate? The Black Continent has always revered strength. So what issue could there be in acknowledging a strong leader? Now we need to share a drink, but your liquor is too unpleasant. Let us drink mine. Shen Chongqing tossed Uganda a bottle of fine wine he had brought from his homeland. Uganda caught it steadily. Ha ha ha! Cheers! Uganda laughed heartily 3 times before uncorking the bottle and drinking deeply. Chapter 64. The Overbearing CEO Celebrating with 23 Atomic Bombs, Part 3. The next day, at the execution ground, Uganda was whipping several burly youths. Chieftain, please stop. They are valiant warriors of the tribe. An elder could no longer bear to watch and pleaded with Uganda. Don't plead with him. We are unafraid. The youths recited the lines Uganda had given them. Dare to defy me? Kill, chieftain. The members of the tribe fell to their knees. Under the guidance of several elders, the tribe members all knelt down. These elders were well aware of the plan and were merely cooperating with it. Otherwise, there would be no such display of dramatic suffering. It was all for show. After all, even though tribal warfare is typically straightforward, there still exists an intelligence network, albeit less developed. Uganda's actions would inevitably reach the ears of the tiger leopard tribe. You lot? Humph! Uganda snorted angrily after witnessing the kneeling tribesmen and then swept away in a huff. The youths were subsequently released by the tribe members. They intentionally displayed expressions of indignation in front of the civilians. Soon, under Shen Chongqing's orchestration, news of Uganda whipping his own tribe's warriors swiftly reached the tiger leopard tribe. 1 day later, at the tiger leopard tribe, chieftain, excellent news. The warriors whipped by Uganda have now come to join us. A robust black man exclaimed excitedly in the chieftain's quarters. Uganda actually whipped their warriors? Chief Alida was taken aback. Even I would not dare to treat my own warriors that way. Has Uganda lost his mind to act so recklessly? Very well, bring them into our tribe, Alida declared, elated. This fool, Uganda, has truly lost his wits, daring to whip his own warriors at the onset of war. Alida laughed heartily. Bring them over. I wish to see these individuals in person. Alida instructed his burly subordinate. Yes, the subordinate nodded, and a few minutes later brought several sturdy black youths before him. Chief Alida, that brute Uganda punished us because we failed to deliver wine promptly. Please accept us, Chief Alida, they cried, tears streaming down their faces. That, of course, these lines had been prepared by Shen Chongqing in advance, and the tears were induced by onions. I cannot believe Uganda would act thusly. Worry not, my brothers, I, Alida, shall seek justice for you. Alida beamed at the weeping blacks. We thank you, Chief Alida. The youths knelt before Alida, bowing deeply. Chief Alida, we still remember some intelligence about Uganda's tribe. Please take a look. One of the youths handed Alida a map. The map was a mix of truth and fabrication, so Alida failed to detect any discrepancies. Excellent, brothers. Once I conquer the Blackwater tribe, you shall all become my personal guards. Alida encouraged, patting the shoulders of the youths. Hearing Alida's words, the youths felt disdain within, for Uganda had promised them that whoever vanquished the tiger leopard tribe would be generals. One would be a general, while the other would be a mere personal guard. Any fool would know how to choose. Yet, they outwardly expressed excitement, pledging their willingness to serve Alida and follow him loyally. Uganda, oh Uganda, your doom is at hand. Alida laughed heartily. 3 days later, the tiger leopard tribe mobilized all its forces, preparing for a decisive battle against the Blackwater tribe. The surrendered blacks stood beside Alida, having successfully gained his trust, now serving as his personal guards. Alida had no defenses against such a scheme. Uganda, have you brought people to surrender? Alida scoffed disdainfully at Uganda atop the city wall. Sir, there is no need to waste words with such a man. If we direct our soldiers to that weak point, we will quickly overwhelm them, the surrendered youth suggested. Good, Alida nodded. You scoundrels, you dare to betray me. Uganda feigned fury, scolding the surrendered youths. You are allowed to whip us. But we cannot resist. What logic is this? The black youths retorted defiantly. Well said. Once I conquer the Blackwater tribe, I shall hand Uganda over to you. Alida laughed heartily. Attack, he commanded without further ado. Waving his hand, hundreds of expendable blacks began their ascent, while those armed with firearms advanced slowly under the cover of the expendables. It is time to act. The surrendered blacks exchanged knowing glances. Alida was now devoid of protectors, making this the perfect opportunity. Bang! A surrendered black shot Alida's arm, severing it. The group then seized Alida. You? Alida stared incredulously at these individuals, utterly blindsided by their betrayal. After all, Uganda had whipped them. Behave yourself. The youths kicked Alida. Drop your weapons. Your leader has been captured, they shouted as they toppled him to the ground. Do not surrender. Bang. Another gunshot rang out. Alida departed this beautiful world. Initially, the blacks had not intended to kill him, but Alida had sealed his own fate. Surrender, do not kill. Surrender, do not kill. Upon witnessing Alida's death, Uganda immediately began to shout, except for a few die-hard loyalists. The rest all surrendered. The stubborn ones were shot dead by Uganda, while the rest integrated into the Blackwater tribe. As for the blacks who had killed Alida, they were appointed as generals by Uganda, each commanding dozens of men. Having completed all this, Uganda hurried to his small villa. Is it over? Shin Chongqing was drinking at that moment. It is over. We have won. All thanks to your leadership, Uganda said, gazing at Shin Chongqing, whose expression remained calm, feeling an even deeper awe. Since there will be no more wars, let us commence the production of aircraft, tanks, and missiles. Shin Chongqing consumed the remaining wine in one gulp. My lord, it seems our people lack this capability. Uganda stammered. I shall instruct you, but upon completion of the task, I require that you conquer Black Continent within 3 months. Shin Chongqing raised a finger. Yes, my lord. Chapter 65. The Overbearing CEO Celebrating with 23 Atomic Bombs, Part 4. 2 months later, with Shin Chongqing's assistance, aircraft and artillery were developed. Even missiles had been researched. Had it not been for their limited numbers, Shin Chongqing was even prepared to develop nuclear weapons. It is time to commence the unification of Black Continent. I grant you a mere 3 months, Shin Chongqing declared, raising 3 fingers at Uganda. Rest assured, I shall unify Black Continent with utmost speed. Uganda responded confidently. With such an arsenal of aircraft, artillery, and tanks, if Uganda failed to unify Black Continent, he would truly have to take his own life in atonement. 1 month later, Uganda swiftly unified half of Black Continent. Aside from initial assaults, most tribes surrendered at the mere sight of them. However, the grand display of power also aroused the wariness of other nations, including Shin Chongqing's homeland, the Moldy Nation. In Yi Outyan's residence, Lord Outyan, the situation is as follows. The president of the Moldy Nation hunched over, appearing almost as if he were Yi Outyan's subordinate. Isn't it just about unifying Black Continent? Let them go ahead. I am rather bored myself, Yi Outyan remarked while gazing at a photo of Mu Xiaoxiao on his phone. And why, Lord? This beads of sweat appeared on the president's forehead. I do not wish to repeat myself, Yi Outyan frowned, exuding a powerful aura of authority. I shall take my leave. The president of the Moldy Nation cursed Yi Outyan profusely in his heart, but could only leave with a forced smile in front of him. Mr. President, that Yi Outyan is far too arrogant, exclaimed the vice president beside him. Indignation etched on his face. We cannot afford to provoke him. If I do, my presidential position may be jeopardized, and my family could face catastrophic repercussions. The president sighed deeply. If it were possible, who would wish to be a puppet? What if they unify? That would be troublesome for us as well. Regardless, they are merely a bunch of primitives. Even if they unify, they remain a backward nation. The president waved his hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Yi Outyan was preparing for his date with Mu Xiaoxiao. He had heard that her birthday was just a few months away, and he was determined to prepare a grand surprise for her. It would not be the mundane amusement park or the typical flowers and cake. Yi Outyan intended to make her birthday unforgettable for the entire world. You, my dear, are the first to inspire such fervor in me, Yi Outyan mused, a smile of 5 parts joy, 3 parts coldness, and 2 parts tenderness gracing his face. Half a month later, in the capital of Hope, Black Continent, which Shin Chongqing had instructed Uganda to construct, was still just an ordinary area, yet affluent individuals were flocking to it. Uganda unified Black Continent at an astonishing pace, by the later stages. Their formidable reputation had been established, and the enemy tribes surrendered before Uganda's army even arrived. This led to Uganda concluding the war much sooner than initially anticipated. Another month later, Uganda had conquered a vast expanse of territory surrounding Black Continent, rendering the Black Continent Republic the nation with the most land in the world. With Sun Chongqing's assistance, nuclear weapons had also been successfully developed, and under Yi Outyan's tyrannical influence, the Moldy nation dared not act against Black Continent. As Black Continent's territory expanded and technology advanced, it experienced an explosive technological revolution, traversing decades, even centuries of progress in mere months. Sun Chongqing was revered as a sage by the people of Black Continent. Months later, as Mu Xiaoxiao's birthday approached, Yi Outyan thought, "Little Xiaoxiao will surely be grateful for the surprise I have prepared." A smile appeared on his face as he gazed at the atomic bomb before him. "Xiaoxiao, you may open your eyes now," he gently instructed her. "Wow, Brother Outyan, what are all these things?" Mu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, curiously fiddling with the array of buttons before her. "Do you dislike the slums inhabited by beggars and vagrants?" Yi Outyan asked, affectionately stroking her silky hair. "And of course, I detest them. Those people pollute the environment of the Moldy nation," Mu Xiaoxiao replied, her face displaying disgust. It was evident that her values aligned closely with Yi Outyan's. "Little Xiaoxiao, how about we clean up the slums today?" Yi Outyan leaned closer to her, exhaling warm breath. "Really, Brother Outyan?" she beamed. "When have I ever lied to you?" Yi Outyan's expression shifted to one of displeasure. "Brother Outyan, I, of course, believe you. I was just a bit surprised." Mu Xiaoxiao giggled while embracing his arms. "Ha." Yi Outyan laughed heartily at her playful demeanor. "Press this button. I have already locked onto the target." He placed his hand over hers, gently guiding her in the capital of Hope, Black Continent. Within the Grand Villa, Sun Chongqing observed the commotion among the people of the Moldy nation on the large screen. A smile playing on his lips, "I can hardly wait to see how this fellow meets his end." Uganda seethed with hatred at the sight of Yi Outyan. He will suffer a most tragic fate. Sun Chongqing adjusted his posture for comfort. In the Moldy nation's basement. "Damn that servant. How dare he not answer my call?" An enraged Yi Outyan smashed his phone. "Little Xiaoxiao, I will take you home myself," he said tenderly to the frightened Mu Xiaoxiao beside him. "Okay." They left the basement hand in hand. However, upon exiting, they sensed something was amiss, as the large screen was broadcasting the location of the atomic bomb's launch. Yet Yi Outyan had instructed his people to suppress this matter. Those useless fools, he clenched his fists. Once he returned, every one of them would pay with their lives. But when he glanced at the large screen, he realized he had gravely miscalculated. The explosion was occurring at his own family estate. In the White House, the president of the Moldy nation slumped in his chair, teetering on the brink of insanity. He had no idea who had launched the atomic bomb or why their defense systems had failed. They had always been capable of intercepting missiles from other nations. Why had their defenses malfunctioned? "Mr. President," Sun Chongqing's face appeared on the president's phone. "Who are you?" The president of the United States, upon glimpsing Sun Chongqing on his phone, felt his vigilance escalate to its peak. "The reason for circumventing your defense systems is that the individual responsible for launching the atomic bomb is one of your own." What? The president was shaken to his core, unable to comprehend the rationale behind it. For the specifics, you may observe for yourself. Sun Chongqing chuckled lightly, and then his visage vanished. The president's phone began to play a video of Yi Outyan launching the atomic bomb. Yi Aodi. Tion. After watching the video, the president trembled with rage. "Capture him alive? Alive! I want to see him dismembered 1,000 times over," the president bellowed. Yi Outyan had obliterated his own family. Yet, simultaneously, he had devastated numerous affluent neighborhoods, claiming the lives of millions. Such transgressions, even 1,000 dismemberments, would not suffice to quell the fury of the world. In the original narrative, the president had chosen to remain silent, unable to confront the Yi family. But now that the Yi family was no more, the president could no longer endure. Meanwhile, Yi Outyan stared blankly at the screen. He had specifically targeted those lowly beings. Why, Brother Outyan, your family has been destroyed." Mu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in dismay beside him. "I know. Brother Outyan, what shall we do? Brother Outyan, shall we return? Brother Outyan, what if they come to hunt us down?" Mu Xiaoxiao was utterly panicked. Even she, despite her simplicity, understood the magnitude of the crime of launching an atomic bomb. It was only because Yi Outyan had previously aimed to eliminate the lowly and possessed significant backing that she had dared to press the button. But now that Yi Outyan's family was gone, what was she to do? Silence. Do not bother me. Yi Outyin, already in a foul mood, grew even more irritable at Mu Xiaoxiao's incessant clamor. Why, Yi Outyin? How dare you speak to me like that? Mu Xiaoxiao glared at him, her eyes brimming with hatred. If it weren't for this man dragging her into this, she would never have launched an atomic bomb. It was all his fault. What did you call me? Yi Outyin turned his head sharply to fixate on Mu Xiaoxiao. It was the first time he had heard her address him so directly. By what right did she call him that? Everything she had was granted by him. How could she condemn him? Wasn't the launch of the atomic bomb for her sake? Mu Xiaoxiao, everything I did was for you. Yi Outyin gazed at her, his expression darkening as he spoke in a low voice. Everything was for me? You merely wished to flaunt your power. You are nothing but scum. Mu Xiaoxiao sought to sever ties with him urgently. The launching of the atomic bomb was solely his doing and had nothing to do with her. She, Mu Xiaoxiao, was merely an ordinary female employee. She had never known Yi Outyin. You dare to insult me. Yi Outyin, in a fit of rage, struck Mu Xiaoxiao's arm with a powerful blow. With a crack, her arm fractured instantly. This was still a restrained hit. Otherwise, she would have suffered a compound fracture. Do not inquire about the source of such strength. It is simply the nature of a domineering CEO. You dare to lay a hand on me? Mu Xiaoxiao glared at Yi Outyin with venomous hatred. He was the one who launched the atomic bomb. He was Yi Outyin, the head of the Yi family, who had unleashed the atomic bomb for his own selfish desires. Mu Xiaoxiao began to scream. Since Yi Outyin had treated her this way, they might as well perish together. She, Mu Xiaoxiao, had never been a good person, truly, a splendid spectacle of dogs biting dogs. Shen Chongqing swirled his wine glass, watching the scene between Yi Outyin and Mu Xiaoxiao unfold before him. Unable to suppress a chuckle. However, this was merely the lightest punishment for them. Once they were captured by the president, they would learn the meaning of true suffering. I find myself rather eager to witness the drama unfold. Allow me to lend a hand. Shen Chongqing swirled his glass. The president was incapable of monitoring Yi Outyin's phone in real time, for Yi Outyin, as a domineering CEO, possessed a specially customized device. His phone disregarded any surveillance and would aid him in evading thermal detection. This meant that as long as Yi Outyin carried this phone, the president would not be able to apprehend him immediately. Given Yi Outyin's skills, the likelihood of him escaping to another country was exceedingly high. White House, President's office. The president stared at the phone displaying Yi Outyin's location, his brow furrowed. He recognized this as the handiwork of Black Continent. He sensed that the technology of Black Continent had likely surpassed that of his own nation. It had only taken a few months. But if the United States had suppressed Black Continent earlier, would such a situation have arisen? Contemplating this, the president felt a deep-seated hatred for Yi Outyin, gnashing his teeth in fury. Go capture Yi Outyin, cripple his limbs. I want him dismembered 1,000 times over. The president handed his phone to a trusted aide, commanding, Yes, sir. The subordinate bowed deeply to at that moment. Yi Outyin had just knocked Mu Xiaoxiao unconscious and commandeered a taxi, setting the navigation to escape to another country. Little did he know, Shen Chongqing had already altered his navigation destination to the White House. Chapter 67. The domineering CEO celebrating with 23 atomic bombs, and what a wretched vehicle. Yi Outyin was in a foul mood. It was his first time driving such a dreadful car. How dare it render him so disheveled? This country has no reason to exist. Yi Outyin glared malevolently at the buildings of the United States. Had he not merely launched a few atomic bombs? How could the United States issue a manhunt for him? He, Yi Outyin, was capable of anything, especially since most of the casualties were from his own family. What right did anyone else have to meddle in his affairs? Harboring intense resentment towards the United States, Yi Outyin sped down the road. White House, President's office. Mr. President, he is nearing the White House. The aide tasked with pursuing Yi Outyin reported via phone. Capture him, the president issued his command. Inside the taxi, can this wretched vehicle only go this fast? Yi Outyin cursed as he watched the taxi, which was already emitting black smoke after reaching just over 200. However, Yi Outyin took solace in the fact that he was only a few dozen miles from leaving the country. As long as he escaped the United States, he could go wherever he pleased. A few minutes later, such a familiar place. Yi Outyin gazed at the buildings flashing by, a sense of confusion washing over him. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. It is normal for there to be a bustling city near the border. Yi Outyin forced himself to find comfort in this notion. Hey, just as Yi Outyin was preparing to disregard everything and escape the country. His phone, which was navigating, lit up. Shen Changqing's face appeared on the screen. "Who are you? Why are you on my phone?" Yi Outyin was horrified. Who could possibly breach his phone's security? "Allow me to introduce myself. I?" Shen Changqing swirled his wine glass. Yi Outyin furrowed his brow, curious to hear what this individual had to say. "Never mind. I cannot be bothered to introduce myself to one destined to die." With that, Shen Changqing's image vanished from Yi Outyin's phone, and Yi Outyin's expression flushed crimson, not with health but with rage. "How dare you look down on me, Yi Outyin? You shall pay for this." Yi Outyin furiously pounded the steering wheel. The commotion awakened Mu Xiaoxiao from her stupor. "Why, Yi Outyin? What are you doing? Do you not realize that kidnapping is illegal, you beast?" Mu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale as she gazed at the speeding buildings. "Be silent, you wretched woman!" Yi Outyin glared at her, his eyes ablaze with fury, nearly crushing her with his palpable intensity. Just as Yi Outyin continued driving, determined to leave the United States, a tank suddenly obstructed his path. Yi Outyin was left with two choices: crash into it and meet his demise, or be forced to a halt. Yi Outyin was compelled to stop. At that moment, he finally saw the White House looming before him. "No. How could I end up here? No." Despair washed over Yi Outyin as he stared at the White House. He knew it was all over for him. Half a month later, in the dungeon, Yi Outyin, his limbs shattered, hung limply from a rack. His body was a canvas of bruises. Not a single piece of flesh remained unscathed. Each person who had lost a loved one would come here to carve a piece of flesh from Yi Outyin. As for Mu Xiaoxiao, she had her limbs severed and was thrown into a pigsty. What transpired afterward remains unknown, but it is said that the pigsty quaked throughout that day. "You scum, beast!" Another individual approached Yi Outyin and ruthlessly sliced another piece of flesh from his already emaciated body. Yi Outyin was on the verge of becoming nothing but a skeleton, yet he still clung to life, enduring unbearable agony. "I am the master of the world. You are all worthless, ha 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 ha." Yi Outyin had completely lost his sanity. In truth, he had succumbed to madness days prior. The immense suffering had clouded his mind, ultimately driving him to utter insanity. The torment continued unabated. Half a month later, Yi Outyin, now a mere skeleton, finally departed from this world. At the time of his death, he had been subjected to precisely 9,999 cuts. This hellish form of torture left everyone trembling with horror. Yet, this was Yi Outyin. Thus, no one felt pity for him. Rather, they deemed his demise deserved. Yi Outyin vanished from existence, taking with him his resentment and unwillingness to accept his fate. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaoxiao remained in the pigsty, though she too had descended into madness. Akin to Yi Outyin, however, she had managed to survive thus far, perhaps enduring her own form of torment. After all, living in such a manner might be worse than death itself. Heizhou, the city of hope. "Mission accomplished, shall we return?" The system's indifferent voice resonated. "All right, it is time to conquer the world." Shen Changqing rose to his feet. He had always preferred to see things through to the end. He abhorred leaving tasks half-finished. Though he would not age and die in this world, conquering it was an absolute necessity. After all, one must add a touch of excitement to a mundane existence a year later, with Shen Changqing's technological advancements. Heizhou swept across the globe with unparalleled speed. However, he had no intention of elevating black people above others. The former presidents of the United States and the Eagle Nation, among others, were placed in high-ranking positions, with no absolute leader. Perhaps in a millennium, a century, or even a decade, this unified world would once again fragment, but by then, what concern would it be of Shen Changqing? He had had his fill of this world. Shen Changqing ascended in front of the entire world, broadcasting his transcendence. The world was soon engulfed in a fervor for cultivation, only to quickly subside. For this world was incapable of such practices. However, a decade after Shen Changqing's departure, the blue star suddenly began to tremble. After the tremors subsided, another blue star appeared beside it. The inhabitants of both blue stars were left in shock, unaware of the reason behind this phenomenon. Everyone attempted to explain, but none could provide a satisfactory answer. Yet, if Shen Changqing were present, he would recognize this newly emerged world as one he had visited before, although the familiar faces had long since faded away. "Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished. Current progress 16100. The next world features a queen who was thoroughly dominated by a time-traveling woman. This mission entails rescuing the original host. Shen Chongqing furrowed his brow. This time, I am to traverse as a woman? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. Due to the necessity of temporarily changing the host's gender, this mission offers double rewards, and the host may choose to accept or decline. Accept or decline. The system presented Shen Chongqing with an interface, allowing him to make his selection. Double rewards? The tension in Shen Chongqing's brow eased. He felt a twinge of excitement. Previously, attaining double rewards had been a formidable challenge, often requiring a complete transformation of a world. Yet now, rescuing a queen would suffice for double rewards. This was undoubtedly a perfect option for Shen Chongqing. After all, he would not be permanently transformed into a woman. It was merely one world. Accept. Shen Chongqing raised an eyebrow and decisively clicked accept. After all, becoming a woman for a time was a trivial matter. Chapter 68. The Queen Who Was Thoroughly Dominated by a Time Traveler, Part 1. The original host was the daughter of a great general. Having played with the fifth prince since childhood, she inevitably fell in love with the emperor. The fifth prince, eager to ascend to the throne, accepted her affections and married her. With the assistance of the general, he eventually became emperor. However, the emperor never harbored genuine affection for her. As the original text stated, if he had any choice, how could he possibly select her? Had it not been for the arrival of the time-traveling woman, the emperor would have found the situation troublesome, yet he would never have discarded the original host. After all, to disregard the daughter of a great general was a foolhardy endeavor. But then the time-traveling woman arrived. She had traversed time as the illegitimate daughter of the Wang family, Wang Anyan. From the moment she began riding in the brothel, she captivated the emperor, following a series of love and hate entanglements. The emperor eventually married Wang Anyan. With her assistance, he imprisoned the original host's father and sentenced him to death. The original host met her demise on a snowy night, in silence, unnoticed. Meanwhile, Wang Anyan lived a blissful life with the emperor. Send me into the world. A flash of white light enveloped Shen Chongqing as he entered the new realm, Ning family. Shen Chongqing awoke in bed. After absorbing the memories, he understood the current situation. The original host was named Ning Ruai. To maintain narrative coherence, all names in this world will be temporarily referred to as Ning Ruai, as alternating male and female names could disrupt the experience. The time for her wedding with the fifth prince was rapidly approaching. Wedding? Ning Ruai scoffed softly. She rose and approached the mirror to inspect her current form. The original host possessed breathtaking beauty, with skin as pale as snow and bright, enchanting eyes. Yet, Ning Ruai was indifferent to her appearance. Having traversed so many worlds, she had encountered many more beautiful than herself. Xiao Lan. Ning Ruai called out to the outside. Miss? Xiao Lan rushed over, looking at Ning Ruai with eager eyes. Ning Ruai said nothing but gestured for Xiao Lan to come closer. As Xiao Lan stood beside her, Ning Ruai swiftly plunged a dagger into her chest. Miss? Why? Xiao Lan's eyes filled with confusion as she departed for the underworld. Because you would betray me. Ning Ruai chuckled softly. She had witnessed the original world's progression, knowing that made Xiao Lan would ultimately betray her. Thus, Ning Ruai chose to eliminate her now. As for the consequences, there would be none. For Ning Ruai had already fled after killing Xiao Lan. Engaging in schemes against the male and female leads was utterly laughable. That was not her style. Her intent was to amass troops and conquer the entire world. Who dictated that becoming a woman meant engaging in palace intrigue? She was determined to confront everyone head-on. Half a day later, Ruai, Ning Ruai's brother, Ning Hai, entered her chamber. Upon opening the door, he found the room empty, save for Xiao Lan's lifeless body, eyes wide open in death. Who did this? Ning Hai roared in fury. The capital of Jinyun City descended into chaos. The engagement between the fifth prince and the Ning family was abruptly cancelled. The city was rife with searches for Ning Ruai. However, at that moment, Ning Ruai had already left the Dian dynasty. Dali dynasty, Liangxing town. Ning Ruai arrived at an ordinary town within the Dali dynasty. What a beautiful girl! As she reached the outskirts of Liangxing town, several ruffians gazed greedily at Ning Ruai. Though Shen Chongqing considered this body average, to these ruffians, she resembled a celestial being. Hey, little girl, come with me. I'll treat you well. The ruffians leered at Ning Ruai. Oh? Ning Ruai chuckled lightly, then stood and kicked one of the ruffians in the head. The ruffian's head spun 180 degrees, lifeless. The remaining ruffians were paralyzed with fear. How much strength must one possess to kill someone with a single kick? This was no celestial being. This was a demon. The ruffians scrambled to escape. Can you run away? Ning Ruai chuckled softly. Though her laughter rang like silver bells, to the ruffians, it sounded like the laughter of a demon. This stone is quite nice. Ning Ruai picked up several stones from the ground, weighing them in her hand with satisfaction. She then hurled the stones from her grasp. The ruffians barely had time to scream before they all lay motionless on the ground. So strong. A nearby youth stared in shock. Having spent his days observing ants strategizing, he had gleaned a wealth of experience. Yet, the ants had never informed him that a person's strength could reach such heights. What are you still hiding for? Ning Ruai glanced in a direction and tossed a stone. The stone whistled through the air, embedding itself deeply into a large tree. The youth turned stiffly to look. The tree was nearly pierced through by the stone. I am destined to become a leader of thousands. How can I be intimidated by a single person's might? The youth encouraged himself, displaying commendable ambition. Ning Ruai had arrived beside the young man, her fragrance rendering him momentarily dazed. What is your name? She inquired, gazing intently at him. I am Hanji. The youth stammered in response, his usual composure shattered. Why are you here? Ning Ruai sat beside Hanji. I saw those ruffians following you, and I feared they might. Hanji began but faltered, realizing he might not stand a chance against the girl before him. If a confrontation were to ensue, he would likely meet his end in mere moments. So, you are still a good person. Ning Ruai laughed heartily. The young man shifted uncomfortably, feeling a sense of incongruity as he observed the refined girl laughing unabashedly. I can see ambition in your eyes. I admire ambitious individuals. Would you like to serve as my subordinate? Ning Ruai extended her hand towards Hanji. She had never despised those with ambition. In fact, she had always held them in high regard. Why? Ambition is quite grand. Hanji felt beads of sweat forming on his brow. Although he understood that rejecting the girl before him might lead to trouble, he voiced his thoughts nonetheless. To live a life without realizing one's ambition would, in his eyes, render his existence a failure. What is your ambition? Ning Ruai asked with keen interest, observing Hanji intently. I wish to become a great general. To become a great general? Ning Ruai stared at Hanji, taken aback by his determination. He reminded her of someone she knew very well. You wish to become a great general? I can fulfill that desire. Ning Ruai rose to her feet. Hanji was momentarily stunned, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Can you truly make me a great general? He gasped, his breath quickening. He did not believe she was deceiving him. After all, what leverage did an ordinary person like him have for such a beautiful girl to lie? Follow me, Ning Ruai beckoned, waving her hand. However, everything you achieve must come from your own efforts. For I, too, am currently someone with nothing. She turned, gently patting Hanji on the shoulder. For reasons unknown, Hanji found himself inexplicably trusting her words. Perhaps it was her prowess that captivated him, or perhaps it was her striking beauty. Whatever the reason, a voice within him urged him to follow her, to fight for her. I am willing to follow you and fight for you. Hanji knelt on one knee. Excellent. Ning Ruai assisted him to his feet. To recruit soldiers, we must first acquire funds. There is a bandit lair on the mountain. Let us proceed. With that, Ning Ruai waved her hand and took off running, her speed leaving Hanji in astonishment. My lady, wait for me, he called out, scrambling to keep up with her on the mountain. At the bandit hideout, the chief exclaimed, There is a strikingly beautiful girl and a young man approaching our lair. A subordinate reported with cupped hands, Just kill them. Why report to me? The chief replied, tearing into a piece of meat. No, chief, the girl is truly exceptionally beautiful. She must be from a noble family. Another subordinate interjected. Swallowing hard. Beautiful, you say? Just how beautiful? The chief laid down his drink, intrigued. Her face is stunning, and her attire is exquisite. She is genuinely very lovely, the subordinate struggled to articulate, lacking the vocabulary to describe her splendor. I shall go out to have a look. The chief rose, and the second and third leaders exchanged glances before standing as well. No need to go out. I have already arrived. A voice like silver bells rang out, evoking a primal urge within the chief. With a swift motion, Ning Ruai grasped a fallen bandit and tossed him at the chief's feet. The body thudded against the floor. She is indeed very beautiful. The chief licked his lips, captivated by Ning Ruai's beauty. It was his first encounter with someone so exquisite, a stark contrast to the rustic village girls he was accustomed to. Just the sight of her fair skin rendered him parched. Come, be my lady at the stronghold. I promise to fulfill all your desires. The chief's gaze greedily roamed over Ning Ruai, though. Ning Ruai responded with a cold laugh. You should not be so ungrateful. The chief reached out towards her, but his robust physique would have proven ineffective against her if she had chosen to engage. However, Ning Ruai merely sidestepped his grasp and delivered a sweeping kick. Sending the chief tumbling to the ground, as he fell, she unsheathed a dagger and swiftly ended his life. Brother, brother. The second and third leaders stared in horror at the lifeless chief, despite the chief's earlier restraint. How had such a frail woman managed to overpower him? It was as if a squirrel had felled a tiger with a mere sweep of its tail. We cannot show her mercy. We must sever her limbs and enjoy her slowly. The second and third leaders exchanged glances, picking up their large blades. They were determined not to make another mistake. But then, they witnessed a scene that left them utterly dumbfounded. Ning Ruai effortlessly lifted the chief's body. Then, she hurled him like a stone at the second and third leaders. The two stared in disbelief at the flying figure of the chief. She lifted a 200-pound man and threw him? Is she even human? Hanji stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer spectacle. A delicate woman had casually tossed a hefty man as if he were a mere ball. Meanwhile, the third leader was crushed beneath the chief's weight. Losing consciousness, gulp, the second leader trembled, gripping his large blade, the only source of comfort in his trembling hands. But even so, my hands continue to shake. No, I still have my subordinates, the second leader suddenly recalled. His bandit lair boasted hundreds of men. Why should he face Ning Ruai alone? He glanced up to see. Indeed, the bandits were rushing towards them in 30 seconds. They will arrive here. 30 seconds. I must hold on. He swallowed hard, adopting a defensive stance. Why, lady? They are surrounding us. Hanji whispered anxiously beside Ning Ruai. If he had a dozen men to command, he might stand a chance against the hundreds before him. But with nothing at hand, he was merely a lamb to the slaughter. Ning Ruai paid no heed to Hanji's worry and strode purposefully outside. What was she planning? The thoughts echoed in both the second leader's and Hanji's minds. This tree will do nicely. Ning Ruai surveyed a 3-meter-tall tree, nodding in satisfaction. It was the perfect weapon for her. She crouched and began to exert her strength. Then, before the awestruck eyes of Hanji and the second leader, she uprooted the tree with ease. Ha ha ha. Hanji wanted to speak, but words failed him. He felt as though this was beyond human capability. Such a feat was utterly impossible for any ordinary person. The second leader, too, was rendered speechless, his blade clattering to the ground as he collapsed in shock. Trembling and pale, he thought to himself, it's over. The second leader gazed at Ning Ruai wielding the tree as a weapon. His mind consumed by that singular thought. Does this count as a neighbor's daughter blossoming into maturity, capable of uprooting mountains and dominating the world? Ning Ruai mused aloud. The second leader was utterly paralyzed with fear. Truly, he was terrified to the core. Uprooting the tree was one matter, but tossing it about so effortlessly was another. It is time to deal with these ruffians. Ning Ruai strode out, tree in hand. What in the world is happening? Spare my life. Spare my life. I have elderly and young to care for. The wails outside were incessant. 5 minutes later, Ning Ruai returned, having tossed the great tree back into the earth. The bandits in the stronghold lay either dead or unconscious. Go and eliminate them all. Leave not a soul alive. Should you fail, prepare to struggle in the small village for the rest of your days. Ning Ruai tossed a knife to Hanji. Though these bandits posed no threat to her, she had always been a prudent individual. To leave any alive when one could slay them was the act of a fool. And it was evident that she was no fool. It is time to send you on your way. With the great knife of the second in command in hand, Ning Ruai severed his head in the face of his despairing gaze. The third in command, who had fainted, met the same fate. Shortly thereafter, Hanji returned, bloodied knife in hand. Thus, the stronghold was utterly annihilated, and Ning Ruai claimed her first fortune. 3 months later, at the Wang family residence, a throbbing pain enveloped Wang Anyun's head. She processed the memories of this body and realized she had traversed into a non-existent ancient world. How wonderful! Wang Anyun joyously leaped 3 feet into the air. With her modern wisdom, what could she not achieve? Yet, she suddenly discovered that she seemed to know nothing at all. Ding! The literary master system has been bound. The host shall gain literary energy by astonishing the world with your literary prowess. A mechanical voice echoed, I knew it. How could I lack a system? This is fantastic. Wang Anyun gleefully bounced around in the Great Li Dynasty. In Lianyun City, the female protagonist had acquired a system. Should she destroy the opposing system? Yes or no? The selection interface of Shan Chongqing's system reappeared. You are surprisingly formidable? Ning Ruai raised an eyebrow, currently conquering the 58th city of the Great Li Dynasty. She never anticipated that her system, which seemed utterly useless except for sending others to traverse, would be so powerful. Go destroy other systems required merely a choice, with no cost involved. Please confirm whether to destroy. The system inquired once more. Destroy it. I prefer not to complicate matters for myself. Ning Ruai waved her hand. Destroying? Successfully destroyed the literary master system, came the system's cold, mechanical voice. Congratulations, host. You have acquired full authority of the literary master system, limited to this world. After this statement, the system fell silent. Simultaneously, Shan Chongqing discovered that he now possessed full authority of the literary master system, which was still bound to Wang Anyun. How intriguing! Ning Ruai let out a light chuckle and decisively added a task system. Task. Compose a poem that embodies a profound sentiment while using the restroom, with at least 10 spectators, literary energy. 10,000. She delighted in the amusement. Merely imagining that scene made her unable to suppress her laughter. My lord, what troubles you? Hanji, brimming with a murderous aura, approached Ning Ruai to inquire. Hanji had now become the general he had always aspired to be, commanding tens of thousands of soldiers. Under his powerful leadership, this army was invincible. Nothing. Continue the assault. The Wang residence. Ding. Task released. Wang Anyun, lying listlessly in bed, immediately sprang to her feet upon hearing the system announce a task. Wonderful. What is the task? Dear system? Wang Anyun rubbed her hands together in excitement. Task. Compose a poem that embodies a profound sentiment while using the restroom, requiring at least 10 witnesses. The more who are astonished, the higher the literary energy. Capped at 10,000. The system's mechanical voice delivered this without a hint of emotion. Wang Anyun's initially excited expression gradually froze. What? Wang Anyun's mind went blank. Was this truly a task that a normal system would issue? Ding! Literary masters are unique. This system hopes the host can also be an extraordinary literary master. The system's voice resounded once more. Ed. Wang Anyun felt somewhat bewildered. Is this truly the nature of literary masters? System, can the task be abandoned? Wang Anyun could not help but inquire. Ding! Abandonment is not permitted. Failure to comply will result in a 24-hour electric shock. The system's cold mechanical voice shattered Wang Anyun's last shred of hope. All right, I'll do it. Wang Anyun stomped her foot resolutely. An hour later, miss, what are we to do? Why have you summoned us to the restroom? I have no idea, several maidservants whispered among themselves. Although Wang Anyun was merely an unfavored concubine, it was still within her capacity to summon a few maidservants. After all, maidservants could not recklessly defy a miss. Inside the restroom, Wang Anyun sat upon the toilet. Ding! 10 individuals must face the host. The system's indifferent mechanical voice rang out. Wang Anyun's complexion turned pale. Why you all come in, she spoke weakly. The maidservants exchanged glances before entering. They were unaware of Wang Anyun's intentions, but as mere subordinates, they had to obey. Once the maidservants entered, Wang Anyun swiftly locked the restroom door. Miss, what are you planning? The maidservants trembled at the sight of Wang Anyun locking the door. Wang Anyun ignored their fears and began to compose poetry to herself. Water cascades down 3,000 feet. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Earning 10,000 literary energy. Wang Anyun sacrificed her dignity to accomplish her first task. Shortly thereafter, several maidservants, covering their mouths and appearing pale, rushed out. In just a few days, Wang Anyun earned the new title of Toilet Poetry Immortal. However, at that moment, she was not concerned with her title. Instead, She trembled as she pointed to an item in the literary master system that required a minimum of 1 million points. Oh, 1 million? Wang Anyun's heart twisted painfully as she beheld the gilded infinite bullet AK. She had initially thought that 10,000 points were substantial, but now it seemed that 10,000 points could not even purchase the cheapest item. What a wretched system! Ding! Please do not be disheartened. A new task has been released. Task: slap the head of the Wang family, Wang Shi, on the face. Task reward: 1 million literary energy. To ensure the host remains undetected. A stealth talisman has been granted. As the mechanical voice concluded, a shimmering talisman landed in Wang Anyun's hands. This was not truly a stealth talisman, for the literary master system possessed no such item. It was merely a talisman enhanced with special effects. However, Ning Ruai would initially use the literary master system to obscure Wang Anyun's presence until Wang Anyun felt entirely secure. Chapter 71. The Empress overwhelmed by the transmigrated girl and, Wang Anyun stared dumbfounded at the newly issued task. Slap the family head? System, can we negotiate? Can I choose something else? Before Wang Anyun could finish her sentence, an electric shock surged through her. She rolled her eyes back in shock. I'll do it. I'll do it. Wang Anyun pleaded repeatedly, having witnessed the system's formidable power. This electrical shock was far stronger than any she had experienced before. Night fell. Despite possessing the stealth talisman, Wang Anyun chose to proceed at night as a form of self-comfort. Activate stealth talisman, Wang Anyun commanded the system. The talisman vanished, and with the system's assistance, Wang Anyun entered a state of invisibility. Of course, this was not due to the talisman's efficacy. Rather, Ning Ruai forcibly granted Wang Anyun invisibility using the system's essence. Under the cover of darkness, Wang Anyun stealthily made her way toward the family head's quarters. Thanks to the system's assistance, Wang Anyun encountered no obstacles along the way, significantly boosting her confidence. Soon, she stood before the family head's door. Creak. Wang Anyun gently pushed the door open. That moment, the system also lifted Wang Anyun's invisibility. This old fool is quite hideous, Wang Anyun disdainfully remarked at the sight of the family head. Then, slap, Wang Anyun. Wang Shi was awakened by the slap as he opened his eyes. He beheld the concubine before him. System, how could I be discovered? Wang Anyun panicked, looking at Wang Shi's bloodshot eyes for help. Meanwhile, the system paid her no heed. Strip her of her status and expel her from the Wang family. Wang Shi declared with bloodshot eyes, Father, I was wrong, Father. Wang Anyun's heart-wrenching cries echoed throughout the Wang residence. The Great Li dynasty, the formation shifted to this moment. Hanji is launching an assault on the 60th city. His pace of attack has accelerated significantly. He has thoroughly discerned the defenses of these cities. Essentially, they follow the same patterns. Once dealt with, they pose no threat. From initially struggling for days to seize a city, he has now progressed to effortlessly conquering one in a day. In the span of 2 months, Hanji has matured remarkably. 2 months later, at the palace of the Great Li dynasty, our Shurjia dynasty has perished. The last emperor of the Shurjia let out 3 hearty laughs before drawing his sword to take his own life. Thus, the Great Li dynasty was utterly extinguished. The newly emerged dynasty is named the Great Ning dynasty. News of this swiftly reached the Great Yin dynasty. Ning father, brother? Ning Hai hurriedly approached his father, Ning Shan. Why the panic? A general must maintain composure in the face of adversity. Speak to me once you have collected your thoughts. Ning Shan replied with a cold snort. He suspected that the emperor was about to take action against them, especially since the newly ascended crown prince needed to deal with those who had supported other princes. The Ning family had previously backed the 5th prince, so Ning Shan was not surprised by the impending reckoning. Nevertheless, even in death, he did not wish to witness his children in a state of frenzy. If they were to die, they must do so with dignity. They could not adopt the demeanor of a frightened little girl. Though Ning Hai yearned to immediately inform his father of this monumental event, witnessing his father's composed demeanor compelled him to silence. He trusted that his father was already fully aware of the situation, rendering his own urgency unnecessary. Stepping outside, Ning Hai took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his calm. 10 minutes later, Father. With a tranquil expression, Ning Hai re-entered. At last. My son Ning Shan has returned. Speak. Ning Shan acknowledged with a slight nod. Yes, Ning Hai confirmed with a nod. Father, my sister has conquered the Great Li dynasty and renamed it the Great Ning dynasty. and she has now commenced military action against the Great Yin Dynasty. Ning Hai spoke in a calm tone. What? Ning Shan sprang to his feet. What did you say? He gripped Ning Hai's shoulders tightly, trembling as he inquired again, why sister has conquered the Great Li Dynasty and renamed it the Great Ning Dynasty. Ning Hai's voice quivered as he relayed the news. Why did you not say this sooner? Ning Shan thrust Ning Hai away, immediately commencing the assembly of troops. He intended to defect from the Great Yin Dynasty. The primary reason Ning Shan had resigned himself to death in the original plot was that he had nowhere else to go, and he was not the only general. Resistance would serve no purpose but to increase casualties. Moreover, the original protagonist, who was most likely to survive after rebellion, would also perish. However, it seemed Ning Shan had not anticipated the fifth prince's ruthlessness, which led to the demise of the original protagonist. Did you not advise me to remain calm? Ning Hai grumbled inwardly as he fell to the ground. Yet, he only harbored his resentment for a brief moment before standing up to join his father in preparing the troops. At the palace, the fifth prince felt desolate. Since Ning Ruoyi's departure, his greatest support, the Ning family, had vanished. He had lost to the crown prince. Now, the fifth prince was imprisoned within the palace, awaiting execution once the crown prince's position stabilized. Gurgle. The fifth prince's stomach growled with hunger. The last meal had been served a day prior, and the current emperor merely ensured the fifth prince remained alive. How he lived was of no concern to him. Why? The fifth prince lay on the ground in anguish, unable to comprehend why Ning Ruoyi had left him. Regret consumed him. On the streets, sir, could you spare a meal? Wang Anyun begged for food. After Wang Shi had cast her out of their home, the resentful lady had broken Wang Anyun's legs, scarred her face, and discarded her on the streets as a beggar. Wang Anyun had aspired to rise again as a literary figure, but as an ugly beggar who would listen to her recite poetry. 3 months later, under Ning Ruoyi's leadership, the Great Ning Dynasty swiftly dismantled the Great Yin Dynasty. Upon seeing Ning Ruoyi, the fifth prince crawled desperately to her side. However, Han Ji intercepted him. With Ning Ruoyi's consent, Han Ji severed the fifth prince's head with a single stroke. The Great Ning Dynasty emerged as the most formidable dynasty in the world. I must take my leave. From here on, your fate lies in your hands, Ning Ruoyi declared before instantly returning to the system space, leaving Han Ji no opportunity to continue speaking. Han Ji stood there, hand outstretched in bewilderment. 30 years later, under Han Ji's command, the Great Ning Dynasty unified the world. His military prowess surged beyond all others. Under Han Ji's leadership, the Great Ning Dynasty emerged victorious in every battle, even triumphing against 10 foes at once. A decade later, on the brink of death, Han Ji bequeathed the throne to the Ning family. He had never sired any offspring, devoting his entire life to conquest. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have received double rewards. Current progress, 18100. The next world features a boy whose home is destroyed by the male and female leads. This mission entails world cleansing. Chapter 72. The boy whose home was destroyed by the male and female leads, Part 1. At long last. I have returned. Shan Chongqing stretched in the familiar confines of the system space. To be honest, being transmigrated as a woman has been exceedingly uncomfortable. He vowed never to choose to be a woman again, even for triple rewards. Introduce the new world, he said, settling into a comfortable position. The original protagonist is an ordinary boy from a small mountain village. Although he lived off the generosity of others, he enjoyed a happy life under the care of his fellow villagers. However, one day, the arrival of a woman shattered everything. That fateful night, while gazing at the stars, the boy suddenly noticed 2 distinct stars. These 2 stars represented the male and female leads. The male lead was pursuing the female lead. The incident began when the female lead was poisoned by a demonic clan. Initially, she only needed to rest, and her master would have cured her. However, due to a trivial matter, the female lead had a falling out with her master. Subsequently, she began to flee, prompting her master to give chase. The path the female lead traversed was left barren, littered with corpses. After all, regardless of her shortcomings, she was near ascension. Thus, any poison potent enough to require her detoxification was undeniably lethal to mere mortals. Ultimately, the female lead was caught by her master, who severely reprimanded her before bringing her back to the sect. The female lead had caused the deaths of millions of mortals, while the original protagonist perished in the wake of her released toxins. What was once a blissful life had turned to mere illusion. Meanwhile, the female lead faced only a 10-year punishment of reflection and isolation imposed by her master. In fact, before the decade had even concluded, her master, out of pity, prematurely released her. As for the millions who perished, no one cared. They were merely mortals. Send me to the next world, Shen Chongqing said, his expression unchanging. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he was transported to a new realm. Shaoqing? Shaoqing! Shen Chongqing looked up to see Aunt Wang, her face etched with concern. Aunt Wang had been the kindest person to the original protagonist. The majority of his meals had come from her household, making him akin to her own son. Aunt Wang, I am fine, Shen Chongqing replied, rubbing his aching forehead. Shaoqing, as long as you're well, I have prepared a bowl of chicken soup for you. Drink it while it's hot, Aunt Wang said with a sigh of relief, handing the soup to Shen Chongqing. He did not refuse, for he was indeed quite hungry. Shaoqing, you are growing more handsome by the day, Aunt Wang remarked, watching him drink with a warm smile. Not at all. It is your delicious cooking that has allowed me to flourish, Shen Chongqing replied while sipping the soup. You have quite the silver tongue, Aunt Wang chuckled shyly. Though she referred to herself as an aunt, she was merely in her early 30s. However, she had married young and had a 12-year-old daughter. Shaoqing, do take care of yourself. I must be on my way, Aunt Wang said, observing Shen Chongqing finish the soup before collecting the bowl and leaving his room, leaving him alone to ponder. Was it still half a month until the arrival of the male and female leads? There should still be time. Shen Chongqing resolved to relocate all the villagers to safety. While he possessed spiritual power to survive, the villagers did not. He must act swiftly to ensure their lives. After all, in the original protagonist's memories, the villagers were all good people, and he had no intention of abandoning them. As for the other cities that the female lead would destroy, Shen Chongqing was no saint. The fate of others mattered little to him. Moreover, he intended to provide the female lead with additional offerings. He sought to create a significant disturbance to attract those who would perish in her rampage. Did she not relish in slaughter? Kill more than I in the original work. The female protagonist nearly fell into the demonic path due to her negative karma. If Shen Chongqing were to exacerbate her plight. The next day, Shen Chongqing devoted half a day to his cultivation, elevating his prowess to the foundation establishment stage. A fortnight was ample time for him to advance toward the nascent soul. Nearing the transformation to divinity, however, due to the female protagonist's master being a golden immortal, this level of cultivation was woefully inadequate. Moreover, Shen Chongqing was merely a mortal this time around. Hence, he resolved not to embark on a solitary endeavor. He intended to infiltrate the opposing faction of the male and female protagonists under the guise of a prodigy. There were numerous factions in opposition to the protagonists, the most significant of which was the Tianyuan sect. The Tianyuan sect also boasted a golden immortal ancestor, who, although would be soundly defeated by the female protagonist's master, at least belonged to the same echelon. This ancestor had previously pursued the male lead, only to be rebuffed, leading her to establish her own sect out of spite. Her desire to eliminate the female protagonist stemmed from a wish for the male lead to experience the agony of losing a beloved. Yet, how could the male lead ever bring himself to execute the female protagonist? Thus, animosity brewed between the Tianyuan sect and the protagonist's faction, the Wanjin sect. The overarching narrative thus revolves around the downfall of the Tianyuan sect and the numerous conflicts between the protagonists, culminating in their triumph and harmonious existence together. Before her demise, the Tianyuan sect's ancestor once again professed her feelings to the male lead, only to be rejected, ultimately succumbing to the female protagonist's crocodile tears. It is evident that the ancestor was infatuated to an extreme degree. However, Shen Chongqing had no intention of relying on the ancestor of the Tianyuan sect. His genuine aim was to engage with the only rational individual in the narrative. The Tianyuan sect's holy son, Ling Tianqing. Revered as a once-in-a-millennium genius, the ancestor believed Ling Tianqing would inevitably surpass her. In the story's conclusion, Ling Tianqing achieved the celestial immortal realm, battling the female protagonist for 3 days and nights before facing defeat. This was contingent upon the female protagonist possessing numerous fortuitous encounters, underscoring Ling Tianqing's innate talent, of course. The crux of the matter lay in Ling Tianqing's sound moral compass. From the outset, he regarded the female protagonist as a mere beast, while her master's unthinking protection of her rendered him the very embodiment of a beast. This was precisely what Shen Chongqing sought to exploit. However, dwelling on such matters was futile. Shun Chongqing's immediate task was to relocate the villagers. Without engaging in idle chatter, he harnessed his spiritual energy to transport all the villagers away. Subsequently, the villagers' homes were also moved to a new location. The villagers, bewildered and confused, found themselves at a loss. Yet, Shun Chongqing remained indifferent, having no time for trivialities or theatrics. Nonetheless, as he departed, he bestowed protective measures upon each villager. It can be stated that, barring any cultivators, these villagers could not be harmed in the slightest. Not even by a tiger. In Tianyi City, after ensuring the villagers' safe passage, Shun Chongqing arrived alone. With only 14 days remaining, he aimed to summon as many individuals to Tianyi City as possible. The greater the death toll, the stronger the female protagonist's karmic burden would become. Over the following half-month, Shun Chongqing crafted a radiant orb that emanated intense light. 10 days prior to the female protagonist's anticipated arrival, he cast it forth. The orb released golden light from the heavens, transforming into a rain of luminescence. This light would not directly affect mortals, but would instead hide in every nook and cranny. Only those who came into contact with the golden light would receive blessings. The mortals who basked in this golden radiance found their physical prowess enhanced, though it was of no benefit to cultivators. Observers among the cultivators could only depart in frustration. The golden light attracted an influx of mortals, and Shun Chongqing estimated that at least millions had arrived. Tianyi City burgeoned into a metropolis with a population reaching 10 million. Meanwhile, the female protagonist, having just quarreled with her master, stormed out, heading directly toward Tianyi City. Chapter 73. The Boy Whose Home Was Destroyed by the Protagonists, Part 2, Ling Yun. A man clad in white shouted anxiously, "Master, stop speaking. If you truly care for her, then be with her." The female protagonist, Ling Yun, wept as she soared through the air. "Ling Yun, cease this folly. You are gravely poisoned and cannot act recklessly," her master, Yi Songming, called out urgently from behind. Yet, Yi Songming showed no inclination to explain himself to Ling Yun. Although he had no ties to that woman, he simply refused to clarify. This was the root of the conflict between the protagonists. One unwilling to speak, the other overthinking. Even you have abandoned me. Those mortals can perish, Ling Yun scoffed, then resolutely made her way toward Tianyi City. She sought revenge against her master. If her master prioritized the welfare of the world, then she would eradicate the world. However, Ling Yun was not entirely deranged. She deliberately chose a city with a smaller population. Typically, Tianyi City had the fewest inhabitants in the vicinity, roughly around 2 million. With the female protagonist's cultivation level, she could barely withstand the backlash from 2 million souls. Yet, under Shun Chongqing's scheming, Tianyi City's population had surged tenfold. It could be asserted that if the female protagonist dared to approach, the overwhelming karma would instantly consume her. "Ling Yun, do not." Yi Songming pursued Ling Yun relentlessly. However, due to Ling Yun possessing a speed-type artifact gifted by Yi Songming, he found it difficult to catch up. The two quickly arrived at Tianyi City. With Ling Yun heedlessly unleashing her toxic miasma. 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, 3 million. An overwhelming tide of karma engulfed Ling Yun. It was then that Ling Yun realized the population of Tianyi City far exceeded her expectations. She had already slain 8 million, and the count continued to rise. The torrential karma enveloped her, and she was suddenly beset by excruciating pain. Ling Yun clutched her head, wailing in despair. "Ling Yun." Yi Songming rushed to Ling Yun's side, cradling her and attempting to alleviate her karmic burden. However, due to the sheer weight of her karma, even Yi Songming struggled to dispel it. After employing a magical artifact to stabilize Ling Yun's life force, he fled Tianyi City with her. By this point, Tianyi City had been utterly transformed into a ghost town. 3 days later, at the Tianyuan sect, it was the annual disciple recruitment ceremony. Aspiring mortals with some modicum of talent gathered here. Shun Chongqing blended seamlessly into the throng. Ling Yun bore the weight of overwhelming karma, and even her master would require several years to cleanse it. This, too, was Shun Chongqing's period of development. However, he realized that solitary advancement could not compare to joining a sect. Thus, he resolved to enter the Tianyuan sect. As for his spiritual root, he would obtain a heavenly spiritual root. After all, he needed to connect with Ling Tianxing. Entering the outer mountain of the Tianyuan sect marked the completion of the first trial. With a resounding proclamation, a barrier of spiritual energy enveloped the outer mountain. This barrier automatically discerned mortals and barred their entry. Only those possessing spiritual roots could gain access. This was the first trial of the Tianyuan sect. Given that the mortal population was exceedingly large, it was feared that nearly 100 million would arrive. Without a filtering process, the examinations would extend well into the following year. Don't crowd me. I am getting in. I'm getting in. The scene was chaotic. Fortunately, the outer mountain of the Tianyuan sect was spacious enough, and after a day, everyone had taken their turn. Ultimately, only a little over 10,000 individuals gained entry to the outer mountain. This was a true instance of survival of the fittest. The second trial involved ascending the staircase. A grand voice echoed once more, and then a glittering golden staircase manifested before the crowd. This tested their willpower. If one's will faltered, even extraordinary talent would be rendered meaningless. These trials were devised by Ling Tianqing to sift out the capable individuals. This was one of the reasons Shan Chongqing regarded Ling Tianqing as a rational person. Ascending 100 levels would signify success. The crowd gazed upward, astonished by the height of the staircase, which far exceeded 100 levels. Is this the power of cultivators? They exclaimed in awe. Begin. The voice resounded again, and all 10,000 participants arrived at the first level. This trial was a test of willpower, primarily affecting the mind. As soon as they reached the staircase, many broke down in tears. Numerous individuals dissipated into motes of light before even completing the first level. The staircase consisted of 999 levels, created by Ling Tianqing years ago. The highest achiever had reached only 750 levels. However, to Shan Chongqing, this was child's play, as he strolled leisurely to the 500th level. Within Tianyuan Mountain, an elderly man with white hair and beard observed Shan Chongqing, who appeared utterly composed within the crystal ball. What formidable willpower, he remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. It was his first encounter with someone possessing such strong resolve. Even the previous genius who had reached 750 levels had not displayed such ease at the 500th level. Quickly summoned Tianqing, Elder Qingxian commanded his disciples. Yes, Elder. The disciple bowed deeply and then turned to walk outside. In a short while, he vanished from Elder Qingshuan's presence. 10 minutes later, Ling Tianqing arrived at Elder Qingshuan's observation chamber. Had he truly broken through the 800th level? Ling Tianqing gazed at Shan Chongqing, who had indeed surpassed that milestone, a gleam of excitement illuminating his features. Regardless of the number of spiritual roots the other possessed, based solely on this remarkable willpower, Ling Tianqing felt compelled to protect him at all costs. 2 hours later, amidst the gazes of those who regarded him as a devil, Shan Chongqing ascended to the 999th level. Remarkably, this was with Shan Chongqing holding back. Otherwise, he could have reached the pinnacle in just 10 minutes. Even so, Shan Chongqing's achievement sent shockwaves throughout the Tianyuan sect. They understood the high demands of willpower that Ling Tianqing's trial entailed. Numerous elders, even with their cultivated abilities, had failed to reach the summit. Yet here was Shan Chongqing, devoid of any cultivation, who managed to achieve it. All the elders of Tianyuan sect yearned to take Shan Chongqing as their disciple. They no longer cared about the nature of his spiritual roots. His indomitable will alone marked him as a formidable individual. As the trial concluded, a grand voice resonated once more. The others had long since collapsed, with the highest among them barely reaching the 600th level. Aside from Shan Chongqing, once the resounding voice faded, everyone awoke, though this time the number was even fewer, leaving only a few thousand participants. Come forth to test your spiritual roots, Elder Qingxian beckoned from before the crystal ball. He conjured dozens of avatars, each with a crystal ball of its own. First up, Shan Chongqing. Shan Chongqing silently stepped forward and extended his arm. After examining the bone age, Elder Qingxian donned an expression of astonishment. You are merely 14 years old? Elder Qingxian was utterly bewildered. A 14-year-old youth had reached the pinnacle of the celestial ladder? Mere luck, perhaps. Shan Chongqing smiled faintly. Elder Qingshuan's face contorted. You dare to call reaching the summit luck? Why do others lack such fortune? Enough, young man. Place your hand upon the crystal ball. Sighing, Elder Qingxian regarded the earnest-faced Shan Chongqing. As Shan Chongqing placed his hand on the crystal ball, it began to radiate brilliance. Thunder attribute celestial spiritual root? Elder Qingxian sprang to his feet. With such willpower combined with this type of spiritual root, this young lad might just become the second Ling Tianqing of Tianyuan sect. Would you be willing to become my elder Qingxian? Do not covet my disciple. A bolt of lightning struck down, enveloping Elder Qingxian in darkness. Lei Yuan, you scoundrel! Elder Qingxian spat a mouthful of black mist, cursing at the sky, with spiritual root. Taking on a disciple with a thunder attribute celestial spiritual root is nothing short of misleading others. I have been more than lenient by merely striking you once. Lei Yuan snorted in disdain. I was merely drawn by the hunt. Elder Qingshuan's voice lowered. Get lost. Lei Yuan dismissed him with a wave. Oh, you wish to take me as your master? I have an abundance of beautiful women here. Whichever you desire, I can introduce you to. Anyone who dares to trouble my disciple shall face my wrath. What do you say? Lei Yuan rubbed his hands together, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Shan Chongqing. He had been searching for a successor with a thunder attribute celestial spiritual root for decades, but had yet to find one.